And with that, I'll start. I'm Chris Kenny. I'm with Vertex, with Honors Project Manager. I'm a senior project manager.
Hi everyone, I'm Michelle McEwen, the Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Welcome everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Pete Haviland, I'm the principal at the high school. Welcome.
Ernie Sandlin, Facilities, North Attleboro Schools.
Carrie Orsi, I'm a civil engineer by trade, but a parent for 2 students in the school district.
Brad DeWart, Dorley Architects.
Yep.
All good? All right. This is going to be a sprint, so given the time frame and the amount of material we want to cover, so I apologize for that. But my name is Anthony Consigli. I'm the CEO of Consigli Construction. My brother and I have worked together here, a 4th generation company. We've always done schools. It's always in our sort of wheelhouse. We don't come in and out of schools depending upon the market. It's really what we love doing. And so what I'm going to do is just open up with a couple things or a few things that I want you to know about us or hopefully remember as we go through this presentation. Then I'm going to turn it over to the team and be quiet. Okay? But first is that we do feel a connection to North Attleboro, whether it be the people who live here in the community or the fact that our own headquarters is so close, right up 495. What that means is that you're gonna get sustained commitment through the whole project. This is a big project, a long project. You need sustained commitment all the way through, especially when you get to closeout and people are moving in the building. And hopefully you see that when you hear from the team today. Secondly is that we feel we are the most experienced K-12 builder in the state. Because of that, we've developed a lot of resources, tools, technologies, people in-house. We have a deeper bench in K-12 than anyone. And what that gives you is predictability. It gives you certainty. It's a great risk assurance tool with people. Third is that we have developed specialties in-house with mass timber, geothermal, things that are really going to help this project. It's going to differentiate this project. It's going to make this project great. And we really think that we can add a lot of value in those areas. And lastly, we are bringing a team that is a cohesive team. They hit the ground running. They're not learning on your job. They've been at Consigli for a long time. They've worked together on very similar projects. So it's a cohesive team ready to go. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our team leader, Steve Johnson.
Thanks, Anthony. My name is Steve Johnson, product executive. Been at Consigli for a little over 20 years now. Prior to being the PX, I was the senior project manager on the Attleboro High School project. Currently, I'm working at Tri-County High School and Neshoba Regional High School, but I'm also a resident in North Attleboro, and I live less than a mile from the high school.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Kaiser. I'm the Senior Project Manager. I've been with Consigli for the last 11 years. I've been working on a lot of complex, large projects, but most recently right now I'm the Senior Project Manager at the Bristol Plymouth Technical High School in Taunton. I will be your main point of contact as we go through construction and closeout. And I'm here to support Christy through the pre-construction effort, and I'm partnered with Kyle as we go through the rest of the process.
I'm Kyle, Senior Project Superintendent. I'll be on site full-time. My main role will be pre-planning the work. Usually I'm 6 months ahead on any sort of activity that's happening on site. I've been with Consigli for 9 years. The last 11 or so have been K-12 schools in Massachusetts. I love working on schools. I have 3 little ones myself. Most recently leading the charge at the Stoughton High School project with Vertex and the Sharon High School project also.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Weber. I'll be project manager. Been with Consigli for 10 years now, primarily in the K-12 sector, and currently working on the Arlington High School project.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tom. I'll be the project superintendent on site. I've got 9 years with the company, largely focusing on occupied school campuses, most recently with Chris at the Arlington High School project. And my role will be day-to-day, boots on the ground, working closely with Kyle, but making sure we ensure clean delivery and safe delivery as well.
Hi, I'm Tim Erickson, Chief Estimator. I'll be leading a team of estimators from schematic design through the GMP. I've been an estimator for over 25 years now, the last 9 of which have been with Consigli. In those 25 years, I've worked on over 75 K-12 projects totaling more than $4 billion. Look forward to leveraging that experience to deliver you a successful GMP.
Good afternoon, I'm Christy Lyons, Senior Pre-Construction Manager, and I will be the quarterback of the pre-construction effort throughout design, pre-construction, really managing the internal Consigli resources to set the project up for success. In my 9 years at Consigli and even prior as an OPM, my focus was always K through 12, Chapter 149A. It's my passion, it's what I do, and I'm looking forward to bringing our best practices to North Attleboro.
Hello everyone, Rich Goppoletti, Mass Timber Specialist. In my 20 years at Consigli, I've worked on 25 mass timber projects, either as a project manager or in a pre-construction effort. I hope to bring that experience and expertise to North Attleboro to really guide the team's decisions and lead them through the entirety of the process all the way through mass timber erection.
I am Ed Dubois. I'm a geothermal specialist. I'm a certified geothermal designer. I've worked on every single project Consigli has had over the past 15 years, which is over 2,000 wells. Look forward to working with you guys.
So we think we've got the perfect team assembled for this project. We talked about the cohesiveness of the Arlington and Attleboro teams. We also have just veteran school builders. That's what these people do. That's what this team does. We build schools, and we're excited for this one. The other thing I want to point out is we have two industry leaders when it comes to mass timber and geothermal wells. There's not two more knowledgeable people in the industry than we have here, and we know those are important aspects to this project. And lastly, we know that we can make this an enjoyable experience for you all the way through because we are able to guide all aspects of this project based on this team's experience. Everything from design all the way through construction and closeout. We have the experience and we'll make it a nice, enjoyable experience for you. We also wanted to highlight we do have some North Attleboro residents on the team. Chris and Bill will help us out. They're just volunteering their time because they care so much about it. They're volunteering to help get the vote out. Jay is the superintendent for us. He'll be coming on board when we get into the fit-out stage of the project because that's what he specializes in. Then myself, I'm a lifelong resident of North Attleboro. I'm actually multi-generational resident of North Attleboro. Graduated in 1990 with Michelle. My wife was valedictorian in 1991, but I have 8 brothers and sisters that all graduated from the high school. My dad graduated from North Attleboro High School when actually it was the old location of the old junior high here. And my brothers, 2 of my brothers, Jack and Don, coached and taught at the high school for over 30 years. My brother Jim currently is working with Pete and his team and his Kyle Cares Foundation to help help the students with mental health. And my family also gives a scholarship every year in memory of my sister Kathy. My daughter here is an 8th grader. She'll be enrolled at North. She's going to be going to North next year, and we will guarantee that she's going to enjoy her senior year in the new building. I cannot let that project fail. And then just to make it even more personal, I understand it's not lost on me that this is a great opportunity for me personally just to give back to the town and the school that has meant a lot to me and my family. So we will not let this project fail. The quick slide, we were asked just to confirm the team availability. So that's what this information shows here. Didn't want to spend a lot of time on it, but if there are questions, we're just pointing out their current workload and everyone's availability, and especially that last column that just shows that everyone is available during construction when we need them, including the Arlington team.
And just to hit quickly on relevant experience, I wanted to highlight Arlington High School as well as Attleboro, not only because of the team overlap, but they share some similar challenges as the North Attleboro High School. Understanding the proximity of the middle school and the high school and safety of the students is a concern during construction. At Arlington, Tom and I have been living this daily for the last several years and managed to coordinate demolition as well as new construction literally within 10 inches, that's not an exaggeration, 10 inches of an occupied building.
And Attleboro is very similar. Same thing, right next to the existing school, we actually had Brennan Middle School right down the street that we coordinated with. Similar dollar value as North Attleboro, and it was dropped right in the middle of a residential area. This was a great project for us, proud of this project, but as a North Attleboro guy, it kind of kills me that Attleboro has something that we don't. So I'd really love for us to get something even better here. We talked about questions. We just threw a lot at you regarding people, so I don't know if there's any questions about our people or staffing, anything that you've seen so far. Okay, and feel free to interrupt at any point along the way. One of the questions that was asked, there's a few questions that was asked for us to go over, was about our pre-construction approach, so Christy will get us into that.
The best part, as some may say. So if you're following along in your books, page 8 and 9, we go through sort of some of the key milestones, deliverables that we want to hit that are really going to be our focus of pre-construction. Starting off with a partnering session, we need to understand all the great decisions that have been made to date and what the non-negotiables are, like mass timber, we suspect. And then from there is our most important deliverable, our schematic design estimate. That sets the stage for all future estimates. We recognize the importance of that, as that's the number that gets presented to the town. And two tools that we want to use for that schematic design estimate that'll carry through is our escalation and contingency calculator. That allows us to custom tailor and really fine tune our indirect cost to reduce our overall reliance on potential or future value management. From there, it's supporting the vote. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes and some of the great strategies that we want to bring to the table. But then we're going to work through risk assessment as we get into the design development. We're going to talk a little bit about design assist for mass timber and some of the exciting elements of the project. And then as we get into the construction document phase, our focus is on constructability, a collaborative effort to ensure that we have eyes on the documents and we're responding to the documents and informing how we want to build and sequence the project. We have made some assumptions on early release packages, Brad, and we want to work with you to make sure the timing is right and the scope is right, and we can be a collaborative partner to fill in scope gaps and ensure that those documents are ready for bidding. And then lastly is the final GMP package as we prepare for that final GMP in the spring or fall of 2026. Our supplemental instructions is a critical tool for us. That's how we dictate to our subcontractors schedule, quality, safety requirements, as well as it's our last look at the documents to prevent any scope gaps, any finger pointing, to ensure that we bring you best value in the final GMP. So with that, we want to jump in and talk about the schematic design effort.
So as part of our RFP response, we did a detailed review of the PSR documents, the drawings, as well as the estimates by PM&C and Fennessy. And what this did is it informed consigli estimated value of $225.9 million, or $996 per square foot. To the right of this, you can see PM&C's estimate at a little over 226, and Fennessy at just under 225. We perform reconciliations with PM&C in particular on nearly a weekly basis. In fact, I've got a couple of their estimators on speed dial, so I fully understand their costs and their trends. To the right of that are 6 other recent consigli high school projects. Each are escalated out to November 2026, so that it has parity with North Attleboro High School. These are there to show just how North Attleboro stacks up. And you can see Stoneham High School at $999 per square foot is the closest comp that you've got. But we do recognize that the budget in the RFP was stated at $220 million. The 3 estimates here are over that. I'll get into it a little bit more in a little bit, but we've got a number of solutions to help overcome that. All right.
One question for you.
Sure.
Are those scopes kind of similar on those other jobs? Because I think one of the things, right, that we all understand as a team is that, you know, the geothermal component, right, is a big ticket item, right? And, you know, there's a little uncertainty, if you will, maybe on some of those aspects. But, you know, for Attleboro, which is a little bit of an anomaly as compared, is that like a geothermal job or not?
No.
So that explains some of that.
It is a big component of it.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. And actually, I'll get into that in a little more detail. But the ones on the higher end, Stoneham, Neshoba, the Revere, they all have geothermal
Right,
components.
so that's the comp?
Yes.
Okay. I just don't want them to think that the designer's really just gold plated.
Spoken like an architect.
So jumping a little more specifically into cost certainty. So once the prescribed estimates and corresponding reconciliations are behind us, our estimators don't just go away. So we'll be providing you with cost certainty between estimating milestones through a collaborative, continuous estimating process. And we do this by providing you with design cost feedback, value management studies, options analyses, and risk mitigation. And because this is a proactive process, and we're able to head off potential issues in advance of the next design. What that does is it avoids time-consuming redesign on the back end. And the chart that we've got up on the screen right now, this is actually from our pre-construction management platform, and it's showing the range of opportunity of the value management based on the pending or accepted items. But we'll be inviting each of you, as well as all of the project stakeholders, to that same platform to give you 100% transparent and real-time cost insight. Another thing that this platform allows us to do is to dig a little deeper into our comps. So these are the same comps that I showed 2 screens before, but it allows us to drill down on a division-by-division basis and identify where some of the outliers are. And Brad, to your point, the geothermal is an element to this, but you can see that the HVAC costs in particular are higher than the comp. So it allows us to identify where to focus our attention. Which leads me to the value management in particular. As part of our analysis of documents, we identified 22 items specific to North Attleboro High School, totaling more than $10 million. These are ready to be implemented from day one. And staying on the topic of HVAC, I just want to draw your attention to 2, geothermal being one. We'd want to take a look at 800-foot deep but fewer wells in lieu of the 600-foot deep wells. We think that could save upwards of $2 million. The other one would be to analyze an option to go with a hybrid hydronic and VRF HVAC system in place of the fully hydronic. We think that could save upwards of $870,000. But I want to impress upon you that our value management approach is one that looks to uncover or turn over every stone, find creative ways of saving costs without having a compromise impact on the design, the durability, the maintenance, or most importantly, the teaching and learning experience.
So in addition to the GMP comps that Tim just mentioned, we also track across all of our MSBA K-12 projects contingency and change order expenditure, and we leverage this information to really inform how we need to steer and approach pre-construction. These examples on the screen show the cumulative of all of our K-12, but the bottom left is the example from Attleboro, and as you can see, the largest percent of change orders is related to site work. It's the largest unknown on any project, and for us, that means we need to spend a lot of time planning that exploratory, whether it's additional test pits and borings or a full pre-characterization of the soil early in the process. Not only is that going to inform the overall initial cost estimate, it's going to inform the team's approach to how we're going to manage soil or export soil from the site. So that's a critical component. Additionally, when we look at contingency transfers, we see a lot of transfers there, percentages there in the finishes and carpentry items. We have a distinct advantage of having carpenters and laborers as part of our staff, and we're going to leverage their expertise as part of the collaborative constructability review process to try and bring that percentage down and ensure that the documents are well defined and the scope is clear. Now, we wanted to mention some incentives. The IRA being the Inflation Reduction Act being a critical component of the initial cost estimate, or the budget, if you will. We've projected about $4 to $6 million in rebates. And we think that it's important to mention now, because whether or not this number gets presented to your community, it's going to help offset the town's share. So we just wanted to bring it up and acknowledge we're doing this currently on 3 projects. We've submitted on 2 other projects, so we certainly know what it takes, and we have the tools to ensure that our subcontractors are crystal clear on what's required of them throughout construction to monitor and track all the IRA requirements. And then once we're done with our schematic design estimate, we know the importance of that number. It goes into your 3011 budget. That's the basis of your MSBA grant. And then we want to help support the vote. We have some proven strategies. I'm going to be working closely with Bill O'Rourke, who is dedicating his time as a resident. Bill, Tim, and I successfully just secured the vote at the town of Canton for the Galvin Middle School, and we're going to use some of those strategies. We probably presented at over 24 community meetings. We want to drum up the same amount of excitement here in North Attleboro. Additionally, with Tri-County, we created a promotional video, which is something that we would love to do for North Attleboro. We can air it on North TV and just let folks know about the project, about the timeline of the ballot election, and ultimately the vote.
Yeah, and we'd be here to help you educate the voters. We've got to get voters to go to the polls that day. We know there's 24,404 registered voters in North Attleboro, but only 906 voted on the Tri-County election. Granted, little different animal than what we're dealing with here, but still, the point still remains, you've got to go to where the people are. So we thought some key community events like Little League Opening Day and the downtown stroll, and depending on the timing of the vote, you could hit people up at the high school graduation or some of the farmers markets, because they start first week of June. But it'll be our job to help educate you so that we can educate the voters and then help get them to the vote, to the polls on the voting day.
So I want to just set the stage a little bit for the next few slides of our presentation. These are all post-schematic design. These are all tools and processes that we know are required to ensure that we're meeting your lead goal and your zero net energy ready goal. That includes the mass timber elements, the geothermal elements, and the energy efficiency of the facade.
Right, and Christy hit on this a little bit during her discussion about pre-construction, but I wanted to just hit home a little bit. The enhanced constructability, this is something that our competitors don't do. And we do this as a standard on all of our projects. We get our construction team and our VDC team, which is our virtual design and construction teams, involved in the process early during the design so that we can help identify clashes, both on our architectural elements, structural elements, mechanical, electrical, plumbing elements of the building, ultimately with the goal of avoiding changes, reducing delays, and at the end of the day, we do this early in the design because our goal is to produce a tight set of construction documents so that we hit all of our goals. At Attleboro High School, for example, we identified and resolved 173 individual unique issues ahead of the design, which if you applied a dollar value to each one of those things at $10,000 a piece, that's over $1.7 million of issues that we were able to resolve ahead of the constructive documents going out to bid. So enhanced constructability is critical for us. We really think it's absolutely important, especially on projects where we have mass timber.
Yeah, we first started looking at North Attleboro High School. We found that there's going to be really two challenges with the mass timber here. It is a complex design. It's a structural steel frame wrapping around a mass timber structure, and they're going to tie into each other. They're going to have a lot of connection points. And mass timber, being a very natural product, has very varied properties across different suppliers, different species, different manufacturers or fabricators. And we need to get the right partner in the room to work with Doran Whittier and to work with their structural engineer to make sure we're getting that design right. Otherwise, we're going to be redesigning it once we bring a vendor on board, and we just can't afford that for a schedule. The second thing really is production slots for mass timber. Most fabricators are locking in their production slots 8, 10, 12 months in advance. So we want to get ahead of that so we make sure we're not beholden to the market once we go out to bid and we're just hoping that somebody has a slot available for us to produce the timber. Now, in our 25 projects that we've done over the last 20 years, we've learned a lot, and we learned ways to really counteract those two challenges, including on 149A projects like UMass CSL, which was for UMBA. And it really comes down to three things. How do we buy it? Who do we buy it from? And then when it comes to installation, how do we protect it and install it correctly? And it starts with how we buy it. We would do a design assist approach for mass timber here. So directly after the town vote, before we get into design development, we would onboard a mass timber design assist partner, going out to the market to bring that partner, their expertise into the room to work with the design team on their product that has very particular characteristics and sizing and connection details and material properties. This gives us also that material commitment that they're going to lock in that production slot 10, 12 months away instead of waiting for the bid set in August of 2026 and hoping that the timber arrives in Q3 or Q4 of 2026-27. We'll develop a choosing by advantage matrix because we are going to be buying it pretty early to help guide the team through what's the most advantageous approach for the vendor, the supplier, the fabricator, the installer. So we know we're confident in these decisions early on in the game. From there, it's who do we go out to buy it? In the last 20 years, we've developed a really deep knowledge of the market. We've worked with over 30 vendors, both domestically in the US, in Canada, and overseas. We want to be flexible, right? So with competition comes lower costs, right? The more people we can go out to and bring to the table, that's going to lower the cost for the project overall. Once we get through selection and we start erection, we start worrying about the protection of the timber. It's going in very early as part of the structure, but it is a finished product. We want it to look beautiful at the end of the day. For Steve's daughter's graduation, for instance, we want to make sure it looks good. That comes down to protecting it from moisture that'll stain the wood, from UV damage that will discolor the wood, and from the dents and dings of everyday construction life. So we've developed a QA/QC program that we've implemented on every one of our projects to get through these challenges. And it's been really the baseline of what we've been doing for the last 20 years at Consigli in the mass timber market to make sure that that quality is maintained all the way through the project.
Just real quick, design assist is a process that's allowed for by Mass 149A,
Yep.
similar to design build, where we're procuring design assistance services in conjunction with fabrication and supplier services to basically, so they work in tandem with the architect so that we get it right early on. That's basically what it is.
Yep.
It's something we've done over and over again, not many people have.
We welcome that, by the way.
I welcome it too.
Yeah, because every fabricator has different systems, and so it's impossible for you to design something without knowing who it's going to be in the end.
All right, successful envelope construction of on the building is really paramount to exceeding all of the energy code requirements, as well as our own quality requirements that we put on every project. These are a couple examples of some projects that we've recently completed, which had high energy efficiency envelopes, UMass Amherst, Acton, Boxborough. We know that the design includes this. I mean, at the end of the day, we also know that once it's installed, we need to be able to, the envelope has to be able to pass some rigorous commissioning. So as your builder, as your CM, your construction manager, it's our job, and we have tools and strategies that we've developed and we implement on every one of our projects to ensure that we have a successful envelope test at the end of the day and to ensure we're building to the high standards that are required. So we put together trade coordination shop drawings where we coordinate and model in a shop drawing, basically, all of the components of the facade. One of the biggest risks that we have on the exterior facade is that there's multiple trades involved. So we take these shop drawings and we try and combine all of those different trades so that we can review material compatibility issues, continuity of flashings, things that are often overlooked during the process. We develop mock-up handbooks so that after we do a performance mock-up or a visual mock-up, and we set the standard for what is acceptable and what needs to happen as part of the permanent installation. We develop handbooks that we hand out to the trades. We review them on site. We use them during inspections. And then envelope commissioning. At the end of the day, the building needs to be put through a series of tests to verify that the facade and the envelope really performs as it's expected. One of those tests is a blower door test. One of the issues that we have with blower door tests, or one of the risks that we see, is that test often happens at the end of the job, at the end of the projects, and doesn't leave a whole lot of time if there's deficiencies to go back and correct. So we try and develop strategies, find areas where we can perform that test earlier by compartmentalizing spaces, identifying specific details, et cetera, so that we can get that testing performed as early in the process as possible. Every construction manager is gonna have to deal with these issues and gonna have to manage these issues. And we use these tools, we implement these tools to ensure that at the end of the day, when we go to perform that envelope commissioning, we're successful.
Geothermal, my favorite part. I could talk for hours about this, but I promise I won't. Geothermal is booming right now. It's a very busy market. I've been involved for 15 years, and the past 3 to 5 years it's been extremely busy. We're working on projects about 2 or 3 years right now in pre-construction with over 1,200 wells, and there's more coming. So what we've done is, we've developed a list of best practices and lessons learned. It's basically a book with any lessons learned we've taken from other projects, and we implement those during our pre-construction all the way through design. My biggest concerns about this project are really, there's 3 things: design, the drillers, and dewatering. Those are the 3 biggest risks with respect to geothermal, and we can address all 3 very easily with our experience. Design right now, we had talked about saving on some costs early on and going from, saving potentially $2 million on design. We did that in the Neshoba, where we went from 140 wells, 500 foot deep, to 80 wells at 800 foot deep, and saved the project $1.4 million. We can do very similar here, but we have to help guide the design and be a participant. We'd be your partner in the design early on. We've done this so many times. We can guide you through the process. A lot of design, and owners don't have as much experience yet, at geothermal. I can bring that help to the table. We've got a list of designers we work with all the time, and the next item is drillers. Right now, the drillers are booking out for a year or even more right now, so locking them in to a design as early as possible is the best thing. And with the busy market, we need to keep that competition open. We've got a list of 40 drillers that we work with right now, but the core group of drillers in New England is only about 4 of them. We've brought in the largest driller from Europe that has 60 drill rigs, and we're partnering with them on multiple different projects. We brought in also the largest driller in the United States with 35 drill rigs, where we have 5 projects with them right now. We're also working with a Canadian company who's the largest in Canada and Toronto. We're working with them as well. We've got options to do, angle drilling, direct vertical drilling, mud rotary, air rotary, all sorts of type of different drilling options, and we'll bring those to the table. But we really need to keep that, keep that open to the market. Don't just select angle drilling and be stuck with 1 or 2 drillers that only do angle drilling. The competition won't be there, and the price will go way up. So we need to keep that design kind of focused on maximizing for the cost and capacity for the building. And the third thing is dewatering. I won't go too much into depth because Kyle's going to talk about it later, but we manage that up front and make sure that we can handle the dewatering and the cost associated with it.
I also just want to point out a key component with the geothermal, which is a non-trade contractor, is coordination and scope ownership from where the geothermal scope ends and where the HVAC scope begins. We've developed this detail. This was specific for Neshoba Regional, and we'll do the same, and we'll include it in the bid documents so that there's no scope gaps, there's no finger pointing, and we're not presenting you with a change order for scope that was potentially missed. That's a good segue to construction.
Yeah, on construction, I would just want to talk real quick, high level on construction, because then I'm going to turn it over to Tom and Kyle, who are going to kind of walk through a lot of detail with you. But high level, we responded to the RFP with a full construction schedule. We're confident we can meet the dates that are in the RFP. In fact, I think the RFP TCO turnover date was late July. We're targeting early July, which allows the entirety of the summer really to get moved over from the existing school to the new school, get familiar with your surroundings, get familiar with the building. Some of our competitors may come in and say they can get it done early. That may be true, but I wouldn't advise against it. It's typically, it's not a good time to move in ahead of the summer. Finishing at the beginning of the summer allows you the entire summer to move in. A couple of things I just wanted to point out on here. We did identify some early release site packages, or some early release packages that we think are critical for us to get procured so that we can have the material on site when we need it, and we can have the plan and everything in place so that we can hit the milestones that we need to hit along the construction schedule to get to that TCO. Some other packages and some items that are pointed out down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. We are planning and targeting some early turnover of some of the sports fields, the tennis court. Right, we plan to get the tennis court turned over in the spring of 2027. so that really the school doesn't lose the season with the tennis courts. Baseball fields also early. I'll let Kyle and Tom go into a lot more detail talking about it, but back when you guys
Yeah, the goal here, I'll let Tom speak back. When we developed these logistics plans and the overall approach for the project, we focused on a couple of things. One, we made a couple assumptions and took some liberties. We're open to a collaborative approach as we get into this, and making sure that it's a best fit for not only the high school but the middle school, the sports stadium on site. You can see here, we focused in not only on what's going to be happening on site, but how do we get to the job site, right? Going through the industrial park in town is probably best. Tom's going to get into some of the numbers of just sheer trucking coming in and out of the job site, and then really focusing in on what are the needs of the campus, what are the needs of the students and staff, and keeping everybody safe. So just to orientate yourself on this, so the existing high school is kind of dead center here. The middle school is over on the left-hand side. The stadium is on the bottom here, and then this is the new proposed footprint for the building. This overall layout will kind of maintain throughout all these animation slides. And then Tom's going to take us through the first couple phases.
So before we get started on the phase one logistics here, I just want everybody to kind of be in the same mindset. The front half of this presentation is going to be talking through that first summer. And why I want to take a moment to point that out is because we want to get as much work done in that first summer of mobilizing, so that when staff and students come back in the fall, their world logistically really doesn't change until we move them into the new school. So with that being said, one of the first things we want to do is cut in the access road off of Landry, and I'd like to point out the delineation between the red dashed line and the blue dashed line. What this represents is the portion that's already proposed, and then from there where we see best fit to come into our job site. This isolates us completely from the campus, and again, talking about numbers, just to put it in perspective, steel erection alone can see north of 70 trucks coming in and out to deliver the steel. Concrete foundations is going to see north of 180 to 200 trucks of concrete coming in and out throughout that phase of construction. So really coming in early and establishing this roadway is one of the first things we want to hit on. Staying in that first summer, a couple of other things that we want to touch on is how students are going to be dropped off. We understand that our access road is going to cut through the division between the school and the field. What we would like to propose is a couple of pedestrian gates. Again, full collaboration with the district. If there's a better location, we can obviously talk about that. Also, where we're taking some parking here, we understand there'll be larger events on campus from time to time. We'd like to make that flexible as well if we have to move something back for a weekend or alter something for a month here or there on our access road. One thing I like to say as a super on site and us as a team, build like a parent or build like an aunt or an uncle, right? We have loved ones that go to these middle schools and go to these high schools. Safety is the utmost importance. So having something like a flagger or even a police detail, a uniformed officer for high traffic delivery days is something that we'll implement to ensure safety at all times. A couple of other things specifically related to safety and student drop-off. That first summer, we're going to come in and establish with new line striping and new signage the parent drop-off for the middle school as well as the parent drop-off for the high school. Once we establish that, we're going to come in and we're going to redirect how buses are going to drop off. We've identified that a school bus typically turns at about a 40-foot radius, so with some slight widening of the road and the elimination of the island here, buses will be able to drop off right on this side of the school. And I want to pause here for one more moment. The existing loop is inside the footprint of the fence. So this allows for a new loop, and you can see between the bright yellow and the darker yellow, full separation again between construction access on this side, safety of the students and pedestrians on that side. We didn't stop there either. We're thinking about the facility staff, right? There's a loading dock that still has to be accessed at all times. So this will allow for access. Again, we'd love to have coordination on a daily or weekly basis with the facilities group. And then lastly, the emergency egress of the existing school. You'll notice here that at all times, just as it is today, emergency egress will not change during construction to the existing school. So just as the students and staff know it today, we will maintain that at all times. Once we segue out from the first summer logistics changes on this side of campus, but still staying in that same first summer of 2026, we would like to focus our efforts on what we're going to be doing as early work where the new proposed building is going to go. The first thing being the relocation of all the underground utilities that are inside the footprint of the building. Our goal is to get that done in that first summer to minimally impact the school once they come back for that fall. And we would like to work hand in hand with the DPW and the town facilities coordinating shutdowns as it gets closer to the tie-in work. This way we're not impacting the school or the abutting neighbors. Another thing I'd like to point out here that we're going to establish before students and staff come back, the temporary parking. Think of this as swing spaces. There will be some parking that gets altered when we put our site fence up, but this will create about 50 spots to ensure that there's zero issues with staff not finding places to park.
Ernie, we're also maintaining this facilities area here throughout construction until the new facilities building is built, and we can shift that over, and then we'd be taking that spot there.
So moving over to the part of campus where geothermal takes place, you just heard from Ed, it's a very invasive process. We've established some key things that we're gonna do to ensure safety at all times. Logistically, we're gonna put up sound barriers on this side of our site fencing. We understand that there's abutting neighbors whose backyards is quite literally 12 to 15 feet away from the campus line. We're gonna keep them in mind at all times. Some other things we're gonna do is water mitigation for dust. As well as soon as it's presented to us, we always like to come in with schools and put the hardscape binder coat down. This just allows for a cleaner site and again, helping with dust control. So once we come out of that first summer, and now we're moving into phase 2 of construction, that phase being the new proposed building, some things that students and staff can expect to see when they come back on campus that fall include the excavation for foundations of the new proposed building, as well as the start of developing the tennis court and the new baseball field. Working through that first winter, you'll start to see site foundations taking place, concrete being poured, and again, further development of the tennis court and the ball field. As we move into the spring and early summer months, you'll see steel erection taking place, cranes always staying inside the confines of our job site. When we have large slab placements, pump trucks always staying inside the confines of our job site. Again, always keeping that safety and separation. As Brent mentioned earlier, but just to elaborate on again, we feel it's a great opportunity to turn over the baseball field and the tennis court early. That would be for the spring of 2027. Why wait until the end of the job to turn it all over at once? Teams can have that first season while the rest of the school is still finishing up. Couple of other things here just in construction as we start to bring the building to a close, we start to wrap the envelope and really push into that finish mode. That brings us to the following summer. So again, summer of 27, we'd like to have a similar summer slammer approach. There's a little bit of scope on the middle school side of things. Again, not to impact any of those folks. We would like to come in that summer, create the access road for the parking area to the middle school, and also tackle the softball field that's proposed off Landry as well.
And I told these guys they have to coordinate around Kids Day, so we're gonna be sure to keep that in mind when we do our work.
So as we move into the last phase of construction, Brent had mentioned moving into the new building and allowing for enough time. One of the key things there is moving out of the old building. And that allows us to basically switch our site fence from building the new high school to encompassing the old high school. One of the concerns we saw was parking. We know that parking is something that's very important to the students and the staff here. So by leaving the existing parking lot intact, leaving that temp parking lot that Tom talked about, and constructing this new parking lot on the far side of the site, it leaves us with roughly 275 to 300 parking spaces for the faculty and staff and students. And then it allows us to build the new parking lot that's in the footprint of the old building. So essentially, we would turn this parking lot over, we would take the existing parking lot and construct the two fields here. And as we zoom out and look at the overall site, we just built a new school in about 5 minutes. But what I wanted to turn your attention to is there's a ton of parking here. Right, so our new phase comes from here over. And one of the things that we like to do at the very end of the job, that last summer, is we like to final pave the entire site in one fell swoop. So we come through, we final pave, we final stripe, and it takes a 3.5-year project that was done over multiple phases, and it makes it look like it was done in one single phase, right? That whole site was just dropped there, and it gives it that final look. Ernie, we would work with you and make sure that the structures are all at binder level, so snow removal isn't an issue, and then when we go to put that top coat in, those structures would get raised up.
So we understand the concerns that come with building in a residential neighborhood. So just wanted to highlight some of our strategies we'll have to help mitigate our impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Blackout times. So we'll have blackout times from 7 to 9 a.m. and then 1:45 to 3 to accommodate the middle school, at which time, no construction traffic, no deliveries will be allowed. We'll also be, issuing our weekly impact plans, which, for the following week, we'll highlight any major deliveries, any, traffic impacts, shutdowns, what have you, anything that, could be a disruption to the school. We'll communicate that in advance. And something that's unique to the North Attleboro site, is the elevation of the site. Understanding that there's been concerns with water runoff within the community, so Kyle's going to hit on some efforts to mitigate that.
Yeah, so one of the things that we noticed on the sidewalk is that the fields that are back there are the highest point, and all of the surrounding neighbors are basically downhill from that field. So we wanted to look at two solutions to that issue. One was to mitigate that issue right when we mobilize on site, and two, help manage all the water that we're going to generate from the geothermal, from the dewatering of installing foundations. So what we're proposing to do is not just install your typical silt fence and straw, hay bales around the site, but install a French drain around the entire perimeter of the site. That's something that we could maybe work with Brad on and have that be a permanent item that stays in the design. And it essentially creates a moat around the job site to make sure that no water runoff is impacting any of the surrounding neighbors, and it's a very proactive approach so that we're not reacting to issues as they come up. We know New England weather loves to play tricks on us, and it's something that we want to definitely stay ahead of. Moving from the technical side of things, we wanted to focus on faculty and staff communication. This is something that I probably enjoy the most on, building excitement around the new school. It's definitely an exciting time. I'm sure for the teachers and the educators, it's probably a little bit anxious to know that they're coming into a brand new state-of-the-art building, and they're probably a little intimidated on, not just walking into the classroom and flipping the, lights on. So we brought an example of what we did at Stoughton. It's basically a teacher cheat sheet. We've done this on every school project since then. It's a one-sided piece of paper. You can see things like thermostats, light fixtures, smart boards, things that the teachers need to know, that we put this on their desk the first day of school, and they can essentially take that and feel at home that they know how to operate their classroom, and they can focus on getting the kids taught. And then Ernie, this is something we can do with your folks also. That 2 to 3 month window from June to August before that building gets turned over, we go through an extensive owner training program, and we can do this for the facilities department as well. We can do things like 3D virtual walkthroughs of the mechanical room and electrical room, and make sure that you're comfortable with what you're getting turned over. It's a very intimidating task to get that brand new building, and we are here for another year after turnover, and we're not going anywhere. I often joke that I expect a high school diploma at the end of the project because I'm here so long.
So I know I can speak for everyone on this team in Consigli as a whole when I say that building schools really is our passion. That there's a sense of fulfillment you get with a school that you just don't get with another building. And a huge reason for that is the opportunity we have to engage the students in education in construction and outside the classroom. Just a few examples we've done on past projects. We've had virtual reality stations where students can come in and take a tour of their new school. We have in-class sessions. For North Attleboro High School, we've actually put together a list of a course catalog. It's custom tailored to the North Attleboro curriculum. Take it a step further, we've discussed even taking our internship program and combining it with the school-to-work program, and that'll give students a real hands-on experience and also an opportunity for them to connect to the project on a personal level.
In the interest of time, I'll go quickly through this, but we recognize we can have an impact on the community, a positive impact on the community, more than just being a builder. We've identified some businesses right in town that either we could hire or our subcontractors could work with. We've also identified some great charities that are here right in town that we could help out with. We do it a lot on our projects. Little Rose Pantry, we have food drives. Our Open Umbrella is a great organization for students that might need a little help with whether it's school supplies or clothing, and we can do drives to help support them. So we will be more than just a builder for you on this one. So that was our end of our formal presentation. I know we went long, but welcome any questions that you might have.
I'd love to know, how do you interact with us along the way to keep us updated on things, whether it be building principal or John and myself at our level, and how often does that communication happen?
So I can speak to once construction starts. I love to implement a weekly meeting with the school principal, administration staff, and it's essentially an opportunity for us to talk about what's happening on our side of the fence and you to talk about what's happening on your side of the fence. So when you have a fire drill, we have a fire drill, right? So we evacuate the building, we lock our gates, we take part in basically being a visitor on your campus. We send those weekly emails out to not only notify you of what's happening on site, but also notify the neighboring communities and making sure that communication lines are open. I guarantee you all have my cell phone number, and we'll be talking a whole lot. And that's the goal here, is we want to have open lines of communication. I know I've worked with Tim in the past. I think he can speak to that. But really, we understand that we're visitors in your space, and we want to make construction essentially. We want you to completely forget that we're even there, right? So being able to just communicate with you and really tailor it to what you all need is kind of what we kind of pride ourselves on.
Go ahead.
I appreciate a lot of the things you said. There was a couple of things you mentioned that you like to be ahead of the game in terms of the material resources that are needed. I think you mentioned that on the mass timber. And then the other part, the drillers kind of having high need where there's very few. So you mentioned that to a point based on probably your experience, based on how the game has been played. But do you anticipate that the game has changed a little bit in the forecast of going forward in terms of availability of materials, companies, resources, anything like that? And if so, how do you anticipate staying ahead of it?
I can talk to the mass timber piece. So having a wide variety of people to paying in different countries and areas, that we need to stay very fluid with current conditions to make sure we're reacting as best as we can to potential tariffs, right? So making sure we're outreaching to as many different suppliers as we can and keeping our options open. So if we do need to pivot because some news comes down that's going to increase the cost on the job, we can make quick decisions. Having the supplier network we have on the mass timber side, we can stay fully domestic if that's what we need to do. In terms of other materials, it is really just about maybe not drilling down into proprietary materials or getting locked into materials that are definitely coming from overseas, trying to find domestic counterparts that will work for the job as well.
We're also asking subcontractors to identify, even on the 149A, identify alternatives so that if a tariff is enacted, we have an option to go to. What we're trying to prevent is a subcontractor putting in a change order later on for saying, hey, our cost went up, we want to get reimbursed for this under the Force Majeure Act. So we're asking them to identify alternatives up front.
I know Ed and I made a bunch of phone calls, and we had 4 or 5 drillers locked in for the time frame. 7 this morning, locked in for the time frame of when the geothermal scope is going to happen. So people are chomping at the bit.
Yeah, it's an exciting project for them. It's attractive. They'll be interested in the project.
You're nervous.
We'll leave that one alone.
Steve, I have a question for you. You touched on it early on as far as getting out the vote, supporting the vote. Very capable group here. We have a good designer, a good project manager, and we're looking for that construction manager, and obviously you guys can build anything out there. And I appreciate everybody. I'm a school person myself, worked on a lot of projects, but getting the vote out is the most important thing I can see here. The most complicated, I thought originally, would be the soil conditions over there, but getting the vote out for me is how. Could you just give us an insight? You touched on it, but could you give us a more in-depth insight of how you would be able to do that?
Yeah, so what we've done, we've got the videos, we've found out that people need information. They need accurate information. So sometimes it's a video, sometimes it's a handout. We did that at Tri-County. We developed a trifold that they literally could hand out to people. But at the end of the day, it's just being available to answer questions and provide facts. That's what we see the most, is like misinformation. So the more information we get out there that's factual, that helps the voters, the more comfortable they are. And so we've done, what else have we done, Christy? We've done the videos, we do the trifold. We've created websites for, frequently asked questions so that people can go to, right? But then you got people like my dad, who's 93, that doesn't know what a website is, right? So like you use the Chronicle, you use, facilities or media that they actually pay attention to. Like he'll go on North TV before he'll go to a website. So just getting the information out there, like finding the right venues to get it out there, has helped us in the past.
And the accuracy and what Steve said is really important. We need to instill confidence in the numbers that we're presenting forward. And Brad, to your point, we need to build those parity scenarios and show them that, Stoneham High School is probably the better comp because it has the geothermal, not Attleboro High School that doesn't have geothermal. So we're going to leverage our historic data to build that parity in the comparable schools that we're presenting to the town, so that they have confidence in the number. And we recognize we'll work with the team to do that and come up with the best strategy in presenting those numbers.
If I can add just one thing. So Christy had mentioned Galvin Middle School in Canton. That's my hometown. And she said that we attended, 24 events. Anything that we could get ourselves involved in, we participated. There's a picture of us at the farmer's market. And we were very concerned with the turnout leading up to the special town meeting. And the picture you see there in the middle, with everybody raising their ballot there, we got over 98% yes. That was step one. Step two was the ballot vote. Again, we were a little anxious, but it passed by over 2/3 majority. And a lot of that, the concern fell on the burden on the taxpayer, which I imagine is one of the biggest concerns here. And it really came down to informing the public what they get for their dollar, and how you compare to other towns. It really paid dividends.
I'm also, I was going to ask about the vote. Very thorough presentation.
So I think you guys did a great job, no surprise there. I only have a couple questions. One is, Kyle, Tom, you're gonna be on the job, boots on the ground, start to finish?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Every day.
And I don't know who answers this next question, but we only have a limited budget, as you guys know, when you looked at the RFP, so that basically covers Tim. When would you be willing to turn Christy and her team loose?
Other
recon. So
yeah, right. So
we only have a limited budget to do
interviews tomorrow. She's available the next day.
Okay.
Yeah, we're willing to commit people and resources ahead of costs. I mean,
Okay.
it's an investment for us.
Sure.
We recognize that, but day one, we're invested in this success here, and if we lose money doing it, we lose money doing it. But we are going to do whatever it takes to get you on the right footing for the vote.
Tom and I are also, and Brent and Chris, we're also super involved in pre-construction. When we hit the ground running and we have that groundbreaking ceremony, we want everything teed up, planned out,
right,
ready to roll, right? We don't want to be looking for surprises. We don't want to be held up. That's where, we put our heads down and we get the job done. The year and a half leading up to that point is our opportunity to really hone in on what we need to plan out, those constructability reviews, the supplemental, instructions. The contract documents do a great job of explaining what we're building. The supplemental instructions allow us to tell the subcontractors how to build it, how we want the job done, the phasing, the logistics, the schedule. So we get super involved in that early on.
I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to say that.
Yeah.
Because I do think it's important, right, to become much more knowledgeable about the job, so
Correct.
that all of these other good things that you're talking about getting out the vote, right, you're informed. And the earlier you can get on that, the better.
Yeah, we want to deliver certainty and predictability, so we will do whatever it takes to be able to deliver that at the point of the vote, because at that point, our own reputation is being put out there, just like yours and everybody else's on the committee, so.
Right.
You're gonna step foot in North Attleboro ever again.
That's it, that's all I have.
Can I ask a question? Is that okay?
I'm not the right guy to ask.
No.
Oh.
Nothing else?
Anything closing? We have 5 minutes left, other than the usual.
No, hopefully it showed, A, we're excited about the project, B, that we're the right fit for the project, and C, that it means a lot to me personally, as well as this entire company. Anthony said it, we are school builders. We've always been school builders. This is a group of school builders that not only are great builders, they're great communicators, and they're great people too. So we want to be more than the builder for you. We want to be a part of this community. And I got a say in, Anthony let me have a say in who to invite in this because he knew it meant a lot to me. So these are the people that I would love to work with on this, and I think they're going to be great for the town.
And I don't know if I can do any better than what you just said. So I'll leave it at that. Unless there's any further questions.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Introductions, I'm Chris Kenny, the Senior Project Manager with Vertex, with the OPM.
Hi, everyone. Michelle McEwen, Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Pleasure to meet you all.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm Pete Havlin, I'm the principal at the high school. I see you did your research on our school colors.
Pete's going to get up and present with you just to make you feel at home.
Come on over, Pete.
Welcome, my name's Ernie Sandlin, Facilities from North Attleboro Public Schools.
I'm Carrie Orsi, civil engineer and also parent to 2 kids in the school district.
I'm Brad Dorr with Dorr Lead.
Forgot to say, this is being recorded by North TV. We're going to hold off on broadcasting it until after all the decisions made, but we are being recorded. So.
Great. Awesome. You'd like us to go around, just kind of do name and...
Yeah, that'd be great.
And this is helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, good afternoon, everybody, again. My name is Liz Mamoui. I'm the Director of Diversity and Community Engagement, and I've been in the education and construction industry for the last 8 years.
I'm Brian Davies, Director of Construction and MEPs. I've been involved with MEPs for the past 23 years.
Dave Fontaine, Jr., CEO, Fontaine Brothers, 23 years in construction. Here for, marshaling all of our resources, making everyone that can help North Attleboro available throughout the project, providing that vision, collaboration that's key to everything that we do, and also completely accessible and involved throughout the project. You'll be able to get a hold of me anytime. I'll be supporting our team throughout the whole mission.
Griffin Kuchar, I'm a project manager with Fontaine. I've been in the industry for 8 years. I'll be working day to day with the rest of the team.
Hi, I'm Alex Omar, Senior Superintendent. I've been in the industry for about 30 plus years. All of my jobs, every single one of them has either been in a live building or on a live campus. I'm excited to be here today.
I'm Joel Kent, I'll be the project executive on the project. I've been with Fontaine for 12 years.
I'm Mark Adela. I'm the Vice President of Construction Management here at Fontaine. Been doing MSBA work for about 20 years. I'll play a number of different roles, but in particular, part of the project team to get the vote out and outreach in the community.
Chelsea Mutry, Vice President of Pre-Construction Services. I've been in the industry for almost 20 years.
Joseph Canal, Superintendent. I'll be Alex's right-hand man in the field, and I've been in the construction industry for 10 years.
Wow. All this good stuff. Dave Fontaine Sr., thank you so much for having us. I was actually born at Fontaine Brothers, I think. My main role is to lend help and support to our team and the owner's team anywhere along the way. And my real passion is, you'll see me more visiting the sites, because that's what I really like to do once a week, and once to twice every couple of weeks. But that's what I always loved, and that's what I can get back to doing now.
Awesome. All right, let me get started, and if there's anything throughout this presentation, questions, stuff like that we can clarify, our preference would be to have an hour-long conversation. This would be the only time anyone talks uninterrupted for the next 4 or 5 years if we do it that way. So, please jump in and clarify. And also, there's so much information in the RFQ and the RFP. This is a big project, so we've tried to cover a lot of what we think will be interesting, impactful, and better communicated in person, obviously, but if there's things that you're interested in, we glance over there, please stop us and jump in. I just want to give a little bit of kind of brief overlay of Fontaine. I'm sure you saw this in some of the books. We're 4th generation. We're family owned. We consider ourselves MSBA experts. 80-90% of what we do is MSBA work. We're focused here in Massachusetts. That is where we want to be. We are the size that we want to be. We intentionally pursue and try and complete about 8 to 12 projects at any one time. And for us, it's, you know, really about when the projects, the team, the consultants all really line up with teams that we have available, we really feel we can deliver an exceptional experience. That's what we go after. We're focused here. Every project is absolutely, positively super important to us. You'll see, you know, our DCAM rating is almost perfect. We line up our projects, our availability at the right time. Every year, we actually choose to not pursue more MSBA projects that get put out than we choose to pursue. So we're really excited about this team. We're really excited about this opportunity, and you know, we're really glad to be here and get to present to your group. MSBA experts I talked about, we've delivered over 100 MSBA schools. When you look on the next slide, you'll see, you know, just in the past 10 or so years, these are 14 high school projects, many of which are similar or larger size and square footage and complexity to North Attleboro, and we're very proud to have those all on our resume. We're very proud to have those references that, you know, we invite and hope that you've called around. The entire experience is very important to us. But being focused in education, right? Like for us, we see ourselves not just as builders. There are, you know, lots of great firms who are technically competent, who have great teams. In this type of project for us, the unique element in kind of delivering in a town like North Attleboro is understanding and tying into, you know, this is the largest community investment that, you know, will probably ever happen or is being contemplated in town. And we understand that our role as part of that team is to do what we can, you know, not as the OPM, not as the architect, but as the builder, especially in a project like this where it's pre-vote, right? To, you know, deliver on that collaborative experience, to help, you know, communicate clearly and concisely what the benefits of the project will be for the town. And then to provide the same, you know, service, the same promises that we're helping you all to be able to promise to the community. We take that role very, very seriously. And, you know, we consider ourselves partners with a focus on schools. You know, it's a combination for us of capacity, of capability, and also of the right team, the right attitude, the right consultants. We've been following this project for several years. When we saw, you know, that Vertex and Dora and Whittier were the teams that were involved, we have great working relationships, great working histories with both of them. And we feel that they mirror our kind of approach to construction MSBA, which is built on trust, which is built on partnership. We call it blameless problem solving or solution seeking, right? Like, you need people part of this team because there are going to be issues and challenges that come up. This is a complicated effort, and we're here to be that partner. You know, we understand that this community is made up of various different groups, right? And like, one of the things that's a little bit unique about Fontaine is both the educational focus, but also the makeup of the leadership of our firm. Obviously, you know, nuts and bolts, core strength construction, right, we're very strong at, but we also have a multidisciplinary team intentionally. So as you'll hear from the rest of our group, we have leaders in our company who come from backgrounds in education, who come from backgrounds in systems and MEPs. And that helps us not only to understand the community needs, right, but to help craft messages and understanding of how we're going to tie that together. But above all, right, understanding what the overall mission is, our role in that, helping you communicate that and deliver that over the next 5 years and over the life of this building, Ernie, because we know that building it is one piece, but operating it is just as, if not more difficult, more costly to the town. So the efficiency of those systems and our role in that is extremely important to us. You'll hear from Brian Davies later. So with that, I want to turn it over to Mark, who's going to speak.
So we knew competition for this job was going to be extremely fierce. And we've been through this process more than a couple times, but we took a completely different approach. We went looking for every possible local detail that we could find and dumped it into your proposal. But that wasn't quite enough. Like, it still wasn't moving the needle for us. We kept coming back to this vision of a Rocketeer. And Brad said to me when we were at the pre-bid, he's like, what the hell were you doing on the facility subcommittee meeting? Like, those are great meetings. They'll really let us understand you and where you're coming from and your vision. So to show you all, like, who we are, how we operate, the vision that we have to partner with you here in North, we created our own vision collaboratively as a team that has 4 key components. And Liz is going to start by talking about how we love to engage students and honor your commitment to authentic learning.
Yeah, so prior to coming to Fontaine, I was actually working at a middle school, so youth engagement and education are at the center of what I do at Fontaine, but also, you know, my own involvement in the community on different boards and committees. I am a strong believer in investing the time and the resources necessary so we meet the students where they are and help them get to where they want to be. And so the work that we do, as a company, right, broadening those, perspectives and understanding is, important to us, and it is truly part of my personal philosophy. And because of that, our focus when it comes to student engagement is all about, coming up with highly customized, students' experiences, right? Because each district has different goals. And, because of that, there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach. So one of the first things that we would love to do is sit down with Principal Haviland, Assistant Superintendent McEwen, right, to talk about the best ways that we can engage students with the construction that's happening next door. And as Mark mentioned, we spent a lot of time looking at the vision of a Rocketeer, right, understanding the commitment that the entire staff and faculty are making to families and students, providing those authentic learning opportunities and helping students on their path to self-discovery to really, make sure that they're prepared to succeed in whatever post-high school path they choose. So we also understand that a key part of this is engaging and retaining middle school students, right? Encouraging them to access the quality education at North Attleboro High School. And we believe that this project will help do that. And so we are really excited and deeply committed to helping you achieve that. And this is something that we are currently working on at David Harvey High School, where just last week we were spending time planning a day for middle school students to come tour the construction site of the new high school and get an opportunity to, talk to the program directors of, the programs that will be in the new school, again, with the goal of getting them excited about the transition from middle school to high school, and also to make sure that they're not school choicing into Shepherd Hill and some of the other surrounding high schools. So the other thing I wanted to make sure that we mention is we are super excited about these proposed learning hubs, because not only are they super interesting, I wish I had some of these when I was in high school, but also our recent high school experience has given us the opportunity to work with similar programs. So we will bring some of those ideas, to really brainstorm, again, what are those things in ways that are going to be interesting for us to engage with students. And so in our proposal, one of the things that we talked about is, giving students an opportunity to, come see how robotics and emerging technologies are at play in our industry, working with the environmental science team and students to get them to understand these sustainability systems and materials that are going to be in the project. The Rocky report, right? Like having students come on site and document the progress, then go edit and then share that film with not only students in the high school and middle school, but also the North Attleboro community more broadly. And we've also had the opportunity of working with Innovation Pathways programs, and so that we are ready on day one to come in and help those students on any projects that they might be working on. So these are just a few of the ways that we could propose to work with students, and we do understand that not all the faculty is in place for some of these proposed programs, but this is something that has come up in other districts. It has not stopped us from, working with students and really getting the community excited about what lies ahead.
Vote support, another component of our vision. The MSBA celebrated their 20th anniversary last year. Historically, CMs have not been brought on board to be a part of the project team at this stage. In the last few years, as the dollars have climbed and the challenge of getting these votes passed, there's been a change in wisdom of bringing the builder on board. We've been lucky enough to be brought on board 5 times in recent years. We've had great success. I personally have had 3 votes passed working with Dora Whittier, and it's something I really like as a part of my job, is to get out into the community and spread the word about this project and mobilize voters. I always start with a very data-driven, go to the town clerk's office, understand how many registered voters there are, understand trends in voter turnout, so that we can set some goals, right? You've got about 22,000 registered voters in town. Your voter turnout peaks around 70% for presidential elections, which is what we see when a vote of this magnitude, this kind of investment from your taxpayers comes around not very often, right? So if we start projecting, we think we need a little more than 8,500 votes to get this passed. You've got 4,207 students, give or take, John, in the school district. Those kids are cared for by parents, by grandparents, by cousins, by neighbors, by friends. And that's the audience that collectively the project team needs to get good information, clear and consistent information out to. Our approach has always been leverage social media, leverage existing community events. The time of year you vote is awesome. Everyone's on a sideline for youth sports somewhere, watching freezing baseball, soccer, whatever it happens to be. We've got a really captive audience. Here, as a Purple Hat town, we know there's a strong connection to your veterans. So Liz and I have been in touch with Steve, your veteran service agent, to start to think about how could we leverage the work that he's already doing around veterans outreach, around career development, resume support, and let them know of the economic development opportunities that will happen for this job in their town, and get them excited to get to the polls and support this so that we can then capture those bodies and put them to work here in North Attleboro. With that said, let's move into the more bricks and mortar and the construction.
Thanks, Mark. So, like I said, we want to do a quick overview, right, about Fontaine, but also about our understanding of this project and about our role as we see it as MSBA builders and as partners in this process. A key piece of being able to deliver this is having a team that we're going to dedicate to this project with the experience, the knowledge, but also the capacity and the capability to do it. There's a lot of MSBA projects that are, that are continuing through. There's a lot of interest in public work because of different things in the economy. This is, always has been, and always will be Fontaine's bread and butter. This is what we do despite ups and downs in the economy, public, private. Education in Massachusetts is what we do. It's innate to our DNA. The people that we're proposing have been with us for a long time. They've come through the Fontaine way. Want to first highlight Joel Kent. Joel, recent successful project with Vertex right up the road in Walpole, tight site, occupied site, involved all the way from pre-construction through successful completion and now the building operation, along with a successful project with Doran Whittier in Northbridge. Alex Omar, our lead superintendent. Again, several successful similar projects with Fontaine. You can see South High Community School in Worcester, gigantic site project, literally over 100,000 yards of export, arsenic soils. That's a huge part of what we do working outside of the city. We don't work in Boston. We're not trying to build skyscrapers. We work on big occupied campuses, big site component, which is huge here, as you'll hear about. Alex's current project, Tingsboro Middle School, will be finished this upcoming summer. Great availability for pre-construction and diving in. And something I really want to highlight, not to say, not to draw a negative comparison to others, but because I think it's important to understand. Alex will be full-time, 100% dedicated to this project. He will be on site every day. He will be in coordination with you and your staff. He will be the one that is your go-to, along with Joe, right, of everything that we're going to work through the logistics. And I just want to highlight that because in the marketplace, people with Alex's experience generally are, allocated a portion of their time to, several different projects, right? And their planning and experience is super helpful. We believe that, it's best to have someone of this experience on a project this size dedicated 100% of the time to it. And I want to highlight that because obviously that limits our capacity, right, to go and, spread people across projects. So we think it's important that you see the value in that because we believe that a project of this size, really calls for a project superintendent of that experience. Want to turn it over, I just want to highlight as well, the team, right, that's supporting them, not just on this project, but in addition back in our office. We have all the in-house resources of any large national firm, BIM, diversity, safety, schedule, all in-house. But those people are focused on our 8, 10, 12 projects at a time. They're not trying to train up younger people underneath them. We're using lessons learned from ongoing projects to inform our planning and our new projects. And also just want to highlight, we're on the cutting edge of technology and AI. We are using it across all of our projects in ways to enable tradespeople to make things safer, to make things more cost effective. I grew up pushing a broom from 14 years old. There's very few people in the industry that are both now kind of leading the way as a visionary in tech and AI and really understand construction day to day. I play that role. I bring that back to our company and everything that we do. And over the next, 3, 4, 5 years, there's going to be massive changes in the construction industry. We're at the forefront of those, and we're also able to roll those out on our projects instantaneously, right? We're not trying to figure out how we get it into different markets or whatever. This is what we do. It's innovative. That goes through all facets. Safety, Skill Signal is a good example. Everyone that comes on and off our projects is, digitally recorded, right, with, making sure they have Corey checks, making sure that they have OSHA 10s. Just one of many examples. We can go into it if it's interesting, but generally speaking, you know, we are constantly using new technologies, and this being a flagship project for us would be a great place to pilot them, to work with your STEM classes, so really exciting stuff to dive into. Want to turn it over, you know, rest of the presentation, kind of go through the life cycle of the project from pre-construction into construction, and also to facilities, operations, and maintenance.
Thanks, Dave. My name's Chelsea Mutry again. I've been in the industry, as I mentioned before, almost 20 years. And I bring a really unique perspective to your project, as I've actually worked on all sides of the table. I've worked on the design side. Early in my career, I actually partnered with Carrie and Par on school projects. I've worked on the owner side and now working on the construction management side. And really the thread that's tied all of those experiences together is solution seeking. The team that you see here, as Dave noted earlier, these will be the people assigned to the project. They are also solution seekers and will be active throughout all of pre-construction, some phases into construction, but they have a deep knowledge of school construction.
Brief interlude. I give Joel the remote for 10 seconds, and it all goes sideways.
So what we really want to highlight here is we actually just went through this process with Agawam High School this time exactly last year. Similar size school, 200,000 square foot plus building, full geothermal system. Timelines around that SD submission to the MSBA, the board vote, town, all that stuff is happening really quickly. It was a seamless process for us. It went really well. I'm excited to jump back into it again. I'm very much a process person, as everybody here knows that. I love process, so each time I get to go through this, I get to make it better. And so every project really benefits from that. And we have to join the team. So let me just double check that I got, okay, yes. So our team put together a detailed conceptual estimate based on the information that was included in the PSR. This was kind of a gut check against what PM&C and Fennessy were also carrying. And you can see, we think actually that the project scope aligns really well right now with the budget as we see it. I have a master's degree in architecture. I've worked in design. I love buildings. I love construction. I love space. So with my knowledge of the industry, as well as our lead estimator, Shane Sampson, who was also actually a project manager managing construction projects for many years, we bring an added layer of experience to our pre-construction team. And we really enjoy jumping in with design teams early to talk through material selections, budgeting, really to set the project up for success. Stay here for one sec. A couple of items that are really key for us to jump into early. We love to investigate site work, envelopes, and mechanical systems. Just a high-level highlight of a project right now that we are in pre-construction on. We are working with Doran Whittier and LPA on Clinton Middle School, and we were able to save that project $1 million just in looking at soil movement. So we helped move that from over-excavation and trucking soils off-site to keeping as much as we can on-site and looking at ground improvements. So there's significant cost savings that we can dig into early with the design team to help keep the project cost-effective. This is really where our team, I think, brings our A game. So we look forward to being able to jump in with everybody and deliver a successful and cost-effective project. Next slide, we're going to jump to Mass Timber for a minute. So we don't just build schools, we are shaping the future of education. Our goals are to deliver high quality, efficient, and sustainable learning environments. And Mass Timber is really a game changer in the industry. That aligns with all the goals I just mentioned, sustainable, efficient, and really also undeniably a beautiful material, which is a cherry on top. So I'm going to turn it over to Joel for a minute to talk through some of our timber projects.
That was one of the architectural elements that Alex and I were most excited about with this project, is in the distributed dining commons, the mass timber element that you guys have envisioned. We've delivered dozens of MSBA schools with mass timber components. We've even self-performed a number of them with our own master carpenters in-house, including Freeman Kennedy School in Norfolk, that we self-performed.
So I really would love to talk a lot about mass timber and geothermal systems, but I had to shrink this up to make sure that we were in the 35-minute mark. So if you have any questions for me after, please bring them on. But what we want to highlight here is we just finished pre-construction on a project with UMass Amherst. They're building a space for their health and health sciences team, and really the focus of this is clearly mass timber. We know that Brad's team is looking at that element for the distributed dining commons, which is a mouthful for me, but I got it out. So a couple of items that we want to keep track of for a seamless kind of transition from pre-construction into construction for Joel and Alex is lead times, making sure that we're talking to manufacturers early so that they know about this project and are interested. Bid coverage, larger the package, the more competitive the bids are, and we have a really solid network of manufacturers, European and Canadian, to tap into early. And coordination, also one of our favorite parts. We want to work with Brad's team early. There's a lot of conversations to have around connection details. So to structural steel, concrete, curtain wall, just give it all to us. We will help move that process forward.
We'll give you a couple minutes extra at the end, but since we're talking about this, rather than come back.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about what the market's like out there right now and the progression of the market, right? Because a lot of this has to do with, who can do it, who's available, right? Types, species, all of that jazz.
Those are really sensitive conversations to have early in pre-construction, especially around if you have multiple wood materials talking to each other. For example, this staircase here, it's not mass timber, but those materials need to talk to each other. So what we've found, especially on this project, it's really important to coordinate those items through pre-construction and even into submittals. We're trying to build. When we say lead times, we're building in the procurement process lead time of materials, but also building in time for extensive submittal review, because that's really where I think you're going to flush out your system connections. And obviously working early with you guys on, species, we have connections with some local vendors that can bring samples to the table so we can see all of those materials together.
Chelsea's got our hands in both North American markets and European markets, and we've done very effectively kind of played which market best serves a project given the time and the cost.
It's an early release package. I mean, we want to look at that as at the same time that we'd be looking at structural steel, because there's so much coordination that has to happen before that timber is even on site.
I would also just add the devil's in the detail a little bit with that coordination, right? Both in, the loads, the calculations, and, where the scope of services starts and ends with different people, and just getting that coordinated. We have an in-house structural engineer, we have an in-house mass timber inspector. So, those types of things, really working the nuts and bolts are important from very early on so that you don't hit unanticipated roadblocks or schedule issues later on, getting things fully released, those types of questions.
Yeah, sure. The other one, you can ask me all the questions you want on geothermal wells as well. So we are actively procuring 2 projects right now, Clinton Middle School, Agawam High School. It's over 75 miles of piping material. We are very aware this is a big package, so there's a lot of coordination to do early on this one as well. One of the things that we're really watching with this type of material, again, to your comment about lead times, a year ago, the market was really saturated with geothermal well projects. It was new, it was exciting, everybody wanted to do it. So a lot of the conversations we were having with subcontractors around lead times of 12 to 18 months had nothing to do with material, it was actually their availability. But we've been able to partner recently with some national firms to kind of lighten up that lead time issue. We still look at this as an early package because we want to get it out there as fast as we can. Test well, for example, something we want to do first thing in the summer when the kids are out of school, that information is really critical to system sizing. And I think, in our Agawam High School project, 200,000 square feet, full geothermal, their system's at around 160 wells. So, when we look at 300 plus that's indicated in the narrative, we definitely want to dig into what are those details around that number. Because there's a significant cost savings if you bring that well number down.
We were being conservative given the fact that we didn't have a test well.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Total sense, the right approach.
Yeah.
And I had a few conversations with local drillers as we were looking at this, just saying like, you know, your calcs, you do it all the time, just tell me where you think this really would land. And so I definitely think it's something to dig really deep into early in pre-construction.
CMT is a great firm. We're doing a preschool with them right now, so, I mean, we'll get the whole process figured out.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, thanks guys.
So before we jump into the nuts and bolts of this project, I wanted to take a second and kind of talk a little bit about myself. So, of course, I said I was super excited to be here. This job really lends itself to my expertise and my strengths. I really want to build this product for you, to be direct. I have a lot of ties to this area. I grew up in Lincoln, Rhode Island. My family has frequented this area for 40 years, 50 years. I met my wife in the area. She's a graduate of Bishop Thean. I've got family in the area. I have a nephew who will be roaming these halls in 7 or 8 years. And I think most importantly, 30 years ago this month, I started my commercial construction career in John L. Deach Square for Hodas Building Company. With that, I'll turn over to Joe.
Yeah. All right, so we look at every single school campus where we're trying to build a new building as kind of a puzzle. And we have spent the past several months, myself, Alex, Griff, and Joe, working together, meeting regularly to go through everything we know about the design, everything we know about the campus and how it functions, and to make sure we really understand what is going on here and what we have to do to plan to create a construction environment in which we minimize any kind of disruptions to learning and teaching on campus. That's our priority.
So that said, you know, our primary objective is to make sure we have a safe project, safe campus. We're looking at ways to keep the students and the faculty safe, as well as people who visit the site. So early on, we want to make sure that we are setting up our gate correctly. We want to work with the town, make sure we've got good traffic routing for our trucks and delivery people, make sure we've got clear vision off the site and good signage on Landry. We identified early on in the project that we want to go after the maintenance building, the prefab building we've been talking about, and try to get that out of the way. And I think it's important that once we're going after the utilities in this area and starting to build the road, that we start going after the foundation for that prefab building immediately, as we want to turn it over as school comes back in the fall.
All right. Now, as school builders, we know that the summers are one of the most critical elements of our schedule. So this is showing us summer of '26 when we get into getting the site ready for the kids to come back to school in the fall. And yeah, Alex, highlights here.
Right, so we're continuing through the summer, working on the Hall Road into the site, really focusing on that prefab building again, trying to get that ready for the fall. We've also identified this as an important piece. We think it's really important to get this parking lot constructed early. I think it's going to be a great benefit to the campus to have additional parking for the athletic facility during sporting events, and additional parking for the faculty or whoever else may park there. At this time, we're also going after site fence and erosion, starting to cut the grade and clear and grub at that point. And going back to the safety portion of this, we really focused on trying to make sure we had clear access for students and faculty and people who visit the campus to cross the roads clearly and get onto the turf stadium.
We're also showing down here these fields being open right now. That's one of the things we think might be a possibility. We know how impactful having extra outdoor space can be for a school campus. So if we don't need to take that, we think there's an avenue that we could probably leave that open for at least an additional season or two.
So this is an example of our crossing we're currently using at East Long Meadow project. We have a similar entrance to the site. We've got a long haul road crossing 2 fields. We're utilizing a pathway across the road. As you can see, with traffic markings, clear signage, low fence for visibility, making sure that drivers see people who are trying to cross the road, and making sure that everyone crosses the road safely.
All right, and now we're into first day of school 2026, fall of 2026. We plan all of our construction schedules on school campuses around the school calendar. So it's not just phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. It's first day of school. That's how we do everything in terms of planning, phasing, and logistics on a school campus. So everything that we do over the summer is going to be geared to getting that site ready for that first day of school. When the kids come back, the parents are back, the teachers are back, the buses are back. And Alex, you want to talk through just a little bit of the logistics here?
So at this point, we've got the parking lot completed. We've got another access point to the stadium for everybody. especially for those sporting events where a lot of people park in this area. We also paid a lot of attention to how the buses move around the site. And we come up with two options for drop-off pickup. We could either do a quick turn around the island where they generally pick up students now. We've also identified some space between the Hall Road and the existing building. We could create another traffic lane so they could come all the way around the north side of the building and back around to the entrance, while still maintaining facilities access to the back side of the building and existing parking that is in that area. At this point, we're obviously well into utilities. We'll talk a little bit more utilities in one of the next slides where we see that we've got some conflicts with the building footprint. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Joe.
So upon completion of my civil engineering degree 6 years ago, I've developed a strong interest in stormwater management, site development, and sustainable construction. That's exactly why I would love to work on this project. Go back one? Yeah. Okay, so to allow the free use of the southeastern field down here, our first proposed well field location would be on the north side of the site. So up on this north side of the site, there is a steep elevation drop to the neighboring neighborhood, Laurelwood Drive, which means groundwater control is absolutely critical. To mitigate this, what we would do is we would stabilize the drilling site with a layer of stone and construct a French drain system along the fence line to divert any water that is not collected by the dewatering tanks to a local temporary sedimentation basin. We would follow a similar approach between our site and the stadium with a French drain system to also do something similar where we're diverting water away from the stadium so there's no water infiltration into that stadium. We'd also like to explore the feasibility and benefits of moving the well fields to underneath the future baseball stadium. This would reduce any disruptions to the Laurelwood community caused by the drilling, noise, or vibration. Additionally, this would also simplify the water management plan, allow the free use of the tennis courts at the same time on the north side, and it would also reduce piping costs as this new location is significantly closer to the new high school's mechanical room. Not only limited to the geothermal wells, our team will develop a site-specific SWIP plan that will be consistently and clearly communicated with the Conservation Committee in town on a regular basis. Our team is dedicated to protecting the environment and ensuring that we maintain a sustainable construction approach.
Getting back to utilities, I mentioned earlier on, from this view, you can certainly see that we've got some utilities passing through the footprint of the building.
These are existing utilities that are currently serving the existing campus.
Correct. We have gas, sewer, water, electric, that some of them need to be routed outside the building footprint. We know from our experience working on live campuses that this is a very sensitive operation. We need to make sure we're coordinating with the school department. Your school cannot shut down at any point. We need to make sure that we're scheduling work around holidays, long weekends, vacations, or even second shift or overnight if needed.
All right, and we are into late fall 2026. You see the building footprint emerging. Griff, will you talk a little bit about how you and I, as project managers, will serve Alex and Joe and get this building up out of the ground?
Yep, so at this point, we'll have some early packages. We'll also be working to procure the remainder of the subcontractors. A lot of what we do is to make sure that these guys in the field have what they need when they need it to stay on schedule. So we'll be working closely with the project team, subcontractors, to ensure materials are delivered on time and get towards the actual construction of the building.
All right. Now, summer of 2027, this is our second summer on campus. At this point, we've put up 1,587 tons of structural steel to build the new building. The building is roofed, it's enclosed, and Alex and his team are off to the races inside the building.
So at this point, we're driving the building towards finishes. We've got a year left in the schedule, so we're going to have probably about 200 plus people on site working in the building or outside on potential hardscapes at that point. We're also going to probably have placed maybe 5,000 cubic yards of concrete. That's about 500 trucks. And we're working through trying to push this building. Another important piece of this is that we've taken over this field in the last slide. We want to make sure that we're choosing our turf system early on in the project, choosing things like the seaming options, whether it's stitched or glued, and making sure that you understand what kind of fill you want, or if you want to utilize a pad underneath the turf field. All those things are important because we want to get this field done and turned over when the school gets turned over.
Summer of 2028 is going to be a very busy summer. We see this as one of the keys to the project. Between Joe, Griff, Alex, and I, we've done 16 of these summer school opening, take down the old building, and we've brought together a really experienced group of people on our side because this is all about effective planning and communication. There's furniture coming into the building. The technology systems are being brought up to speed by the district's IT staff. And meanwhile, we're simultaneously sequencing the demolition operation to make sure that we start on the west side of the site and get enough of the building out of the way to get the new middle school circulation loop in. That's our #1 priority in terms of getting the campus ready to handle the new building coming online in the fall.
And at this point, your turf fields are turned over, all your hardscape, your driveways, parking lots, tennis courts, and some of the additional work that was talked about in the softball field. At this point, we're concentrated on the center of your campus. We're enclosed. We want to probably implement some blackout hours at this point. As all the drive lanes are open, we don't want to impact the drop-off pickup, parents, buses. And at this point, we're going after any utilities, starting some of the concrete work around the turf. And those early decisions you make on the turf are super important here as well, because we feel that once we hit late August, September, we can probably finish this turf field before winter sets in.
All right, and our final slide, this is spring of 2029. Project is, by all appearances, complete. Building is open, functioning, and this would, for a lot of firms, this is going to be the end of the project. For us, it's part of our approach that we're also with you through the operation of the building. If you think about it like you're moving into a brand new, absolutely enormous house, you want to know how every switch works. You got to know what you got to do to maintain it. And Brian is going to be an instrumental piece of getting you used to your new building, getting you acclimated to your building. We'll let Brian talk about that a little bit.
Thanks, Joel. As mentioned earlier, my name is Brian Davies. I'm the Director of Construction and MEPs here at Fontaine Brothers. Over the last 20 plus years, my career has led me through experience with mechanical systems, electrical controls. But I'd say probably the most shaping part of my career, and really in line with the Fontaine way, is my experience serving several deployments as a Navy nuclear fast attack submarine operator and mechanic. When you're beneath the surface of the ocean and you experience an alarm or a systems casualty, nobody's walking around trying to figure out whose problem it is, who's responsible, whose fault it is. It is address the emergency, restore the system, and protect the integrity of the system and the 120 lives on board. So, as mentioned earlier, I think David mentioned it, the blameless problem solving, like we truly stand behind that. So probably the most fulfilling part of my job is engaging with facilities management crews like you, Ernie. We'll be involved, I'll be directly involved with you both pre and post turnover. When I mention pre, we're dealing with buildings that are, decades old, sometimes greater than that. And while it's exciting to think about new state-of-the-art systems, it can also be daunting for new schools. So my involvement with that should hopefully provide some comfort, as well as you could be in a situation where you have 1 out of 3 boilers working and you're wondering, can we get these limping along until this new school opens? And that's where we can step in and with some creative involvement and solutions and make sure that that school is going to sustain until your new building opens. And then beyond that, I'll be involved with making sure that training is taking place, understanding of maintenance periodicities, or just simple conversations about how this system works.
Can you talk to us a little bit about training, right? Because that's something where I feel, collectively, it's always a letdown. You know what I mean? Because, Ernie is going to be taking over, a fast attack sub.
Yeah.
And, he's not running a fast attack sub right now, so he's going to have a whole lot that he's going to be having to deal with.
Absolutely.
We're always trying to go and get, training into the spec. It never seems to be enough. Right? Subs are tired at that point. Right? They're not really excited about going and, having to train. How do we fix that problem that seems to exist on all jobs, right? Blameless here, but it's an issue, right? Like, we all acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been on the facility side as well. I spent years at Harvard University and have been turning over new systems, and I've seen the shortcomings that come with it. So I have a level of expectation that comes with it, and to try to drum that excitement back up. We want to make sure that I could go a long time about this, but with these MSBA funded projects, we have some highly technical systems. And I have a lot of experience over the years, as I mentioned, dealing with, working with facilities crews, not only through that warranty period, but well beyond that. We want to end up as the go-to resource so that you can call us well beyond warranty. And that's something that we truly stand behind. But aside from that, we have a well-developed training maintenance program and tracking system that we're going to ensure all of these are happening not only in the right order, but in the right groupings. Because in my opinion, you can't just go through it by spec section and treat it as like a systematic, just like, okay, let's train on low voltage transformers, pad mount transformers, switches, whatever it may be. We want to pair those up so that it can be as practical as possible to the end user. Even tying, I'm getting into electrical there, but the biggest, most complex systems, as I see it, is a lot of times the HVAC systems, and thankfully that's where a lot of my experience comes from on the mechanical side. But I know what I'm looking for, and I'll attend a lot of the complex trainings myself to make sure to ask those trigger questions that I've seen in the past to owners as being, what could be a major issue, trying to stay ahead of those things.
So we could look to you guys and to you, Chelsea, as part of, like, when we're putting stuff together, pre-con.
Absolutely.
That we can go and, start to integrate the lessons learned, that book, and so that we have some type of blanket that we can put into the front end that's going to really help to, when we get to that point, right, that we've got something to fall back on. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And I wasn't trying to answer for you, but even with our supplemental instruction to bidders, incorporate a lot of those lessons learned. And that's where my tie to Chelsea and the pre-construction team is an automatic here at Fontaine, to incorporate lessons learned from not just the last project, but every single project all of us have been a part of. I think Joel had mentioned this team, 16 projects together. There's a lot more than that across the company, and I am a common thread that jumps across every single one of those.
I see Brian probably every 3 months in the office because he is boots on the ground dealing with those issues.
Unless we're in pre-con.
on all projects, like, he is there. So it's good hands to be in.
And just to speak to it from my level, like, going back in 2013, I think we opened Auburn Middle School as a CM job. It was our first CM job. We'd all been all hard bid, right? Which there's a lot of benefits to. You stay pretty lean and mean. We still do half of our work that way. But we turned it over, and the systems were just, for months and months, they weren't working right. We ended up bringing in a third-party controls expert, right, to diagnose stuff and get it fixed for us on our dime, because we're like, it's not a warranty, we need to get it correct for the owner. And that led me personally to, we need more resources, even as a GCCM, that understand MEPs. So Brian's background in controls, he can sit at these meetings, right, and understand all the jargon and hold everyone accountable. We also have an in-house licensed electrician that works under Brian in MEPs. So all those systems, we have in-house resources that truly understand them. And as you know, when you sit in those meetings, that's a huge barrier, right? Is the he said, she said, who should have wired, duct smokes, all this. And we have the ability to do it, spot those problems, and resolve them early. So
And they like to use a lot of big words and technical terms to try to
usually ask people
smoke screen people.
Ask people after what they will.
We need a prize.
I can't overemphasize how important that is to us. I'm glad you're asking about it, because we only work in Massachusetts, right? So we can't have buildings that we turned over 8 years ago that aren't working, because you're all still talking to those superintendents and those facilities folks. And, like, those projects are still our projects. So it's very important to us. I'm glad you recognize it, but we will stay that. You could call us in 8 years and say, hey, what about this? What about that? We'll answer the phone. We will be there. And it's regardless of the timing, the warranties, whatever, these are our clients and we see it that way.
Nobody wants a headline of a 5-year-old school already requires, you know, a certain amount of attention or money into a system that isn't working properly.
I don't want to dwell on it, but I mean, you guys know it's a big deal right now with MSBA.
Absolutely.
Right? It's a big deal for you
And that,
down the road.
And that's definitely become a trigger point with the MSBA and third-party commissioning agents. You see a definite higher level of attention from the commissioning agents who haven't maybe even typically been involved in training except from an admin standpoint of review. Did this happen? Do I have a sign-in sheet and stuff? You know, so it's definitely something we recognize. You know, trying to stay ahead of. Absolutely. Just a little bit more on the MEP and emerging technology and AI. We wanted to showcase a platform that we like using. I like it on the construction side, and I also like it on the post-turnover side. It's a program called Open Space, and this is simply piloted by a superintendent like Joe or Alex on a daily tour, a normal tour where they're going into every room in the building, wearing a hard hat that's equipped with a camera on top that's taking a snapshot every half second, 360 degree. And what that results in, not only is it cool for me from, you know, a director of construction standpoint, walking into maybe just a steel structure that's been MEP coordinated, with the use of GPS, I can literally see the piping and systems that are going to be built there and exactly what our clearances are. But beyond that, from an owner standpoint, after the fact, if you're looking to hang a new lead plaque, and you want to know what kind of services are in those walls, you can use Open Space to actually peel back, like pinpoint a location of exactly where you want to stand and say, all right, I want to see that wall, I want to see the paint gone, I want to see the drywall gone, rip the insulation out, there's my pipe, I'm not going to drill through it. You know, so I think it's a really cool tool, and it's something that we're excited to show you guys as well.
And that's just a service, so you understand, it's included in our price proposal, it's included in our scope of services. We're, you know, obviously not required from an MSBA perspective, but speaks to that focus on what are we turning over, what are we delivering, beyond what we have to, that we're going to be proud of, that we know is going to be what is going to be the best use for the client. So with that, you know, we'd love to get into questions on your end. If we could just wrap up, you know, at the very end with a minute or two on this last slide, that would be great. But we'd love to hear your thoughts. This is a very complicated project logistically and everything, so we'd love to hear about, you know, your thoughts on our thoughts. Obviously, we've been doing it in a bubble. You know, any other questions that you have for our team?
I have one question. I also want to compliment you on the amount of time and detail you took at really paying attention to us and what we've been talking about and our priorities. So thank you for that, first of all. And I think really important to us is how will you work with us? So once you're on site, once you're working, if there's a problem that comes up, how do you communicate? How do we know where you are in the process? How do you work with the principal versus superintendent, assistant superintendent?
I'd say in a lot of ways, what ends up happening is that we have kind of a laddered communication system. So it's, you know, Alex and Joe are going to be dealing with the folks on site day to day, having real-time communication about where trucks are coming, what things need to happen, what needs to move, things like that. And then I would generally be a primary point of contact for, you know, the project team, and dealing with the town, communicating issues, things like that, and coordinating with my team to make sure that we're giving you the most current information possible.
I think, to add to that, I think every week when we do our owners meeting, we provide a 3-week look ahead. We talk about all the important targets on site every week. And we're communicating all that stuff on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think from a broader perspective too, that there's a process up front where, you know, as Liz said, she would want to meet right up front on what's the curriculum that's going to be most impactful to your education on the safety and logistics side. We'd sit with your entire team and do like a visioning session that's what does this project in its most successful form look like to your team, right? Like all this that we've put together has been in a bubble, not being able to interact with you yet. You can see our school expertise, obviously, I'm sure has hit on a lot of things that are important, but until we become the true collaborator, you know, that's limited. We look forward to that. But also like all this graphics that you see, these things, those are all produced in-house. We can be flexible with those. So before students are going to return to school, we'll help you to create a mailer that will go out to students and teachers and faculty. Here's the traffic pattern, this and that. So there's a process to it, but it starts with that kind of overall vision and how can we tie in a perfect world.
Great, thanks.
Lots of coordination meetings with, this is your security system. Is this something that you're used to seeing? Do you want to manually lock versus the alternative? And then even getting into the post-turnover stuff. I personally want to be there for your first fire alarm drills, any sort of security drills. We want to make sure that the systems are functioning properly and understood. And if they're not, we're going to run through it again.
Perfect.
Just to piggyback on her, Michelle's question was just kind of, if you could talk about the neighbors and kind of, I know you've talked about like dewatering and all that stuff, but like kind of neighborhood management, since we have a lot of abutters really close.
Yeah.
And just how you manage their expectations and when issues come up.
Again, I would think of it as a laddered approach, right? This is very common. I think of the Balmer School in Northbridge having a very similar property line where the construction site and the neighbors were, 11 residences along that line. Reminds me of Laurelwood. I'm generally the company ombudsman that thinks about the big picture, long-term, hey, here's a project website with my wife wants to know who calls at 6 o'clock in the morning when there's an unhappy neighbor, right? That big picture stuff. But the team will have direct relationships with folks in the community and at the school, so that like real time, if there's an issue, it's very, very responsive.
Yeah, and they're going to have concerns, whether they're, valid concerns or just stuff they're worried about or whatever. And on that Northbridge project in particular, we got to know all those neighbors. It's almost inevitable that you do. And the more you can be proactive with forging some type of a relationship with those neighbors. Like I remember we had one neighbor that had a shed that was over the school's property line. So I remember you went and met with her. We ended up moved her shed for her over the property line. We let neighbors pick out trees in one instance. It requires a lot of care, and it's something that we're aware of and accustomed to.
There was a Playhouse Forum about that.
And I think that it's a lot of understanding. Each OPM is different in how they prefer we approach that, right?
Yeah.
Each owner is different, so it's understanding what where that role fits best in your community. But I think that we're willing, as Joel said, to be their direct contact for people on site. I mean, and it's also communicating. We've all been in a hotel where there's construction going on next door or around your house, and you want to know what is going on and when is it going to stop, right? And so it's being able to proactively plan it to limit the disruption where you can, right? Can we do things during different hours? Can we limit trucks? But also telling people on whatever communication forum is that's preferred, what is going to happen, how long the duration is going to be. There's going to be vibratory roller. This is for the parking lot. It's going to last about 3 weeks. To me, in our experience, when the neighbors know that, they understand what's happening, why, and how long the duration will be, they have expectations and they understand that the project's going on and it's for a good purpose. So I think it's that thoughtful planning and communication so that they know what's coming and it's expected.
That was the shed they hadn't taken out a building permit for yet. They were raising holy heck.
I have a question for you, Mark. Getting the vote out.
Yes.
Could you jump into how what's the vision? Obviously, you guys got the color red, correct? You know about that site. In fact, you were on that tour when we walked through.
For sure.
How would you get the vote out?
So,
what is your plan?
So it starts with understanding that there's things that as a project team we can do and there's things that we can't do, right? So we need to be presenting clear and consistent and compelling information out to the community without running around waving a flag that says vote yes. Citizens can assemble, form a committee, raise funds on their own. They can go tell people to vote yes. We as a group have to present the due diligence that's taken place in a clear way that makes people want to vote yes, make an informed decision, but we can't be telling them to vote yes. The slide that I had up, I mean, we leverage a lot of existing social media that your community's already looking at, community events that are annually happening, the youth sports is a big thing. Like, find people where they are, right? And get outside of just the school community. I think mobilizing the school community is one thing. Figuring out how to resonate your message with folks outside the school community takes those 4,207 kids and their families and exponentially builds other supporters, which is why we were thinking the veteran services officers who work for the town might be a really great ally. But it's a very repeatable process of understanding what you think that number is going to be and starting to stack up buckets of community, sub-members of your community, and getting information out to them in ways that they can access it. And understanding what you can and can't do so that it's all above board.
Okay. I'm good.
Got a couple questions. So, as you guys know, we had, fairly limited budget up front, which was really basically enough money in the pre-con stage to do, an estimate. But we all have high expectations. So, I think I already know the answer, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about when you think, besides your estimating teams, when you're gonna release Liz and Chelsea to be able to go and help us with what we need to do in pre-con.
We can start now.
You got time at 3 o'clock?
We did. We talked about Agawam. I mean,
regardless, I don't even know what the stipulated fee was, or if there's whatever. The minute that you choose us as your partner, we are all in. You have access to any and all resources, top to bottom, that we can do, to support the community. I mean, it's truly, and like Mark said, we're not going to, assemble a team and go, how do we turn this person around and make people vote yes. I think that in our experience, the best run, information kind of sharing things are tactful, smart, like how does this benefit property values? How does this benefit, economic development, right? And as you've met with our different people and team, how does it benefit, learning in STEM? So all that from the very beginning, we'll be there to learn the community, which will be helpful here during vote support, but also these things you say, 2027, 2028, it happens very fast, as you know.
but Brad, you're talking about outside the estimate. How are we as a team helping complete the SD package? Answer some big questions and capture the...
I think it's that and what Dave was saying. It's just like, I wanted to give you guys the airtime, and I'm asking a similar question to everybody.
I think Mark's getting at Agawam, where I mentioned earlier, we did the same process, like it's literally, the dates are exactly the same, right? You have an SD submission in April, and the MSBA board approval is June. If you called us tomorrow and said, you're in, you can put me on your team call next week. Like, we will jump right in, and we want all the documents to get them out to subs, to really fine tune. We've already started the estimate. It puts us in a really good starting point, and we give those drawings out to them, get real numbers back, because April's right around the corner.
But what were those other things that you tackled in Agawam that are so similar? Like a year ago today, we were in Agawam, and what was the next 10 weeks look like?
I mean, and it's again, we kind of fall back on this like repeatable process thing. I am a process person. I know exactly what the deliverables are going to be expected of us for that submission. So we're jumping into cost estimating, we're jumping into constructability review, we're jumping into value engineering. We're doing all of that before we've even reviewed the estimate, so that as soon as that date hits, you guys are off and running. And that's exactly what we followed for Agawam. It was get in early, get all that information out, vet it out with the team in review, but ultimately we're coming to the table with those deliverables already ready. We're not looking for you guys to give us value engineering ideas unless you want to give them, but we will have all of that ready to go.
Okay, that's terrific. Second question, most important. Dave, what did you do so that you could just go and, what do I have to do? I mean, that's what I've aspired to for a long time.
Should have surrounded myself with a really good group of people who, I have to tell you, I have to be simple. You won't be disappointed. You'll be thrilled at the end of this process. No question about it. The group has never let anybody down. None of our groups have, but especially this group has just been there for every client they've ever worked with.
And I do, we're lucky to have, right, like the level of experience, level of involvement that we have. And you have people, you add up the combined construction experience in this room, it's hundreds of years. And, senior can walk on a job site and see 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks ahead, be proactive with the entire team. That is, he's not on the staffing plan, he's not on whatever, but you couldn't have a better general superintendent, I don't think, in Massachusetts. He's been part of more school projects than probably anyone that you could pitch. So, we're proud of that, and we're proud of the hard bid, self-performed background. We are builders at heart, but we've grown the company in a way to support the educational side as well, which we're proud of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice job.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Did you say you wanted to close with something?
Yeah, if we could, I know you got interviews over 2 days. I know that, you're gonna hear a lot of us say you're gonna be tomorrow, like, who said this exact thing? So I think if I could kind of leave you with what I'd like you to think of Fontaine, it's that, the word that we feel defines our approach is focus. As I said, we really choose to selectively pursue projects where we feel like we're a great fit and vice versa. And that comes down to focus on this type of construction, focus on, how we leverage our skills and experience for the best, and, laser focus on every project and every relationship that we consider not just project-based, but for the decades after that. So certainly I hope we've hit, your buttons and your experience, but just remember that with us, this project will be, absolutely as important to every member of our team and to our company as a whole as, we believe it is to you and your group. So thank you very, very, very much for having us, and forward to steps.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. This is a public meeting that's being recorded by North TV. We're going to hold off any distribution of it until after the selection is made, but just a heads up that it's going to be made. Introductions, I'm Chris Kenny, Senior Project Manager with Vertex with the OPM, working with the town.
Hi, everyone. Michelle McEwen, Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pete Havel. I'm the principal at the high school.
Welcome, Gil Bain, Ernie Sandlin Facilities.
My name's Carrie Orsi. I'm a civil engineer and mom of 2 kids in the school district.
Brad Dorr, Whittier Architects.
All right, we're going to do our introductions as part of the presentation. Is that all right?
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Is that gonna pick up volume if I play like a short video at some point, or will it play up here, do you guys know? Can I give it a quick test just to see?
Go ahead.
Hi,
All right.
yeah.
I just wanna make sure that,
Drum roll.
okay.
Don't mess it up.
You never
We have an
know.
over on under on whether or not he screws it up, so he's.
Before we left
If you see black and white stripes go across that screen, it's like a little screensaver every so many minutes, so don't panic, we're not losing.
Oh, interesting.
We love presentations now.
Right, so we'll glitch just in case.
That was I don't think they've handled anything.
All right, so we'll get started. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again for the invitation to present today. We're excited to be here. We're excited to present our team and our approach to this challenging project. I see some familiar faces in the room, but for those who don't know me, my name is Mike O'Brien. I'm Senior Vice President with Gilbane. I lead our New England division. I also happen to be a resident of North Attleboro. My wife Janet and I have lived in town for 20 years, raised both our children here. We have many connections to the community, as you might imagine. My wife works in community school, so we really understand the importance of this project to the town of North Attleboro. I've been with Gilbane my entire career, 31 years and counting. In my current role, I'm responsible for all of our projects in New England. So this, project, I have ultimate accountability for its success, and I'm looking forward to that challenge. One of your first questions was about staff availability, so I want to hit that right out of the gate. The folks that you see here in the room today, the folks that we proposed in our response to the RFP, they are 100% available for this project. Actually, the timing is perfect. We don't normally see things open up the way they are, but this team is available, and you have my personal commitment that if you select us, these are the folks who will be on the project. These are the faces that you'll see on day one. Just want to cover the agenda quickly. As you can see, we've organized it to answer the questions that you provided and the topics that you provided. And Chris, as you said, we have 35 minutes. We'd love for this to be interactive, so it was great to hear that that's how you want to handle it as well. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Tony. He's going to lead you through the balance of the presentation. I would ask for just maybe a couple of minutes at the conclusion of Q&A just for some final thoughts. Is that right? All right, great. Tony?
So my name is Tony Mergito. I'll be serving as the senior project executive for this job. I've been with Gilbane 28 years. I spent the last 20 years primarily building K-12 projects. I've done over $1 billion worth of schoolwork locally. I have a passion for educational construction, and I have a tremendous amount of experience building projects very similar to yours. So there's a whole host of us that haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek. Like Mike said, they'll introduce themselves as they present. But really sort of starting with our field team, Mike and Mark, they're sort of flanking us here. They'll be your full-time on-site leads. They're actually both completing projects nearly identical to yours in other communities. There's really no one else I would like to build this job. They're the best people for the job. Obi right there in the middle. So Obi happens to be a North Attleboro resident as well. He's got a unique background, an extensive K-12 resume, but a passion for student inclusion. And there's some opportunities on your job I think he'll explain and explore later. Down on the bottom here, Paul and Ben, they're flanking us as well. They're our PR team. They're going to be provided to you at no cost, and ultimately help you through your vote, and then ultimately ensure project success. And then finally, Katie and Joe, they're going to lead our pre-con team. There's really no one who has statistical resumes like they do. Joe has literally done, I think, 35 GMPs under the 149A process. Katie is also a community member, and I heard from her a few times. I'm sure she's going to deliver for her friends or family or community. So in addition to our team that has some North Attleboro residents, our company also has a tremendous amount. The job site is literally surrounded by Gilbane. And trust me when I tell you they will hold us accountable for project success. Second only to budget is schedule and schedule certainty. We can't have delays, ultimately. I think you've probably seen what happens in some other communities when that happens. It can't happen here. We have a pretty impeccable resume and reputation of actually delivering things early. A few examples recently are on the screen. Bottom left, Minuteman, that was delivered a year early, saved millions of dollars to the owner in general conditions. Top right is Andover, that's actually Mike's job. He just finished that up 6 weeks early, I think, to turn over for FF&E and technology installation. We see similar opportunities for your job that we'd love to explore. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Katie and Joe, and they're going to run you through pre-construction. Joe, I'll get out of the way so you can get closer.
Yeah. So good afternoon. My name is Katie Stromolo. I am the pre-construction director here at Gilbane in New England. I've been working here for 18 years, the first 12 of which on site and in the field, and the last 6 I've spent in scheduling and pre-construction. My job on this job is to make sure that your pre-construction phase runs smoothly, and the theme of that pre-construction phase you'll see at the top left is a certain outcome. How do we get a certain outcome? We start by our market-proven savings. Right now, we have about 12 K-12 active projects, both in pre-construction and in construction, that Joe and myself are currently working on, that we are overseeing. So we have the latest and greatest of what works from a design, aesthetics, and cost perspective. That dovetails right into an early budget certainty. You guys have the unique opportunity to have an early budget number to inform your vote. I need to put my name on that number, and so does Joe, and we have the utmost confidence that we can do that in order to inform this community. Our proven MSBA Green Schools experience, we have post-occupancy experience now, which is very exciting for Gilbane. Part of the reason why it's exciting for us is that the proof is in the pudding with geothermal, all-electric PV arrays. I'll start by talking about Fales Elementary School, which we worked with Vertex on. They are the first net zero school in Massachusetts. They also have a net positive result in their energy, so they're actually at a surplus right now of plus 11% of their energy. They are trying to determine what to do with that, but they actually have the opportunity to sell that back if they wanted to. So that's just an example. The second example that I'll share with you is at Brookline Michael Driscoll School. They just opened this school year, and they are already seeing tens of thousands of cost savings on their monthly utility bills. In talking to their facilities team, they welcomed the North Attleboro team because they are
pleasantly surprised at the autonomous nature of their new geothermal field in their BMS system. They were certainly nervous about it at the beginning, but again, the proof is in the pudding at the seamless transition to a new sustainable construction. So it makes us feel even that more confident to bring those lessons learned to your project. Securing that yes vote. I am a pre-construction manager. I bring the facts on budget and schedule. We have JGPR with us today to bring the communication skills and the finesse to present that accordingly. We did it at NEMT for 12 communities to get a 70% yes vote for the Northeast Metro Tech High School, and we feel confident that we can do it here. And lastly, you asked in your agenda about competitive advantages that Gilbane brings, and we wanted to point out really the ultimate competitive advantage is that you are surrounded by fully resumed, tenured Gilbane employees. Where are you? Top of the food chain right there. That's Mike O'Brien. He runs New England. He is the absolute top, and his reputation is ultimately on the line, so no pressure to us. What I didn't mention in my intro is that I am a resident as well. I've lived in North Attleboro for the last 8 years. My husband and my brother-in-law went to kindergarten here, although they asked me not to share that with you guys because it does show their age. But his whole family went through the North Attleboro public school system and is part of the reason how he got me out of Boston to start our family here. We do have a family here. We have a daughter. She's 3 years old. Her name is Emmy. She will go to this school, and I will treat this project as my daughter is going there. Kind of the last detail is that my tax dollars are also going here, and I will treat your budget as if it's my own money because it is my money. So just talking about money real quick, because we can't help ourselves here at Gilbane. We need to protect North Attleboro's budget in the very kind of less visible stage of pre-construction. You're not going to see trucks, you're going to see a lot of numbers during pre-con. So we wanted to show our latest and greatest case study of a similar high school. Northeast Metro Tech came in at about $258 million. And what you're looking at right here, other than a whole bunch of numbers, is you are here. You were in schematic. Your PSR was awesome. You had a lot of information there. So what we like to show is the progression of how close we were to the budget, how close we were to the third-party estimators who check our work, and then the recommendations. We'll be making in a year about 800 to 1,000 decisions together on what things look like, what things cost, what schedule advantages are there. So we don't take those decisions lightly, and we will make sure that you understand every decision you're making, because what it gets you is that last column. That last column is the last step before GMP. It says on budget all the way through. That's before we hit GMP. And the thing that Joe and I are most proud of at NEMT is, even though it just says a half a point, we were a half a point under the total budget, which lended itself to $1 million cushion that we could say, here NEMT, you have $1 million to have some cushion, do something else with it, do some locker rooms, whatever you see fit for that $1 million. And then lastly, I'll just say the only other person that I trust most with my money is Joe McCoy and his 35 years of experience at Gilbane, so I'll hand it to Joe.
Thanks, Katie.
You're welcome.
I think you guys I really applaud you for the decision that you're making, and that is bringing a CM on board at Schematic. The success story that we saw at NEMT, we were part of the formulation of the budget before town vote, and that's key. I never want to walk into a meeting without confidence in the budget, so I've actually completed an estimate on this. I've compared it to the preferred schematic report. It's right on target. It's slightly under the other two estimating third-party estimators who I've reconciled probably hundreds of times with collectively. So first thing I do when I do an estimate is I start to look at trends to make sure there's no outliers or anomalies. Here we're looking at elements of the building, three big ones: the exterior closure, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and site work, which includes geothermal. So the big trend here, these previous schools, which is in gray, Winthrop, Taconic High School, and Minuteman, and your school in red bar here, is telling a story that you're probably asking, why is our school the most expensive? It's the energy code. This is the first project that is really under the new Massachusetts stretch code. So that's going to be a cost driver, and it's consistent with these trends that we're seeing. These other schools didn't have that. It's a first cost increase, but the life cycle payback, in 10, 15 years, you're going to start to, well, from day one, you may start seeing money come in as we did at Vail School. So there's still opportunities for savings, and I want to explore those. First with Back one slide, I think you missed the envelope. Nope, okay, it's a different place, that's okay, we can pivot, that's what we do. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing, mentioned that. We've got best-in-class estimators with over 60 years' experience between the three of them doing the MEP estimating. It basically comprises about 35% of your budget, which 3% is very easy to achieve savings by looking at the specifications, making sure we're streamlining the light fixture package, stacking systems so vertically, so you've got science classrooms over science classrooms. By doing this, we feel we could easily save 1.8 million, and that's prior to markup. So 3% of 60 million, getting close to $2 million savings that I think is really easy. We could use that to try to lower the budget to help with the town vote. If you want a number that's less than 220 million, we think that it's achievable if we do it responsibly together, making those decisions. Or you can reinvest that money in programmatic elements. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about geothermal systems. I don't want to steal Katie's thunder, but in the past we've found some ways to realize substantial savings there without compromising the efficiency.
Thank you, Joe. So part of that budget certainty that we keep talking about is validating your savings early in the pre-construction phase. We have an in-house geothermal calculator based on we have built experience now. We have done quite a few geothermal well fields where we feel confident in evaluating what you currently have designed with your 313 wells. So what we did was we did an analysis on your well field and said, how can we optimize this for them? So option number one looks like about a $3 million savings in 6 weeks off of the schedule. That would reduce the overall well count to 240 at a depth of 600 feet. And based on what we've seen before, we feel confident in that option. The second option, $4 million savings in a 9-week reduction of the schedule. That would reduce the well count to 160 wells at 700 feet. Another piece to this is the schedule portion to this. Why we want to highlight not only cost, but schedule is this is very noisy, dirty operations. We know that there is a sensitivity to noise, and we do not need to bother our neighbors more than we need to. We love the schedule savings just so that we can give you your school even sooner, but we also appreciate the fact that we can reduce very noisy activities by either 6 or 9 weeks, in addition to the major cost savings. On your right, the proof again is in the pudding. We love our award-winning Westboro Fales Elementary School that we did with Vertex. We reduced that well field by 60%, albeit a much smaller school. It was an elementary school. But we were able to reduce and recognize not only those cost savings, the capital cost savings, but the schedule savings. And as I mentioned, Westboro Fales is a success story. And they're recognizing the benefits of their geothermal system as we speak. Speaking of award-winning schools, I'm going to turn it over to Mark to talk about Bristol Aggie.
Thanks, Katie. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Lyons. I'll be the lead superintendent day-to-day. I have 24 years with Gilbane and 30-plus years in the industry. Bristol County Agricultural High School, we built 2 mass timber structures. These were, total mass timber superstructures consisting of columns, girders, beams, and GLT decking. So at the time when we bid this out, it was a cost-effective to go with an international company, and that's the way this job bid. We do see a change in the market, so I think when it comes to bid out your project, there'll be a larger pool of bidders available. From a quality standpoint, once the timber is up, we have to protect it. So once the timber is up, we've got to either put a temp roof on or a permanent roof on, get this thing weather tight so the beams aren't exposed to moisture. Another option from the manufacturer is to do a seal coat. That'll help protect the beams from not only moisture but from compound dust and stuff like that. Another quality takeaway is to identify any duct penetrations, pipe penetrations early, get them into the fabrication. You want to make those cuts at the fabrication plant and not on site from a quality standpoint.
So we just did a whole lot of technical nerding out on you guys. So we're gonna, we know that there's a lot of technical pieces of this project, but it's not lost on us that this project doesn't go without the yes vote, and we have JG here with us to talk about the communication strategy.
Good afternoon. My name's Ben Pollan. I'm the Senior Vice President of John Guilfoyle Public Relations, and I'm also a North Attleboro resident. My wife and I bought our house on Elmwood Street in 2018, and we have 2 young children who hopefully one day will walk the halls of this beautiful new school that's being proposed. With me today is my colleague Paul Zinni, who is our Director of Education and Development. JGPR is a globally recognized public relations firm that supports over 100 school districts in putting forth modern communication strategies and content every day. We believe that the success of a building project like this is dependent upon a well-educated constituency. We have a proven track record of success when it comes to disseminating information to the community about capital building projects. We're proud to partner with Gilbane to be able to communicate every aspect of this project to North Attleboro residents. And to explain more about that, I'll pass it off to Paul.
Great. Thanks, Ben. And good afternoon, everyone. Some of you in the room I already know, but for those who I don't know, I spent 36 years in public education and retired a year and a half ago, and that's when I moved over to JGPR as the Director of Education and Development. During that 36-year career, I spent the last 10 as a school superintendent, the last 5 of which just next door to you, running the King Philip School District. So I'm here today to talk to you from a JGPR perspective. And what I would say to you is, since 2014, JGPR has worked with numerous school districts to help them with their building projects. And by doing so, we've created effective communication plans that we have worked with those communities from start to finish. Some of the many communities that we've worked with include Pentucket Regional, helping them with their middle high school, Norwood Schools Middle School project, and of course, you've heard us talk about the Northeast Metro Tech building project, where we actually partnered with Gilbane working through that whole process. I want to reiterate something that Tony said earlier, and that is, if you go with Gilbane, you are looking at a package deal. There is no additional proposal for JGPR. We are part of the overall proposal that you are hearing today. You get all of the services together. With that in mind, when JGPR comes on board, we'll serve as advisors to the North Attleboro School District. We'll work as your strategic advisors, your content producers, your videographers, your copywriters, and your creative designers. We'll work on an aggressive campaign to educate all of your stakeholders. Now, we think of stakeholders, we think about parents in the community, and certainly they are an important group of people that we need to be talking to. They have a vested interest in their children going to the best schools possible. But there are many other stakeholder groups that also have an interest in this project. And so we need to be working with those stakeholder groups as well. Those groups include people who don't have children in the schools, such as your seniors, your business owners, families with children at private schools or the vocational high school, real estate agents, and of course your town officials. Once on board, we will work aggressively with your admin team to create a calendar of activities and to create the content that goes along with those activities. Those activities will include such things as coffee hour with the superintendent, informational forums, press releases, letters to our stakeholder groups, infomercials and infographics, and a variety of activities such as tours and events that are designed to both showcase the students of North Attleboro and get the people of North Attleboro into the high school to see what the present condition is like so that they can see the need for a new and improved building. Finally, we will create a separate website devoted to this project that will have up-to-date information. Included in that will be an FAQ that will be kept up to date, as well as a tax calculator where people from the community can go to see exactly how this project will impact them and their family finances. Once the project is completed or is voted on, we are still with you. We are here providing information from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. Quite honestly, from start to finish, John Guilfoyle Public Relations, with the help of Gilbane, will be here to engage your community and to celebrate the completion of a brand new high school.
So we're going to turn it over now to our on-site team. They're going to sort of walk you through how they intend to execute the project.
Good afternoon, my name is Michael Marcella. I will be your on-site project manager. So I will be involved with every detail, as every aspect of the project. I'll be your point of contact on site. Of the 18 schools I've worked on, 16 have been within active occupied campuses. I've been 24 years with Gilbane, and on the screen is just an example, as Tony mentioned at the start, of a school that I'm wrapping up right now in the second phase. A lot of similarities to your project with construction of a new school adjacent to an existing. We're in the second phase where we've already removed and demolished the existing school and are working on the athletic fields right now. The one difference here, we were 30 feet away from the school, so keeping facilities operational at all times. We monitored the school and protected the educational environment to make sure that sound, dust, vibration, odors were all controlled, and successfully were able to keep the school functioning. Parent drop-off and pickup was not impacted. Bus drop-off, pickup was not impacted, as were the recreational fields. I'll be working lockstep on site with Mark and with Obi, who are also part of the team you'll see on site.
Thanks, Mike. Throughout my 30-year career, I've been involved in 5 Massachusetts Chapter 149A public projects. Most recently, Bristol County Agricultural High School. This was a total upgrade to their campus, consisting of 4 new buildings, renovations to 2 existing buildings, utilities throughout the entire campus, all done safely while the campus was fully occupied.
Hi everyone, my name is Obadiah Rankin. Everyone calls me Obi. I've been involved with Gilbane for around 15 years. I am a North Attleboro resident. I actually live not too far from here, right off of High Street, so I'm right around the corner. I've worked on many K-12 projects, and later on in the presentation I'll be talking to you about one of my passions, which is student involvement.
So I appreciate, Chris, your comment earlier about interactive, so we're going to run through a video, but and feel free, if there's any questions or anything, we can pause. We can go through any questions you might have. It moves pretty quickly.
So when developing our construction management plan, our most critical aspect is ensuring the safety of the students, faculty, and the surrounding neighborhoods, along with not disturbing your day-to-day operations and the learning environment. You'll see throughout our presentation that we identified solutions to reduce traffic congestion, strategically identifying our laydown areas away from occupied spaces, and having an organized site logistics that maintains pedestrian access around the site. Mike and I will be your main contact each and every day. We'll maintain close coordination with primary school staff and Vertex, and to have a transparent line of communication for all of our construction activities.
So quick timeline, this will go fast, but we look at kicking off major milestones to start in early 2026. All foundation and structure is intended to go from 26 to 27. The key thing is having our envelope complete by the end of December 2027. We can kick off and transition to finishes, and at that point it all culminates to the building being turned over for the summer of 2028. Rolls into the demolition of the existing school. We're looking to turn over parking as early as possible, and then we will ultimately look to complete the building for the summer, the entire project for summer 2029. Coming in from overhead, looking down, North Attleboro High School. So spinning this here, Landry will be on your right, Laurelwood down at the bottom, Stoddard to the left, Janice Lane at the top. This project lent itself to what we saw as 4 phases. Red phase enabling, number 1, purple, phase 2 for the new school, green for the demolition of the existing school, phase 3. Then the blue was the final site completion, last odds and ends field. Now, these are not intended to run simultaneously. However, they do provide the flexibility that if the team decided there was benefit to accelerating some things to take advantage of the summer 2026 or the summer of 2027, or maybe during a school recess. These flexibility options allow us to maybe perform some work earlier. The other benefit in the early enabling phase 1 is if it was a benefit to the town and a decision was made to construct the future utility building, now that would be separated, we could look at that. We see there's a potential option to create more storage on site because we will be displacing some of the existing operations with the footprint of the new school. So as we proceed with the rest of the video, the next part here, we studied at length the traffic and the analysis of the existing school, how drop-off occurred, what the peak times were for high school, middle school, and certainly understanding drop-off of the bus loop as well as for the middle school loop. We will need to shorten that bus loop slightly as we see it not to impact it, neither the high school drop-off or middle school drop-off will be affected. That's for the area that's displaced with the footprint of the new site. Parent drop-off will remain, might be slightly shortened again for the area that's going to be displaced by the new site. Middle school drop-off and pickup will not be affected during the course of the project. We studied all your parking spaces to make sure we still maintain your net same number of spots at all times on the site for both students, seniors, juniors, and then staff and administrative. The logistics sequence, if you notice at the top of your screen, that will be the bar chart and calendar of the project as a roll. First part of the project is to develop the entrance in early of spring 2026, and that will be the main construction route in. We are going to need to replace some parking. We see that opportunity on site. That will occur after students are out for the summer of 2026. This is the springboard. In a sense, it lets us set up the project for the 2 years as the phase 2 is going to be underway. And that will reach when we get to the point in summer of 2026.
Thanks, Mike. So timeline now is June of 26. At this point in time, we're setting up our perimeter fence controls, our erosion controls. We're establishing our 3 gates, with gate A being the primary access and egress gate for construction, using the access road that Michael described. Gate B being our secondary gate, which will be off hours only, and with gate C being our emergency gate only. We did identify an underground electric utility. We'll get that identified and taken care of early to make way for the new building. As you can see, this access road, this will be our primary entrance into gate A. That existing maintenance building will have to get demolished to make way for the new building. The tennis courts do get retained, so they are usable throughout construction. Gilbane and Vertex field offices, along with visitor parking, is to the east along Laurelwood Ave, kind of creates a buffer to that neighborhood. Now, the geothermal field, we're proposing to have an early buyout of this system spring of 26. Starting this well field in June of 26, while we have limited trades on site, running through the month of November. This is a noisy operation, noisy and wet, so we located the well field farthest away from the existing school as we could. We do understand that there'll be some sensitivity with noise to our started drive neighbors, and we're proposing to have a noise barrier installed for the duration of the well drilling. And as Katie pointed out, there is an opportunity to save on cost by reducing the amount of well fills, but will also reduce the amount of drill time that we have. So we do have plenty of parking for our tradespeople, along with our major laydown areas. Peak number of workers, under 200, all Corey checked and all fingerprinted before they start work. So at this point in time, we're prepping for the building slab and starting foundations. We broke this building up into 5 sections, A, B, C, D, and E. We have 4 crane locations. Be 2 cranes that move throughout the site. So we're going to use 2 hydraulic mobile cranes, an 18-week duration, and 200 feet of stick. So the way we thought building this building was to tackle the 3-story classroom wing first. So sections A and B, move on to the gymnasium wing, then eventually work through section D, which is the dining hall main corridor, and then work our way out through the auditorium. Again, this is uninterrupted bus flow with our gate A. And again, no disruption to your operations. Bus parent drop off in middle school and high school pickup drop off. So this is the exterior facade. Again, it's going to progress from the 3-story classroom wing, again through the gymnasium and out through the auditorium, followed by our interior finishes. Hardscapes will continue. So at this point in time, this is spring of 2028. At this point in time, we're working with local and state officials, inspectional services, to have all our major life safety inspections done for a July turnover. This will allow teachers, furniture, and any training to take place the month of July and early August.
This allows the ability to strategize with Vertex for the furniture, technology, equipment, access, move-in, deployment. It also gives chance at this time as we work on a strategy for vacating the existing school. So we look at the transition from this phase. At this point, we get to the fall into the demolition sequence. Students arriving at the school for the fall semester 2028, they will see our construction fences changed. We will now isolate that around the existing school. All of our parking and trailers will relocate inside the fence line. And then the approach we took would still protect the bus drop-off or the new drop-off, as well as parent drop-off and pickup for the high school. Again, no changes or impacts to the middle school. The strategy we had for demolition of the existing school was starting at the auditorium and working counterclockwise. And the reason for that was multiple. I'll get into that in a minute, but we were figuring between abatement, demo for that, working our way towards music and to the computer lab, classrooms towards the cafeteria, out towards the loading dock, and then working counterclockwise back up towards the science classrooms, math, art, and finishing up at the gym for multiple reasons. It helps us with regard to storage area for salvage, as well as also underground for prep in advance of parking.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, tackling this building counterclockwise really allows us to tackle this new parking lot right away. So we're planning on turning that lot over 6 months early. So we have a target date of December of '28. So once that's turned over, demolition will continue. We'll start working on the synthetic turf multi-purpose fields, which will finish up June of '29. Now, we don't show phase 4 graphically, but phase 4 consists of the rework of the middle school and high school loop, the north parking lot, and the north softball field. So we're proposing to tackle that once the kids are out of school, June of '29, and we'll have that wrapped up by the start of school of '29.
All wraps up to the final layer of the project in its entirety. Now, we've explained what we're going to be doing, and what a lot of our focus is going to be inside the fence line. And obviously, creation of that and turnover of the project in its whole. We're going to live it inside the construction fence at all times, but we welcome the opportunity to incorporate that and also bring Obi, who's instrumental in our team, for sharing that with the students in the school that are on the outside of the fence, because they want to know what's going on in my backyard. And we've started there. We've all come from, how do we get into construction? From an interest and a learning. And so Obi's strength will be able to incorporate and share that with the school and students.
Hello, everyone. As I said earlier, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about what I'm passionate about. Along with the day-to-day, dealing with the project controls and working with Mike and Mark, I'm going to talk about the student inclusion point of this. So as I mentioned earlier, I've been involved with Gilbane for about 15 years. 10 of those years is full-time with Gilbane. I want to say around 2009, Gilbane started a pilot program with Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. And that pilot program was to get students exposed to other other career paths. And one of those is construction management. Getting that exposure was incredible and very beneficial to me because it helped me understand that I am a product of student inclusion, right? Over the years, I've understood that in my professional career that I am not only a product of that, but I could share that and I could pay that way forward to other students, right? And one of the ways I actually got to do that was going on to Wentworth. So I graduated in 2010 from Madison. I went on to Wentworth, and then in 2014 I graduated from Wentworth. And I had the opportunity in my professional career to get back on Wentworth's campus and build their new academic building, which was incredible. And I had the opportunity also to create a program at Wentworth and create a living learning environment and tailor that to what Wentworth needed for their students. And it got so much traction that Channel 5 actually did a story on it, and I want to share a video with you.
I love it. Obadiah, or Obi Rankin, proudly tours his work site. A project engineer for Gilbane, he's helping to oversee the construction of a new building at Boston's Wentworth Institute of Technology, where he studied.
I see some of my professors and they go, hey, you know, do you know what you're doing out there? And I'm like, hey, you taught me, so.
He credits Wentworth with helping him to get here, but says it was a mentoring program back in high school that really played a pivotal role in his life.
What the ACE program did was it just opened my mind to what construction really is.
When you look up, you'll see the framing for the roof. You're willing to learn. They are here, and they are good people. They're going to be with you, and they're going to give you a lot of knowledge.
Cran Newen will start Northeastern this fall, thanks in part to a scholarship from ACE. Lily Sacchi will follow in Obi's footsteps and head to Wentworth.
So it's definitely helping me to be able to come to Wentworth.
I just a lot of things that I'm really grateful for. We've awarded in the last 2 years close to $250,000 in scholarships.
Obi was a scholarship recipient when he was a high school senior. He says before ACE he was considering carpentry, then the program opened his eyes to just how far he could take his career.
Construction management, dealing with everything, all the contractors, all the subcontractors, the owner and the architect and the engineers. This higher level of construction, you know, it was just very, you know, inspiring.
You like your job?
With that being said, we've looked at your curriculum and we found that we have in-house professionals that can apply their real-time experience to your courses and incorporate an enriched learning environment for your students. From computer science to art, design and art, and accounting to environmental science.
I will not be teaching robotics because I was a civil engineer. However, I was a civil engineer at WPI, and we are still very connected in with WPI. Their big thing is college readiness, and they have a world-class, world-renowned robotics program that's completely unbelievable that I would love to connect North Attleboro into as part of your curriculum. And you know what Obi's currently doing on his job site for elementary school students, we completely intend on bringing in the elementary school kids. It's more of a show and tell type program. Here's our PPE, but just getting them interested in it because they're going to go to school here. And same thing with the middle school. They are just equally as part of this inclusion program as the high schools.
Yeah. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be boots on the ground. I'm going to be your point person, right? Just like what we did at Wentworth and what I'm currently doing on my project. We want to tailor something that's going to be for your students, right? And I want to make sure that you guys are taking advantage of that, right? You guys and your students have a once-in-a-generation opportunity here, and I want to make sure that you guys are taking advantage of that.
So that does conclude our presentation. I did ask after maybe Q&A if you could have a couple minutes to wrap up, but we're happy to field any questions you might have.
Can you speak a little bit to how you partner with our school team in terms of just giving us regular updates, keeping us involved on the progress of the project as you go along?
Sure, so I'm gonna maybe start that, and we obviously have some help with that, with our
Sure.
PR partner. You know, quite frankly, we're responsible for providing updates pretty regularly in a very standard format, but oftentimes school departments want it in a customized format that they can distribute, right, to students, faculty, staff. So, you know, we're gonna work with our partner to help us with that, but Mike probably has some real-time examples.
Just to give examples of what's
Yeah.
projects that I'm on, what we do is you'll have daily communication with us, so we want to keep you updated on everything that's going on, so that those that need that, daily communication will involve where we are with what we're doing, what activities are pending. We'll give you an update on where we are security-wise and give you the assurance that everyone that's on site has been vetted. Then we do weekly updates. That gives you a 3-week look ahead of where we're potentially going, and then what kind of impact that will be and how we're going to mitigate that. We also do monthly communication, and that's shared with the community, and we'll work with the JGPR team just to get that out to the community to let them know this is where we are, this is where we've been, and this is where we're going. So what's been successful for us is sharing that daily, weekly, and then monthly communication. So you'll always know at all times what's going on. It's a good way to get feedback too, because then we'll tailor our approach if there's testing or events or things that are happening. Anything facilities-wise, that we make sure that we've taken that into consideration in our scheduling.
And from the PR side of things, you know, we'll be plugged in throughout the entire process, but the website is really kind of the clearinghouse for all of the information that we're gonna be putting together for you folks about the project. So when we're pushing something out, whether it's a press release or a website post, it can automatically broadcast out to your social media channels, and it'll always be linking back to the website. So if people are looking at it on Facebook, they're gonna have a link that's gonna go directly back to the project website, where they'll be able to see all the other news and information, and videos and presentations and timelines and all that other important information. So for us, the website's a great tool to be able to keep people, you know, apprised of what's going on, but have a clearinghouse of all that information.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure.
I gotta ask, Ben, and I don't know if it's Paul that's gonna answer the question. Securing the yes vote. You've done some studying with Mike over there of North Attleboro. You've got other people that live in town here. How do you think you're gonna do that, right from the get-go?
I mean, I think to us, just in general, our philosophy is to have a well-educated voter base. We want to make sure that everybody is apprised of the process every step of the way, and that's, you know, through multiple channels. So whether that's through the media, the traditional media, whether that's through social media, campaigns and posts, you know, website posts, the website itself, videos and other types of collateral that we can be producing throughout the life of the project. To us, it's about a steady drumbeat of information and consistently pushing information out to the community, so people feel like, you know, they're not being caught off guard by certain things or changes. We want them to always be in the loop. And then, Paul, you want to speak to a little bit about some of the activities that we would be doing?
Sure, and also the stakeholder piece of it. Remember, there are going to be some people who are already on board. We have to make sure that they show up to vote. So we have to make sure that they recognize just how important this process and this project is, so that their vote is there. You know, it's too many times we hear lots of parents who say that they want the new school, but they somehow just don't make it to the town meeting or the voting booth to actually cast that vote and get their word out there. So it's critical that we make sure we get the positive people on board. But it's also important to recognize that there are a variety of stakeholder groups that are worried about a lot of things, such as their taxes going up, etc. So we have to help them to understand why this is part of the greater good. So we're going to be hitting that in many different ways. So again, recognizing that real estate, you know, when your real estate agents are selling a home, they want to sell an excellent education. They want to sell that the school is brand new and state of the art. And that means that house values go up. So when some of your seniors are looking to downsize and sell their homes, that they have the potential for a greater return on their investment. We want to talk with the seniors about just getting them involved with the students. There are lots of ways of doing that. Bringing the seniors into your school, maybe seeing a dress rehearsal of your spring play or music concert and interacting directly with the students so that they actually have a tangible relationship with the kids who are going to benefit from that school. There are so many different activities and events like that that we just need to get on top of. Your administrative team is incredibly busy running the district. As a former administrator, I know that firsthand. So what we need to do is to help give them the tools so that they can then just implement that. So whether it's the talking points, it's the infographics that they can share when they go to those meetings, making sure that that kind of video is posted on the website so people can see it with a narration to tell them what's going on. All of those are tools that we're going to be using to reach out to your community. And that, again, will be personalized with the conversations we'll be having with your team.
Well, I need to just add to that, as I mentioned in my slide before, like Gilbane is responsible for the facts of the situation. We have a very short fuse from award to vote, to push the facts, to get them in front of the people. Joe and I have an even shorter fuse to secure your number, because that's primarily what the no voters are going to be concerned with. I've actually had some practice with my neighbors. I heard it was going to be 300 million. I heard this, I heard that. So we've already had practice with misinformation. As we learned on NEMT, misinformation is your quickest way to a no. So we have like completely proven pathways to get the facts out so that not only the yes group knows, but you know, the no group knows that it's not a no and then it goes away. It's a no, we don't get the MSBA reimbursement and our taxes still go up because now we just have an improvement project that's not as incredible as this high school is.
Right.
So like, those are the facts, and we have to push them in everybody's face on this very short fuse.
Good point.
Thank you.
I think you guys did a really nice job, great presentation. You answered most of my questions, most of, I've worked with you guys before, so I know pretty much what you're all about. Obi, you're worth the price of admission.
What a line, Obi! What a line!
You're a star on the screen.
That will live on.
Yes, big t-shirts, Obi. Love it. Thank you. What else can we answer?
Ready for
Give it
me?
back to
Ready
you.
for me? I'm usually the only Obi on the team. All right, so I just wanted to close by highlighting a few things that you heard today, right? So as I said in my introductory remarks, like, super important project for us. I mean, I think you heard the investment that this team has in making this project a success. In our business, there's like, nothing more fulfilling than doing a project in your hometown, particularly a school where obviously you're going to have an impact on so many people, really for generations to come. This team, wants to work on this project and really wants to make it a success. You heard about Gilbane's track record of delivering on time, on budget, safely, right? Projects being delivered safely. That's no joke, and not everyone can make that claim. You have my assurance that we are going to spend the time up front to establish your schedule and establish your budget and provide that certainty from day one through the completion of the project. That's our obligation and that's our commitment. I think we talked about the vote. Obviously, we all recognize the huge challenge that's in front of us, but we do think that we've put together the right team to execute that in the best manner possible to get to that yes vote. And I'm confident that we can get there with the things that you just heard from Paul and Ben and Katie and the rest of our group. So that's a big part of, obviously behind the scenes, we got to get the budget, we got to get the schedule, but huge effort in the next 4 months to get to that yes vote, because none of this happens if we don't get there. And you heard about, our student inclusion program and, Obi's great story. I've known Obi since 2009. I remember going to football games when he was at Madison Park High School. It's a great story. And it's not the only story. And our goal as a company is really to promote student inclusion, to provide input and help to our students so that they understand that there are career paths in construction. I always laugh when people ask me, "Hey, what do you do, Mike?" It's like, well, that's a tough thing to describe, because people think if you're in construction, you got a tool belt on and you're doing the physical work. So we do like to educate the students on what opportunities in construction might look like. Katie alluded to this, but as you can imagine, like, this is pretty personal to me, this project. I'm in my role, I'm supposed to be the Tom Gilbane, who's our chairman, of New England. And I'm empowered with, the authority to act in that manner. I want you to know, and I want to reaffirm my commitment to this project. This project means a lot to me, as it does to the other residents here. But you have my commitment that, the Gilbane team will do whatever it takes to deliver this project. So appreciate your time. I do have a little leave behind for all of you. This is actually the video that you saw. So I know that, you probably couldn't study it as much as you'd like watching it on the screen. But each of you can take one of these and take a look at it. Those types of graphics are the types of things that we can use to communicate to the residents as to what this project will look like, but also during the construction, how we're going to impact the community and obviously, anyone who's in and around that construction site for the 3 years that we're there. So we got several of them. We'll leave them all. I know this is just a small group of the larger building committee. So thank you again, and appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the School Building Committee CM Selection Subcommittee, January 29th, for the purpose of CM interviews. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I will go get Shawmut, and we can let them get set up, get started.
How was that cold pizza?
All I had, Ernie.
Did you eat it on your way back, or did you wait till you
I
get to
could
the
wait
office?
I could
waited
see
till
that.
I
That's
got-
the vision I had.
That's what I was thinking
When I
too.
got
I'm like,
back
I
to
bet
the
Brad's
office, let me tell you,
enjoying
at like
some.
around 10 o'clock last night, it was
You got a shit-eating grin on your, oh, sorry, on your face.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do that as part of my 8th grade Paradise slide tonight.
Oh, that's so cool. Nice. John and I both look younger. This job is killing us, obviously. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys.
Morning.
Boy, we've done it. You guys can sit or stand down at this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're
Go.
fine. You're fine.
I was gonna move that chair for you, and then I blocked you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning,
Well, once you
everyone.
get settled, we'll go through the rules. You know, this is being recorded by North TV.
Okay,
So it'll be distributed after the final selections are made.
great.
And we'll,
Each of you guys down here, Justin.
there you go. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Just a reminder, the instructions that were sent out, so our long interview, we assume it's 35 minutes presentation, and then we've left 25 minutes for question and answers. We may have questions during your presentation, so we don't have to, it's meant to be interactive. Introductions, I'm Chris Kenny, I'm the Senior Project Manager with Vertex.
Good morning, everyone. Michelle McEwen, Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Welcome.
Good morning, I'm Pete Havlin, I'm the principal at the high school.
Morning, Ernie Sandlin, Facilities.
Carrie Orsi, I'm a civil engineer and a mom of 2 in the school district.
I'm Brad Dorff, Doran Weir.
Do you want us to go around the room?
Sure.
We do have
Sure.
some introductions embedded into our presentation.
That's fine.
Can we
Yep.
do that?
Great.
And as it's being recorded, do we need to address the mics, or they're hot? Great. Thank you for having us. My name is Ryan Lynch, Vice President with Shawmut Design and Construction. I've been with Shawmut for 25 years. I'm very proud to say all of that time has been spent on educational projects throughout New England. For about the past 12 years, I've focused primarily on MSBA projects, which I'm very proud of. I've learned one thing, and that is to be a great listener and to bring an engaged team to the communities in which we're going to work. I'm really excited to present to you today our team. Justin DeVoe, Project Executive, is going to take us through the presentation.
All right, so quick introductions, try to hit on some of the points that we heard in the agenda you set out. We're really into the details in preparing for this. We tried to address everything that came through in that agenda. Hopefully we hit on everything, and if you have any questions, again, feel free to interrupt and ask. So, I'm Justin DeVoe, Project Executive at Shawmut. I will be the main point of contact throughout the entire project from day one all the way through turnover of the job. I bring to the table a lot of large project experience, Chapter 149A project experience, K through 12 experience, and I am a alumni of North Attleboro High School. And really excited. I have ties to this community. I care about this community, and it's a job that I've been the most excited about in my career. So happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Guy Talapa. I'm a senior project manager. I've been with Shawmut for 21 years, working on large academic projects. I will be responsible for the demolition, the site work, the structure, and the envelope, and then the sports fields at the end. I'm currently working on a $500 million project for FM Global in Norwood, which is my hometown, kind of down the street. That project completes at the end, in May of 2026, which works very well with the schedule here. Before that, I worked with Justin at the at the Brown Performing Arts Center, a $200 million project. And then before that, I worked with Vertex at the BU Dental School downtown Boston. I've also, on the high school level, Ryan and I did the Noble and Greeno Castle building, which was a addition to their signature building in the heart of their campus, large structural glue lamp package. And then before that, I did a large athletic initiative for Roxbury Latin, which included an ice arena, several sports fields, and tennis courts, all while maintaining an occupied campus. So I am also very excited to be here for this project.
Paul Tebow will be the lead senior superintendent on site. I have 22 years experience at Shawmut. Actually have a kind of unique connection to this campus. I started my career out of college working on the middle school as a superintendent. Little way into that, I actually became a resident. I live Bungie Lake, a couple miles from the job, so I'm basically a phone call away and 10 minutes down the street from the start of the project right to the end, through punch list and kind of supporting things going on. After that, my career was pretty much occupied campuses, large projects, higher ed, pharma, and some schools mixed in Rhode Island as well as Massachusetts.
Good morning, my name is Phil Conroy, Senior Project Manager for Shawmut. I've been at Shawmut for 11 years. I've spent the last decade working solely on C-149A projects here in Massachusetts. I've successfully completed 4 schools, turned them over on time and on budget. 2 of those were with Jonathan Seymour, who's up here with me. On this project, I'll be focusing on the interiors, the utilities, as well as the MEPs and the FP inside the building.
Morning, everyone. My name is John Seymour, also a senior superintendent. I've been with Shawmut for over 20 years. Almost all that time I've been on academic projects. On this project, my responsibilities will include the utilities, the geothermal on the outside of the building, the MEP systems, and the entire interior fit-out of the new school. I've had the pleasure of working with Phil for the last 7 years straight. As he said, we have completed 2 MSBA projects in that time very successfully. I'm hoping to bring my occupied campus experience to this project.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Murphy, Senior Sustainability Manager. I've been with Shawmut for about 10 years now. I kind of work on projects in a variety of roles, but for your project, certainly involved heavily during pre-construction with planning, setting the project up, working with the team during construction on quality control, making sure we're hitting our goals. But today specifically, I want to focus on the Inflation Reduction Act and the financial incentives for geothermal.
I'm Christopher Damari. I will be the lead estimator for this project. I've been with Shawmut for 16 years. I have been estimating construction for over 40 years. A lot of my experience has been with Massachusetts Chapter 149A with file subbids. I live in North Attleboro. My son graduated from North Attleboro High. My wife has a business here in North Attleboro. I was on the committee for the new North Attleboro Police Station. I used my skills to help the committee through the construction of the new police facility. Every year I contribute to keeping North Attleboro beautiful. For me, it is about the community. And I would like to contribute more with this with the new high school.
Hello everyone, Michael Jarvis, Senior Site Estimator. I've been here at Shawmut for 24 years, and I'm really proud of this company. I'm excited to be here, and on this project I'll be supporting Chris and the estimating team with a focus on site work, civil, and exterior improvements. And I've had the opportunity to work with Phil and Ryan on 2 recent MSBA projects in Ashland, the Mendez School, and in Wellesley, the Hardy School.
both projects with the Vertex team, which was great experience for us.
All right, thanks, everybody. So you heard, we have a team here that is long tenured at Shawmut. Everybody more than 10 years, most of us 20-plus years. We have all worked together on projects. We could have put 10 slides together like this with different connections that we've had on jobs. We picked some of the most relevant and tried to demonstrate here that we all know each other, we're comfortable working with each other. You've seen this in the RFQ response as well as the RFP response. It's the larger team behind the core team that you see here. What we really want to highlight are the people highlighted in red here. So these specific people are the people who become immediately engaged in the pre-construction process. This team is available. We've put together a staffing plan, submitted it with a proposal, and all of these people are available in line with that plan. A couple people who aren't here that I want to highlight. John Hartshorn was the lead superintendent on the Bill Ricca High School project. He would be involved throughout the pre-construction and planning phase. We also have Charlie McLean and Scott Santry. They're our MEP estimators. Being a public job, we have less flexibility with communicating with subcontractors to get reliable numbers. They are subcontractor background individuals, longtime Shawmut employees who are able to provide accurate and reliable budgeting in the schematic phase. At the bottom, we have Chris Davis and Mo Appelez. They do MEP coordination, BIM, VDC, and they'll be engaged in the process and constructability reviews along the way. So, again, why this team? We are available. We're available to start working on pre-construction. The way the team sets up with our commitments, we're available for the construction schedule that we've put forth. Proven track record of success. These are all really experienced builders who have worked on complex jobs and delivered them successfully. So budget management philosophy. I'll let the team talk about it, but the big key for us here is when we get engaged in a job, we look at the budget, we evaluate the budget, we collaborate, and once we establish a budget, we see it as our responsibility to own that budget. It's our responsibility to make sure that we are coordinating with you and owning that throughout the process. We'll describe how we do that a little bit more, but we take that commitment very seriously. Okay, I would talk about this. Designing and building to a fixed budget. We'll establish clear expectations. It is a highly collaborative process. We'll control the budget. As he mentioned that we take the ownership of the budget. We'll work to stay on budget. We'll look for any options where we can get back on budget if we have to. And all of it is with predictable outcome where we have an accurate budget, on-time delivery, and the highest quality. We took a look at the budget for this project. The pie on the farther left side is was budgeted. With this one, these projects were budgeted and/or won recently that we've done. And at $955 a square foot. The center one was the budget from the independent estimated done by PM&C. And the one on the Shawmut side is a range of $945 to $970. And we wanted to validate the budget because we are going to own it. With the information, we believe we have a good budget to work with on this project.
Yeah, so this is step one in our pre-construction approach, is to understand benchmarks, to look at the budget that you guys have developed with your third-party estimators. We take a look ourselves. We've already done that, so we're a little step ahead here. We've looked at the budget, we've evaluated the budget from a cost per square foot by system perspective. We look at the breakdown of how that aligns with the benchmarks, and this is kind of step one, establish the budget, and then Phil's going to talk a little bit more about what happens after we establish it.
So one of the benefits of C-149A is the open book nature, full transparency. So once we agree on the budget and we establish it at the schematic design phase, we're going to enter it into our internal system, and then we like to leverage software called Join, which is a cloud-based system with controlled access that provides real-time access into that budget 24/7, 365 days a year. And within there, you can go into the detail of the budget. You can run what-if scenarios. There will be value management conversations that will come up along the way. Those value management items will be inputted into the software, so you can kind of you have access to make real-time decisions with all that data. It's not a static process anymore. It's ongoing throughout the evolution of the design from SD all the way up to 100% CD.
Yeah, join tracks the control budget, and then along the way, we're always challenging and trying to come up with ways to potentially save money if needed, items that might add value that would be desired by the team, and we track those along the way, and those are levers that we can pull to make sure that we're always in a position to have a path to be able to maintain our budget.
So is it kind of like, it's almost like a tracking, value engineering type thing as we're moving through it?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, that's interesting. I haven't heard that before.
So one of the agenda items asked about some specific examples of value add. So a project that Jonathan and I were involved in along with Ryan and Mike was the Mendez Elementary School. And on that project, we had geothermal wells. One of the items that we undertook was really challenging the team as a whole to optimize the geothermal system and the number of wells. So we started out at SD with 50 wells, and by the time we got to 100% CDs, we had worked that down to 30 wells to provide the heating and cooling for a 100,000 square foot building. That change and challenge saved us roughly $440,000 on the budget, which was a huge win for the town that buys more programmatical scope versus building systems. Additionally, I worked with Jonathan specifically to work on rerouting and maximizing some of the electrical and utilities onto the site, take advantage of co-excavation, really trying to drive value with, it was a 26-acre site. There's a lot that has to go into it, and that saved us about $165,000. And the biggest item Mike and I worked on was taking a look at the site work as a whole. That site was 26 acres. It was a huge export site. It was a project with Vertex, actually, that we worked through. And we looked at the site as a whole, and we kind of challenged the design team of whether or not we could look to move the building 20 feet to the south, which put it closer to the new school. But ultimately, so we moved it 20 feet to the south. We also contracted the building footprint by 10 feet. Those two small moves resulted in saving $1.3 million in the total cost budget due to the minimization of the site work activities. So one of the things that Mike and I wanted to do, and we were excited to do, was we started digging into your package with the limited information we had. Mike's kind of put together some slides and some thoughts on what we think we can do.
Yes, so we want to give you two examples of possible site work savings at this early stage, and what Phil was talking about, this can happen in-house very early on to identify some possibilities for you. So this is specific to your project. So this is taking the RFP information that we got in the RFP and putting this into our program and establishing this. This is a subgrading profile of your site as we know right now. So, and just to walk you through the colors and what you're seeing, but blue is fill, that would be dirt being imported into the site, and the pinks and purples would be cut, so that's excavated material out of the site, and you see three distinct hot spots there. And the sort of the yellows and browns are neutral, so same amount of cut and fill going on here. And so option one, idea number one, we would focus on those highly concentrated cut areas, and we would basically not cut those as much and leave the grades a little high, thus basically lowering the amount of export. And then the other option would be to basically do ground improvements for the building. Instead of cutting out all that soil and replacing the soil back, you do ground improvements, kind of like what a common example would be piles. We wouldn't do piles here, but everyone knows what a pile is, same thing. All these ideas need to be in conjunction and cooperation with the team. And if there's water management issues, we want to make sure everything's solid there and no changes would be impacted, right? So we also wanted to give you an idea on possible savings at this point, and the raising of the grades. That's almost nearly half the cut of export. And the building solution has multiple savings. That would be basically obviously less export of the soil, that's without saying, possibly less rock removal, and possibly less dealing with contaminated soils. And we want to just put a quick number there so you can see what this is, what possibly, so we have 3 to 4 million in savings right now. And some of the benefits of doing this, it's not just savings, but less dirt being removed from the site is less trucking through the job site, disruption, less disruption to students, less disruption to homes around the area, as well as the rock excavation too. The less rock excavation, less noise, less disruption to students and the neighbors. So it's all good things.
And a potential schedule savings there too, Michael, right?
Yes.
So, this is a good example of the team working together to come to an optimized solution of ideas that we want to work with Brad and Chris's team on, if they're real.
So it's interesting because I know you guys, right, are like working early stage, right, because we haven't even completely figured out the grading.
Right.
But your take on wherever that basis was it's an export site, and if we're gonna export, we're gonna do wraps, something along those lines, and net, that's cost savings, is what that position is right now.
Yeah, we just evaluate the two scenarios.
Yeah.
Mike is not giving himself enough credit. He actually reached out to some subcontractors and just talked through what the savings could potentially be. So this is not just a guess at where we think this
Because
would be.
we're trying to work through that right now too,
Yeah.
right? We know we've got some ledge on the site.
Yeah.
Right, we're trying to make all the stuff work, from kind of accessibility stuff, make the roads work, and trying to figure out what FFE is, but
Yeah.
that's
And
interesting.
Yeah, and the real key here is, it's one example of our approach to pre-construction, to target elements of the budget that can be modified, optimized, and not detract from program and the building.
I think it's worth noting, Jonathan and I, similar resolution or approach to a project we did with LGCI, who is the geotech here, for the Hildreth School. We had a shallow fill site, and we ultimately decided to go with the wrap approach instead of an export and import.
Trying not to do a wrap job. I mean, just because all of my jobs recently have all been wraps, because you can't find any good dirt, but understood.
Options.
Could you explain to us what wrap is?
Rammed aggregate piers, so it's basically what they're saying is it's like a pile, except we're driving stone into it, and then we grout them. So you basically are forming a bunch of posts on the ground, forming a mat, right? And then that solidifies your basically your soil for all your foundations.
That's what you guys are proposing?
Well, no, they don't know. But what they're
potential-
doing is they're saying,
potential.
I'm thinking outside the box, and maybe when we look at it, this is a way you might be able to save money as you guys are starting to work through your design process. Which is good.
With the geothermal system and the potential for PV, you would be eligible for the investment tax credit through the IRA. And so I just wanted to highlight a little bit of our experience. Recently, Phil worked with Vertex at the Ashland Elementary School, and this was done post the IRA coming out. The project had already started in construction. So Phil worked through the cost estimate, and town ended up filing for the rebate, and they're anticipating about 2.3 million back. I also went through the same process with Southern Connecticut State University. Both of those projects were much smaller. So 70 million at Ashland, first year project. So looking at just the HVAC and geothermal wells cost in the preliminary budget was about 34 million. If we apply the 40% tax credit, that would be your base credit for 6%. Because of the system size, if they're over 1 megawatt or 280 tons, you have to meet the prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements, and you also have to meet the domestic content requirements. So that would get you to that full 40%. So if we're just isolating those costs alone, that's about $13 million that you would be getting back. And that includes all of the distribution, all of the terminal units. Because we have to meet the domestic content prevailing wage requirements, this is definitely something I recommend engaging with a tax consultant early on. We've worked with a handful on these projects. It'll be really important to make sure the specs are fully integrated with the domestic content requirements, and we'd certainly be driving that with subcontractors as well. But all this to say that there's a lot of money on the table for you all, and we'll certainly help you throughout the process.
All right, project approach and schedule.
So 78 days from today, we'll be voting on a SD budget. And that budget is the budget that has to go to the town for the vote in June. So, excuse me. So, there's a lot of work to be done between now and that date, but the good news is we've done it before, I've done it before. I've gone through this process on 4 MSBA projects. I understand the support that the design team and the OPM will need as we make our submissions. And then, once we lock in that SD budget, as Justin had said, that is the budget. That's the budget we're going to work to. That's the budget we're going to hold.
Also, we've identified some early release packages. Brad, these are dovetailing right into the current deliverables, design deliverables. So the first package we've identified, we would go off a bid, off of the 60% CD set. That would be for some early electrical for the trailer connections, site work including the construction access road, structural steel, any CTL or mass timber, the elevators. We also would identify any long lead items with the mechanical electrical systems. We just did this at FM Global where we Shawmut pre-purchased that equipment. It would be like transformers, medium voltage switchgear, generators. These items have sometimes 2-year long procurement items. So we would procure that and then we transfer it over to the successful trade contractor at the end. And then the rest of the trades really would be bid off of the 100% CD set. And then John and Paul are going to talk later on about some differences in our construction schedule versus the RFP schedule.
Absolutely. So as we think about logistics, the first thing we think about is safety. We focus on what happens inside the fence. And we want to make sure we're doing typical construction activities. You'll see here, over 10 years since we've had an OSHA violation, we take safety on site really seriously. But the next step is we're working on an occupied campus. We're surrounded by high school students, middle school students, the general public coming and going, school buses, faculty, staff, the maintenance folks getting in and out of the facilities buildings. So that's really our focus when it comes to logistics, thinking safety first for sort of everyone. And we know it's not a 7 to 3 facility. You guys have a lot of stuff that happens in the middle school during the summer, during the daytime. Tons of folks using the fields and the parking lots for basketball courts at night, that kind of thing. So we kind of think of it as a all-the-time occupied campus. How do we keep everyone safe? And we also know we're creating sort of an attractive nuisance. Everyone loves going to a construction site. It's probably how a lot of us ended up here, seeing all the equipment, seeing things happening. So we really want to take an opportunity to use that construction site as a living classroom. And Justin's going to get into that in a few seconds, but the key to all of this, I think, is communication. You guys have an amazing app that you're using to communicate with the general public, the students, the folks coming and going. We want to be a part of that as much or as little as you want us to really communicate what's going on. If there's a change because of construction, we want to be ahead of it. We want to be saying, this is happening. Principals, we're going to spend a lot of time with you coordinating things, making sure folks are happy. Going to have your number. I'm sure you're going to have mine. I'm right down the street. If anything happens, it's a quick jump over. But we really want to utilize that chance to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get folks involved. Middle school students right up to seniors. What can construction do for you, and how can we integrate it into the program?
Yeah, more and more with our projects. It depends on the client, your desire to take advantages of some of these opportunities, but they are huge opportunities, once in a lifetime for some of these students to be able to learn from the project from a technical perspective, and also just be aware of the amazing career potential in this field. And we're really passionate about it. We all love what we do, and we're happy to work with you guys to take that as far, or maybe not as much, depending on what you guys are interested in.
Just a quick time check. So we're going to kind of move a little bit. We're getting close to our time here, so we want to get into some of this stuff. So great.
Got to expedite the schedule, Paul. Let's go.
Absolutely. We're going to go a little bit faster. So one of the great things that was set up early on, thank you all, is adding this new access road Our plan would really be to get in early. You see here is sort of a calendar presentation of things. We'd love to get in April. One of the goals of getting this done early is we want to schedule our big activities around breaks, summer break, Christmas break, so we're not in the middle of sort of a semester and upsetting the cart, if you will. You get a summer to kind of reset. So our goal would be to get this road in early, prior to the start of the school year, the road's established, we're able to work in early. The other area we'd really like to focus on early is working through the surface water retention systems. We know there's an existing problem. It'd be great to work together early, get those systems in to sort of resolve the problem, berm the site in and fence the site in so that when school comes back, the water is contained within the facility as well as our work's fenced in, separating students and parents from sort of the construction. What happens in our fence is in our fence.
This next slide represents the majority of the logistics you're going to be looking at. From August of 2026 all the way till July of 2028. This is what you guys will be seeing on a day-to-day basis. I want to hone in on the fact that we're really trying to separate our ongoing construction activities from the day-to-day activities of the school. At this point, we've created a good access to our construction site that's completely opposite of all the busing that's happening on a daily basis and the parent drop-offs. We've made efforts to have safe pedestrian access from the schools to the fields as construction moves along. We wanted to hone in the fact that we've clearly defined our work zone. At this point, we would have enacted a blackout period that we use or we'll call a blackout period for deliveries. In the morning and the PM, we're able to queue our trucks in a way that no trucking is happening during those periods, whether it's staged off-site or staged on the site. Parking, both public parking. Our goal is to maintain as much parking within the existing school parking lots for yourselves. We feel we can accommodate contractor parking within the construction site. Our construction sequence, our goal is working south to north, thinking about noise constraints. We want to be able to get the heavy work done close to the existing high school and work our way away from it. And then geothermal. We're looking at options of pushing the geothermal installation till the summer of 2027 so we can take advantage of all that space during the heavy construction portion of the project and have that geothermal done before we start all the site work in that area.
I think one of the big sells of that little bit earlier start is this piece right here, the move. We're really focused on getting the move, getting a C of O in May, June. So that way there, the end of the school year, the teachers are packing up, facilities and maintenance is packing up, and you're into the new school by the 4th of July. Come late August, there's no summer anxiety of, I've got to move into a new school, I've got to pack my stuff, I've got to change this or that. It's sort of, you come back in the end of August and you're set up, ready to go to work. What that does for us is 4th of July, the building is empty, we're disconnecting utilities, we're taking advantage, starting abatement, getting some of maybe the heavy demo done over the summer, again, minimizing that noise and disturbance, and really focusing on the civil work right here. Getting the middle school bus and that kind of civil package done so that, if you jump to the next slide, you can see when students come back in the September, late August, this bus is sort of parent drop-off, busing is what it is forever. Access to the high school is what it is forever. We're really isolated and fenced in just on the demo and field piece. One of the other components is we're trying to move the maintenance folks only once. We know they've got a nice setup here with equipment and trying to maintain the whole campus. Getting them to stay up here as long as possible and then slide down to the new facility when it's ready. Again, they're a small staff doing a lot of work, so we want to make their life easy. What you see here is sort of what it looks like at the end. What we really want to do is push these fields in the early spring. Get them done so that instead of September, October turning those fields over to you and all of this site work, getting this work done. So end of July, beginning of August, you start gearing up for those fall sports. the fields are ready. You don't have to think about what temporary field you're going to send someone to interrupt the sports in the middle of the season. Getting those fields done early gives us another opportunity that the field market is only so many folks. If we are not the guys trying to be done September 1st like everyone else, it gives us an advantage. We're trying to be done in June when everyone else is still grading their fields and getting ready. We're ahead of the curve a little bit on that.
All right, from a quality control perspective, I recognize that we're building this school for generations to come. We're going to be driven by our relentless attention to detail to make sure the quality standards of the project are delivered. Some of those aspects are design and constructability reviews, so those will be performed at every design milestone. We'll provide real-time feedback to you, Brad. We can mock up any classrooms or also perform benchmark mock-ups to help facilitate facade material selections and final selections of glass. Those can lead to visual mock-ups to confirm constructability details and any tricky waterproofing details on the project. And then if there's an appetite for it, we can always do a performance mock-up depending on the project goals. One aspect that we perceive also as quality is the jurisdictional inspections. At FM Global, again down the street, we have a really good working relationship with the building department and the fire department. We meet with the commissioner and the fire chief on a monthly basis. They joke around with us all the time that they love coming to our project site because they know we're building the project correctly per codes, and they enjoy that aspect of our project. So, and then if there's any deficiencies in the field, observations will be tracked on a software platform called Procore that gives the initial reviewer the option or the ability to close that observation and make sure it's completed accordingly.
And so the key takeaway from our construction approach is the shift earlier, which we tried to align with the already established pre-construction deliverables and not add another one, but to expedite some work. And there's a benefit in the summer of 26 with getting separated and safe access for the fall of 26. The move out into the new school in the summer of 2028, we think that that's a better timing based on our proposed schedule. And then all of that leads to the fields being completed by the fall of 2029 as opposed to lingering into the fall semester. All right, we are
Let's move
at
quick.
time, so we're just going to quickly hit on this. And
No, you're
Keep
fine.
going, you're okay.
All right, the more you cover, the less questions there are.
Right.
Very good.
And I've been keeping track of how many questions he's asked. So I added to your.
All right.
Great, so one of the sort of feature items I saw in the design, in the kind of, I'll call it the spline area of the school, was a mass timber component. I've had the opportunity to work on the largest mass timber project in the United States down at Walmart's world headquarters in Arkansas. So we've got a ton of lessons learned from local projects. Justin's done a ton of presentations for engineers and owners and architects and is really involved, but took back a few really big lessons learned, and I think I'd like to focus on sort of the finished product. We're putting in a finished product during erection. It's kind of like putting down the carpet while we're doing the steel and we don't have the roof on. So a lot of lessons learned have gone into it. Starting with the selection of the species, finding the right supplier during pre-con, whether it's domestic or it's coming from Canada, how big of a plank you can get from certain manufacturers limits what you can and can't do. But then there's the next steps of the sealer. Picking the sealer that looks right is great, but when to apply it and how to apply it. We feel doing the all 6 sides and maybe one coat on the bottom, or even leaving the bottom open for the moisture to escape, so if water does get in there, it has a path to go. Treating that last coat like a finish, like you would put down on a gymnasium floor. So early on, we want to make sure that we've got that covered in the scope, we've got it covered in the buy, that at the end of the job, while we're putting the paint on, we're putting the last coat of sealer on. We're not spending a lot of money sanding off the mold and mildew and the things that we don't want to see as a finished product. It goes all the way back to trucking, making sure the product comes wrapped. Back to the purchasing, making sure that whoever's erecting owns getting the water off. Standing water and wood are not friends. We want to get that water and moisture out of there as quickly as possible. Even down to the rigging points. where those rigging points are. Do we have a little hole so water doesn't collect there and create a problem? Give the water somewhere to go. Knowing this is a roof component, we want to also focus on tying into the other elements, tying into the steel, tying into the concrete block walls, making sure those connections are right. Working with the manufacturers prior to the shop drawing, so we're missing pieces of scope, get captured early in case we did. Simple things, roof davits, what do they look like as a finished product? We're used to a couple of bolts buried by a ceiling. This is a finished product. It needs to look nice. It's what we're selling as the premier, you walk in the school wow factor. Code and compliance. You mentioned, working with the folks in Norwood, same thing. Mass timber is new to a lot of folks. So getting the opportunity up front, presenting, making sure the AHJs and everyone understands it, making sure people feel comfortable with it as it's being erected, and for us, working together as a team to make sure the plans and specs capture all the little things in this big pile of lessons learned that we've had from doing it so much.
You guys see this as like a design assist, or how do you view it?
A delegated design assist, absolutely. You give the criteria, you give the area, the proposed scope, you work with a vendor, and they can really help you figure out exactly how to put it together the best way.
In that work.
Yeah, we've found a couple examples of actually savings without impacting program with some of our CLT jobs. Like we had a job where we had CLT and they had a diaphragm, which is a structural element that keeps everything tied together, and they were able to eliminate that layer of plywood by creating a spline detail between each of the panels, saved a lot of money. We were able to optimize the layout of the panels with the column grid, so all of that is really, really important to engage a supplier early to weigh in on those things.
All right, so on the geothermal, we have a lot of experience within Shawmut. Most recently, Jonathan and Phil have completed a fully functional geothermal system at the Ashland Mendez School. And last fall at FM Global, we just completed drilling 221 geothermal wells, 605 feet deep. We have over 50 miles of piping with our lateral systems. So from all that experience, we've developed some lessons learned. Those are up on the screen. We definitely want to prioritize permitting. We want to perform the test well early. That will also help validate VAV's mechanical load assumptions. We want to obviously coordinate with any underground utilities in the system. Water and soil management is a kind of a messy operation, so we have to have a good plan on how we're going to handle discharging water. We don't have a ton of geotechnical information, but we understand there is some bedrock and we have a silty sand layer, so that may prohibit us being able to recharge the water into the ground. So right now we're assuming frac tanks and discharging off-site, which would require a water testing per EPA standards, but it's pretty common, we can do that. On the high performance envelope, so I've been fortunate in my career to be involved in a lot of custom facades. Again, at FM Global, I'm doing a 135,000 square feet of a large format unitized facade, which means it's fabricated off-site and brought to the site. I hired a contractor out of Long Island 20 months ago. It's been a lot of work leading up to this point, but we've started our installations and it is going lightning fast how fast these panels get put on the building. The thing with the new performance or with the energy codes are always getting stricter and stricter on your envelope. So we did a lot of thermal and condensation analysis on that project. This may not resonate with some of you, but we are achieving a D-rated total global U value of 1.52, which meets and exceeds the energy code. So again, on our project, we would do that thermal and condensation analysis. That also helps VAV Engineering and Brad, your team, to validate the cooling load assumptions and helps facilitate that. We can also help with any type of wind loading criteria, which also validates the structural engineer's assumptions about the structure and make sure we're good there. So I think that's it for that.
Right. Want to talk briefly, I know we're running a little long here, but about closeout commissioning warranty. So one thing that we offer is a 2-year post-occupancy support service. So Chris Davis, who I mentioned earlier, MEP manager who's actually engaged in pre-construction throughout the entire job, and then for the post-occupancy. Typically you have a building with a 1-year warranty. If we get substantially complete in June of 2028, by June of 2029, before we even leave the site, the warranty is up. So we We know that the town needs to be ready and able to accept this building, and it's our responsibility to make sure that you're comfortable with it before we walk away. So Chris Davis has a lot of MSBA experience in his career. We are here. If there are issues that come up, we're going to work them out. You're going to get through 2 full annual operation cycles before we go away, and we're going to make sure that you're comfortable with this job. It's really important for a community who doesn't build a project like this every day to be comfortable with the building once it's completed. All right, so to wrap up, why Shawmut? Again, this team is available. We carefully put this team together. We tried to pair MSBA experience with large project experience, ties to the communities. We really have a team here that cares about this community and is available. We have, the staff is available per the staff plan that we put in our proposal. We have a proven track record of success. Every MSBA job that we have done has made it through the town vote, has GMP'd on or under budget, and has completed on time. We have, like I said, the experience, and we are a partner. We are here to hopefully win this job, collaborate with you, show you that Shawmut's different, and I really hope we have that opportunity to work with you guys. So that's it from us. Questions? Thanks.
Love to hear a little bit about how you work with our team. So in terms of communication day to day, if problems arise, just in general, who we see on site and how that works in collaboration with the schools.
Yeah, so once we're on site, Paul is on site all of the time, and John. Guy and Phil are on site most of the time. There's constant communication. I mean, I probably can let John and Phil talk about their experience on their MSBA work and their collaboration with the communication.
You want to go
I
first?
was going to say, it all starts almost daily where one of us is meeting with the principals, especially at certain points of the project when the louder activities are coming or large trucking operations are happening. But on a lot of our projects, you'll see us almost daily, if not daily. That's one key point.
Yeah, I recently completed a project in an occupied school in Rhode Island, and literally the principal and her staff, key staff, not all of the teachers, we literally had coffee every morning. Hey, what are you guys doing today? What do I need to know about? Is there going to be a big noise? Are we changing this or changing that? And what we really focused on was big changes don't happen during a semester. You know, over a Christmas break, the path changes, or over the summer, signage, we change this or that. And literally it was day to day of, okay, you're getting a concrete truck, that's great. We know about it, we'll be conscious of it. Or, hey, we have a lot of, particularly it was right near the end of the year, a lot of activities outside. Hey, we have a lot of classes going outside, we're going out to the fields, we're doing this and that. Can you guys hold off noisy stuff till Friday, because Thursday and we're doing some stuff? Or, hey, we're starting finals on Wednesday through Friday. We know you guys have to work, but what can you do to work together? So it's really that sort of day-to-day, personal, I'm in your office, here's my phone number, call me, kind of relationship.
Yeah, so that's the day-to-day communication piece. Obviously, overall project communication, regular meetings. We actually reflected in our staffing plan a focused attention during the pre-construction deliverables, but we maintained consistent engagement as well, so that there's a regular meeting that's really going to start as a design meeting in pre-construction. It's going to carry through to construction. Project teams are engaged. We can set up communication protocols for who those project team communicators are, as well as the more senior level executive communication touch bases. So I don't know if that covered.
Yeah, totally. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say, to elaborate kind of on Michelle's question, can you guys talk just a little bit about neighbors and abutters? I know you guys kind of talked about some mitigation activities on the construction site, but talking about kind of your communication with them and your ability to work with them as well.
Yeah, we actually, in the proposal, we had some really good examples of some complementary abutters. So we are experienced with engaging, over communicating in some elements to make sure that people are in the know of what is going on. And it all comes down to us communicating to the project team, so that the project team has the information to make sure that there's no surprises to the abutters. So, anything to add? add to that?
Well, one of the keys is, we're entering the community as your partner, so you have a lot of lessons learned about how to communicate to your own neighbors. In some cases, we've utilized a weekly flyer at the town of Wellesley. We just completed a project there, and we had a weekly flyer that went out in conjunction with the Vertex team to the local neighbors, and they love that. They like to go to their mailbox and to receive a letter. Other communities, we've utilized things like social media or, emails that go out, but it really, we work with you. We can do all of those things, or, 3 of the 4. It really depends on what you've found to be successful, within North Attleboro.
Question, just technical but curiosity question. When you were talking about the well testing, I don't have a lot of experience understanding what that process is entirely, but when you talk about well testing, are you talking more about it from a pass-fail proposition, or is it a determination of what the work will be? Like, in other words, is if you do a test well, do you find out that you can't do wells, or do you just do a test well and just find out what the extent of the work is?
Yeah, so, there's kind of two aspects of testing, and probably 4 or 5 really through the whole system. The early test of the test well is done early through in the design process, and that tells you the flow that you can anticipate to achieve through that well. So it's all about kind of groundwater movement below grade, and it will also kind of validate, how depth we need to go down. And then with that information, the mechanical engineer can go back and validate his assumptions on what he was planning on achieving, for that well. And that to some extent dovetails into what Phil was saying about the whole, how many total wells, do we need, right? So it's a little bit subjective until you perform that first test well. Once that's all done and you're off to the races and you're installing the wells, there is testing that goes on. Sometimes, normally you're going to have a geotech engineer that's monitoring the well drilling. It kind of confirms the depths and some of the spoils that are coming out. It's a heavy water operation, so you do produce a lot of water. How you manage that water, there's testing with that. In other words, sometimes we can recharge that water into the ground if there's no really barriers to allowing that water to percolate. Right, and that's sometimes the preferred option is to recharge into the ground. And if you can't recharge in the ground, you have to go to a storm system. The EPA requires a third-party testing agency to come out and test that water before it goes into the storm system. And then, as you get towards the completion of your system, you're doing pressure testing of all the pipes. You're, final commissioning. You're balancing all the wells together. So there's a commissioning at the very tail end of it before it gets put into operation as well.
So one other thing I would like to add is the test well also does thermal conductivity, which dovetails into what Guy was talking about. So that's the part that gets validated is what's the temperature you expect the well to put back into the building. So you're constantly taking heat out or putting heat into the building depending on the season.
Yeah.
So you have to, that test well will validate what the thermal conductivity of your site is. I've spoken directly with Skillings and Sons, who's a large driller. They did Mendez for us to talk specifically about your site, and they were pretty optimistic about the conditions on your site. There's limited drilling in this area, but when you look at the mass well, there's a repository where you can see everybody's wells. There's not a ton of data around here, but generally speaking, you have shallow bedrock. So the sooner they get into the rock, the faster the drilling operation can go, because they don't need to put casings into the ground to prevent it from collapsing. So all indicators are you have a pretty decent site to go with geothermal, and that test well will just help inform the design and allow us to kind of tailor in that well count, right? The well count's somewhat subjective until the energy model's done, the test well's done, you take all that data plus the systems and the efficiencies that you're intending to get, and that's really when you can kind of arrive at that. And that's why we changed our approach in the RFP response. We were going to do the geothermal well right out of the gate, and in the schedule that we were talking through here, we decided to push the geothermal install later, and that allows the design and energy model to get further along. So that will help us ultimately be able to really optimize the system.
So that was actually going to be my question. So since you started on wells, maybe I can just piggyback that. Because yeah, you guys are a little different than the other squads that we've looked at, right? Which was, they're trying to push that work early. It is dirty, it is noisy. We do have to get rid of the water. And we would have loved to have done a test well. We just didn't have quite enough money to go and do that at this stage, not uncommon. So we were pretty conservative. But like, we're gonna hit that, like, you know, glass half full, June 3rd, we're gonna go out, like, the first thing we're gonna do is do that test well and go. And so with that information and like glass half full, because we do think we've been pretty conservative here, we probably go deep. We do think we've got rock, so we think we're conservative in our estimate. Does that change when you look at your logistics and your sequencing? Does that help you or does that hurt you? Like when you're looking at, you know, how you're putting this job together?
Paul, you want to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think early is good, but there's a lot of components that are sort of moving around. When you move it to that second summer, the goal would be we're further along with our groundwater systems, the storm tech systems are in, we've got a place to put the water, we've got sort of that berm permanent solution to the surface water running off into the neighborhoods is established. So we sort of have a permanent water collection basin that's going on. It also sort of helps keep that tennis court area open for moving the maintenance folks over. They've got a nice place that's kind of close to where they're used to being, and giving us a spot to kind of keep parking and things away from the neighbors. Kind of seems weird, but the longer you keep construction away from the neighbors, the less they're impacted, the less pain they have to go through, if you will, right? You know, the longer your neighbor is putting on a new roof, the more you dislike him. If he comes in and does it in a few days, it's like, great, you're done. So I personally would still wait till that second summer. In a couple-minute answer, there's definitely the opportunity to do it early, but I think waiting till that second year, the site's a little more established, the water control's established, and it gives everybody a little bit more time to really dig in and finish all the pieces.
Right. So like, and I know you guys are dealing with imperfect information, and you all do a great job just with, you know, what we hand you at this early stage. So that field to remain, right, is probably where I'm gonna try and tuck all, like, there's gonna be stormwater retention, you know, all over the site, it's a big site. But that's probably where we're gonna try and tuck it at this end of the site, right? So, you know, that would be something that I would think that you guys would be wanting to get an early go on as well, so that may help you with what you're saying.
Yeah, that field, actually, the goal was to turn over with the school, kind of leave that existing field as long as possible, but in that last summer, get the ball field in. I think you guys also have kind of your track and field set up back there and everything else, so kind of a critical spot to keep going as long as possible undisturbed, and then take advantage of a short window in a summer to maybe get in there and
Like the idea,
around the
but
sports.
I think it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of this is, you know, our first pass. We try to
Absolutely.
respect the process, take in the information, come up with our plan, but ultimately, we would collaborate with this team and figure out what the best scenario is for all parties.
Yeah, some good ideas you guys have.
This always changes.
Oh, yeah.
We always sit
Yeah.
down, come up with a
We
great
have-
plan.
I'm close to figuring it out.
It,
Halfway through schematics, so.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that was one of the instructions, was to come here with alternatives that we could talk about, so, thank you.
Brian, if Showmutt's picked as our partner, your architect and project manager, how do you think your role would play, or the group here, in securing the yes vote for the override or for the school?
So, as Justin mentioned, you know, we're very proud that all of the projects we've worked with that have gone through a vote have passed. We found that the best thing that we can do is to help you communicate a plan that eliminates concerns that may be raised, specific to, you know, is the schedule achievable? Is the budget achievable? Can we get the drop-off and pickup to work? Can we mitigate any water management issues outside of the fence, right? So we drive that process and make sure that we've collaborated with you, we've given you the information to prove that the project can be successful, and to absolutely mitigate any concerns that folks who may be looking maybe against the project have. Things we mentioned today, like the neighborhood communication, Water management, we know, traffic, safety, logistics. And ultimately, one of the things that's critically important is holding that budget. As Phil said, in 78 days, when the SD package goes to the MSBA, and then followed right behind that is the vote, you don't want to be in a position to have to go back for more money, right? So guaranteeing, as Chris said, and the team has talked about, guaranteeing that budget is critically important, because you as a committee are putting your name on this project, on this budget, on this schedule, and we will work diligently to hold that. So that, in our experience, has been the best. We also have, you have the full availability of our marketing team, for presentations and things. We are absolutely on board to help in any way with, imagery and designs. But I think at the core, having a good plan that makes sense, that mitigates risk, is the most important thing we can do as a collective team.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
Any other questions? Any closing? I think you hit the why shot.
Yeah, we appreciate it. We prepared for this. We could have talked for hours and hours about this job. So hopefully we got all your questions answered and addressed the agenda. And looking forward to hearing back. So thank you again for the time. We appreciate it.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, great.
Welcome. Thank you for your submissions and your interview. Just a reminder from the instructions that we sent out, an hour-long interview. We had it roughly broken down into 35 minutes for your presentation and then 25 minutes for Q&A. You'll see we'll ask questions when we have them as we go, trying to keep this interactive. This is being recorded. It's a public meeting. It's not being distributed yet. We'll distribute them after the final selection's been made. So with that, I'll introduce myself, Chris Kenny, Senior Project Manager with Vertex.
Hi, everyone. Michelle McEwen, Assistant Superintendent of Schools. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pete Havlet. I'm the principal at the high school.
Hello, Ernie Sandlin, Facilities.
I'm Carrie Orsi, I'm a civil engineer, and I'm mom of 2 kids in the school district.
Brad Dorr, and Leah.
The floor is ours? Okay.
Just one other thing, John, like historically, when you look at that, we haven't had 25 minutes of questions typically.
Yeah.
So if you run your 35 a little long, that probably works.
I had in my presentation, we're at 38 minutes, plus or minus 30 seconds.
We'll give you 3.
Plus or minus every question where we get sidetracked. But we really do want it to be interactive, so, please feel free to jump in. We've got a lot of content, as you see, so like the train will be moving, but if you need to ask something, please do. But we'll generally we want to respect your time too. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Rich. I'm the CEO of WT Rich Company. On behalf of our firm, we are thrilled to be here, and we thank you very much for the opportunity. As we will try to convey to you throughout the presentation, we feel the North Attleboro High School project is a perfect fit with our capabilities and the team that we're presenting here. We've got a lot to cover, so I'm going to kind of jump right into it. One of the first things I really wanted to share in this is I wanted to share our company vision, which is to be the best construction manager in the Massachusetts public building sector. This is not just words on a page for WT Rich. This is really take it to heart. It's really alive and breathing at WT Rich. And for you, I think it means 2 things. One is we're committed to excelling on every aspect of project delivery for this project. And second, we want you to have an experience that you're thrilled with, that you're excited about, and you feel great about each other, and you feel great about WT Rich. We're very enthusiastic. We've been following this project for over a year now. We're committed, we're excited. We know a key element that's important for all of you is partnership. I would just say, WT Rich, this is something we really believe we distinguish ourselves. Collaboration is fundamental to how we work with our partners. It's fundamental to how we achieve our vision. And then team capability, I would just boast right off the bat, this is a ridiculously talented team, okay? Some of you know us, Brad knows us, Tim knows us a little bit, but if you talk to reference, you talk to anyone about any of these people, you're going to get nothing but rave reviews. So introductions, I asked each of us to introduce ourselves, say a little bit, one of your questions, what did we bring to the table? So for me, I've been doing this for 20 years. I have over 20 school projects in the role of project executive or principal in charge, and over 40 Chapter 149A projects.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. My name's Evan Moore. Couldn't be more excited to be here. I am a North Attleboro resident. My wife and I moved here about 7 years ago. One of the major factors was your educational program, your reputation. Here I am, a father of three. I've got twins over at Falls. So super excited to be here, super excited for this opportunity. Also a project executive over at WT Rich for the past 17 years. Much of that experience includes phased, occupied renovation school projects, public projects and things of that nature. So again, thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Bethany King. I'm a senior project manager at WT Rich. I spent the past 15 years in the local construction industry, the last 6 of which were on occupied school sites. One of those is Cape Cod Community College, their new engineering building, where we have some exposed CLT decking there. And then the most recent of which is Coakley Middle School in Norwood that I'm wrapping up right now with Alex and Jesse.
Morning, everybody. My name is Alex Corbett. I'll be your project manager. I've got over 12 years experience working as a construction manager and an owner's project manager in the Massachusetts public school sector. I've worked on 8 schools over that time, and I'm looking forward to potentially another one.
I'm Jesse Ercoli. I'm the senior superintendent. I've got 16 years of construction experience. Most of that has been in the public building sector. I've completed 8 MSBA projects. I'm working on my 9th right now with Bethany and Alex, as they said, up at Coakley. All of those have been shared site, close quarter, occupied construction. And I'm proud to say that 3 of my projects have come in over 100 million. And just to show you guys how dedicated I am, right, Evan convinced me to throw on a little bit of red, even though I am a blue bombardier and live right over the border.
Don't mark us down. Don't mark us down.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Davida Flynn. I'm also a project executive at WT Rich, but for this project, I'll be serving as a sustainability executive. I have been constructing buildings in the Massachusetts public building sector for the last 20 years with a primary focus on schools. In that time, I've constructed or renovated 18 school projects. 15 of them were MSBA, 7 of them were high schools, and 13 of them had sustainability goals. Love sustainable buildings. It's what I love to do, and I hope to bring my skills to your project.
Good morning, all. My name is Ken Nobrega. I'm the Director of MVP Services at WT Rich. I have 28 years experience in the industry, 12 in the public sector, all at WT Rich, where I've worked on over 20 schools, 8 MSBA projects, 9 all-electric buildings, and 4 geothermal systems.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tim Farrell. I'm the Chief Estimator here at WT Rich. I've been estimating schools in Massachusetts for the past 17 years. Simply put, I love what I do, collaborating with the team at each step of the project and ensuring that we ensure financial success for the project.
Okay, so we start off with a really ugly, busy slide, but one of your questions was for us to clearly demonstrate the availability of this team that we were proposing. Okay, so this is a slide we did to do that. Just let me explain it. Broken up in thirds around our core team. Top third is what we proposed for the North Attleboro project. The percentages there, which you probably can't read, but the lighter colored blue is low percentage and the dark blue is 100%. And there's some ranges in between. The middle is their current staff commitments. The bottom is proposed plus current. You can see we're almost all in the blue, but in the spirit of transparency, we've got a tiny bit of red here. It's 5%. Most of that comes from Jesse, who is 100% superintendent on Coakley. But I've talked to him. We're going to squeeze an extra 5% out of him. He's fully on board. The other thing I did want to mention that we've pulled largely from the Coakley team, the timing of that project, building substantial completion in June and final completion the end of this calendar year lines up extremely well with this project. So in addition to these 3 core team members, we have 3 other really strong people as well as that. Pass it on to talk about our relevant experience. This is an important slide. So WT Rich, when we're presenting this, we're talking about this project, we feel we have the most relevant experience. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think it's even close, okay? We do 100% of our work Massachusetts public projects. No one else you've met with so far can say that. We do 95% MGL Chapter 149A. No one else can say that. We do 80% school construction. We have a debate with Fontaine, who says they're the leader in school construction. I say we're the leader in the last 20 years in terms of schools. They were doing them in the 50s and 60s and 70s. We don't give those as much credit. A lot of sustainability work. We do a ton of occupied. It comes with doing the schools. And this is MSBA projects, not including, this is the actual MSBA, not including predecessor, the school building authority before the MSBA.
Okay, great, John. Thank you. So first and foremost, John talked about our relevant experience and how can we contribute to this project. And I'd like to talk first about supporting the vote. We know how critical it is, this stage of the project. Without a positive passing vote, there is no project. You all have done such a tremendous amount of work. Like I said, I've been tracking this, the team's been tracking this. So what we really want to do is, what we can do is bring to the table is to allow and help you articulate a compelling value proposition. Why is this project important? Okay, we know the message that you've already sent out to the town is that this is an investment for our children, but more importantly, or as important, is an investment for the town itself. So what do we bring to the table? We want to help you deliver the message. We want to help you instill the confidence that us as a construction manager will keep our children safe during the construction project. We'll keep the project on budget. We'll keep the project on schedule, open up on time, minimize the impact, and we'll talk about that during this presentation, minimize the impact of the overall campus. And then lastly, the delivered outcome, really delivering that high quality building that we're all looking for here. So you can see here, over the course of the years, we have some experience in helping towns achieve the vote. So really our goal today is just to demonstrate our experience, our capability, and our project-specific approach to ensure that us as a team can deliver on these promises to the community. So next, what I'd like to do now is just sort of just organizing the presentation. During the preparation of this, your team asked us some questions to address, and we're going to focus on those. So first and foremost, we're going to focus on project insights and approaches. Again, safety is always at the forefront of our conversations. We're going to jump into our pre-construction plan, our estimating, project-specific budget insights, again, project-specific schedule approach. You all asked about occupancy, how we can use our experience. We've got a great presentation from Jesse to really talk about that. We studied your campus, we studied your circulations, we studied as much as possible at this point with the information we had. And lastly, again, focusing on that partnership theme, connecting teams, and engaging in the overall community. And then also, as part of this presentation, just touching on some of our core capabilities that distinguish us from our competition. Okay, we're leaders in sustainability. Davita's going to jump into that. Industry-leading, top-notch quality control program. We also offer a custom long-term building performance program as well. So again, extremely excited, and we'll jump right into it.
Cool. So safety, right? What I really want to convey is how important safety is to us at WT Rich, right? So a lot of people will say that we're obsessed with safety, right? To that I say, thank you. What can we do better? Okay, because that's what it is. It's a start to finish commitment. Everything that we've come up with from a logistical standpoint goes into what we think about the safety of your community, of the campus, right? It's not just inside of the fence, it's also what happens outside of the fence. That's the real focus that we want to hammer through. So every decision that we've made from a logistical standpoint, and you'll see as we go through this, has the safety of the campus in mind, okay? It's all about the inhabitants, it's about the students and being able to cohabitate that property for 3.5 to 4 years, right? And as you can see here, and we're proud to say it, is we have a 0 incident track record when it comes to campus safety. And I think that's important to convey. I just want to say it again. It's a 0 incident track record at WT Rich with all the experience that John has talked about. And to just further, because this is going to be a priority for me, I'm a father of 3. I've got middle school and elementary school kids, so all I can think about when I see a project like this is what it would be like for them to spend a large portion of their educational careers like immersed in construction. There's no way around it. And what I'd want for me and my wife, we've talked about it, is I just want them to have a safe and positive experience. That's what we'd want for our family, and that's what we at WT Rich up here want to express to you, that's what we will provide for you and your family, a safe and positive experience.
I couldn't agree more. So I'm going to dive into the pre-construction plan. So I think we can all agree that we need a successful pre-construction process to get on the right foot for construction, right? So at WT Rich, we have an effective pre-construction plan. You can see all of our services. I wouldn't even say it's all of them. A lot of our services here. There's some details in the printout so you can read them a little bit better. But we deliver a comprehensive approach to pre-construction, and we do whatever it takes to make sure we are all on the right foot. You heard Evan talk about supporting the vote. We'll dive into logistics, scheduling, estimating, all these key pre-construction processes, right? So one thing that you'll see on the screen next is some things that we feel like differentiate WT Rich from our competition. Again, to dive into a couple of these, so design reviews, right? When we see every design review package, our team does a deep dive into that package and generates hundreds of comments with the goal of once we get to that biddable set of documents, we've tried to avoid any potential issue, right? Obviously there'll be some RFIs, but our goal is to get those down. Another one is site, building, and utility investigations, right? We want to get on campus, we want to investigate to try and flush out any surprises that might come in down the line, right? Like, we're here as a partner in the early phase, and let's get it all into the document so we can have a successful project. And with that, Alex is going to explain an example.
Thank you, Bethany. So your team specifically asked for a case study of how we brought value to pre-construction. Boy, are we proud to talk about Manchester Memorial. It was a super fast project, 3-phase, occupied, new build. As you can see here, we have the existing building and the new building in multiple phases. There are 3 specific aspects or key points that we brought to the pre-construction team. First being continuity of existing systems, right? So we had to have a 1970s building talk to a brand new state-of-the-art building. That was a huge challenge for us. We brought the design team in, we brought facilities into the mix to figure out how those two talk, right? We're talking fire alarm, security, PA, amongst other services. Secondly, the permitting process, right? We were behind the 8 ball a little bit, delayed a little in conservation. We developed an isolated plan to allow our construction to start while the permitting process, the order of conditions was developed and drafted. And finally, what we're most proud of is an early package for masonry pre-purchase. We worked specifically with the design team to come up with a purchase plan to get the masonry on site, on time when we needed it. We can't say that many other, at least we haven't heard of many other construction managers doing something of that nature. Super proud of that project.
Hi everyone, I'm here to talk about the budget. We'll talk about meeting the budget, and more important, or just as important I should say, maximizing the value, dollars that go back into your school project. So first I want to touch on our philosophy and our approach. This is what sets us apart from our competition. These 7 boxes, I'd like you to all hone in on these with me. First off, we are reasonably conservative with our estimating process. We are not unnecessarily conservative. We maintain an extensive database of cost data. In our quest to be the best construction manager, we've launched a program to track cost data in Eastern Massachusetts. We use that data to benchmark our cost estimates. We pick up on what's not shown in the what's not shown in the document, such as logistics and inferred work, phasing. Capture those costs so there's no surprise on bid day. Our experience in public schools in Chapter 149A that John hit on earlier, it's unmatched to our competition. We have a strong and loyal following of subcontractors. They want to work with us. We cast a wide net. We actually talk to them in each design iteration. They provide budgets at each design iteration. So really, we're tracking the market as well there. We're using that to benchmark our data, benchmark our estimates also that we're doing in-house. So we have 2 ways to track it. This is what I want to really hone in here on. The best overall value, everyone. So our indirect costs, those are the costs below the line, such as bonds and insurance. They are below industry standards. So I'm going to get to it demonstrate in a minute, but that's money going back into your school, back into your children's education and your town. And finally, value management. Sometimes the estimates are over budget. So we're very skilled at bringing that back on budget, and that's really why you brought the CM on board, right? Identify that all, keep that going as we go through the pre-construction phase and delivering that project on budget, GMP on budget. Okay, so when we take that philosophy and approach, all this, we create the highest accurate estimates and the best overall value. Again, pushing that overall value back into your project. Okay, one of the questions we were asked was how do we maintain those SD estimates to the GMP phase and beyond budget? This is how we do it, our philosophy and approach. WT Rich, are fundamentally, right, delivering the project on budget. That's fundamental responsibilities of CM. WT Rich, it's been 100%, has a 100% track record for delivering MSBA projects on budget, 100% of the time. So let's jump in, a couple project specifics here, insights into the construction budget. We reviewed all the documents available to us. Really what we did was a budget assessment. We didn't have a full detail. We actually took the Pentucket project that we worked with Brad and Doran Whittier, and we escalated at the current day, made a couple tweaks. Bottom line, we came in about $220.8 million. It's an assessment based on market conditions, but we're below budget. And again, here's those direct costs that I really want to hone in here. On it, when we average these two out, the difference were $1.7 million. That's money going, $1.7 million going back into your school and your children's education. So I hope we demonstrate our ability to accurately estimate the project and deliver the project on budget.
Perfect, thanks Tim. I'm going to dive into the schedule. So our team did a deep dive into the project documents we received in the RFP schedule just to confirm validity of that schedule and optimize it. So we analyzed key durations, sequencing, and lead time to make sure we had an adequate schedule that was achievable. That's what you saw in our proposal. We are very comfortable with that schedule. It's a little aggressive, but it's definitely doable. There's a couple early packages that I'll dive into. Again, we analyze the lead times. That's going to be critical. In the whole process, it doesn't just bring you in right at the last finish line. It gives ample time for testing, balancing at the end of the job. So we're going to turn over a quality job at the end. So to dive into a couple of our highlights for our schedule approach, first, we're proposing a soft mobilization in April of 2026 with some early enabling, get that road in place, right? That allows us to start foundations in August of 2026. That is the start of our critical path. We need to get in there and start those foundations. One of the key indicators we look on all of our projects is the start of foundation to substantial completion. So for this project, it's 23 months. It's right in there for 220,000 square feet. It is a little aggressive, but again, the logic is in that schedule, and we will buy it out competitively and make sure that's achievable. We have presented an option that we recommend to expedite the synthetic turf field, so you get that baseball field available for your spring 2027 baseball season. So we'll talk about that a little bit further. All of this leads us to July 7th, 2028, with a successful substantial completion date of turning the building over to you all so you can vacate the existing high school. We'll spend that summer demolishing the high school, getting the hardscapes, getting ready for the fields, and then come back just the spring of 2029 for some final plantings at that point. So again, we're comfortable with this schedule. To dive into a little bit about the early package approach that we included in our proposal, we recommend the first early package, January 30th, 2026. That's for site enabling in that synthetic turf package to get that on the road, get that out to bid and get those contractors on board. The second early package we recommend is a couple weeks earlier than the 60% CD date that you had in your RFP, but a March 10th date for that early package number 2. At that point, if we can get the design developed enough for site work, concrete, steel and mass timber, we can get those packages out on the street and get everyone on board, get the steel in the fabrication line, and get all the site work started, right? So that is the critical path of this project, and I definitely think it's achievable. That's a pretty standard early package that we buy out on a lot of our jobs. We also recommend a switchgear pre-purchase. You have a 5,000 amp switchgear on this project. We just bought one over at Tobin. It took 80 weeks to get here. So we'll have to pre-purchase that. If we don't, it's going to affect the schedule. So we know that. And then the last one is the geothermal wells. We recommend pre-purchasing that just so we can lock in a sub, get that work started, and free up some land earlier on in the process. And Jesse will dive into that with logistics. So that's overall our schedule approach.
Thanks, Bethany. Before we get into logistics, I wanted to take a moment to talk about occupancy, right? It's at the fundamental forefront of our mentality towards developing a logistics plan. Good news for us, and you actually, is occupied construction expertise. We're a leader in that, as we've talked about before. As you can see here, we have a number of projects, green being new building, teal being existing buildings, of us working in close proximity to existing schools. Me in particular, Manchester, as I mentioned before, we were within 5 feet of the existing school. Coakley with Jesse and Bethany, they've given us 10 feet. And thankfully for you guys, you've given us a little bit more, so we appreciate that. Our key strategies, right, the key concepts that we use to develop our logistics plan. It starts with safe construction separation. You guys have done a lot of the homework up front to get that Landry concept into fruition, come to fruition, I should say. We need to execute that, right? We need gate management, we need specific blackout times to make sure that there's a safe point for us to access the site. Maintaining adequate parking. We've done a deep dive into your parking counts for each phase. We'll make sure that we continue to maintain the 550 plus parking spots that are required for the project. Ensuring safe and efficient access. It really starts with maintaining continuity of your bus drop-offs, your parent drop-offs, and just general drop-offs, pickups, and off-hour work as well. Athletics and community access. We understand how important recreation is to you guys. Recent champs of the football team, congratulations, by the way. But our goal is to make sure that we maintain access to your current recreational fields, or provide sooner access to some of the fields we talked about, the tennis courts and the baseball field that Bethany mentioned earlier. Continuity of existing campus services, right? We've identified a few gas, power, drainage that run through the new building footprint that we're gonna have to bypass and work with the design team to figure out a solution to make sure that the existing schools operate. Construction mitigation, right? We need to come up with a dust and noise mitigation plan to ensure that demo, geothermal wells, any noisy disruptions do not prohibit your school operations. And then finally, leveraging school downtimes. Jesse's gonna get into this in a second, but you'll see a common theme of expanding and contracting the site to make sure that we get certain aspects of the job completed during the summer and other off-hour times. Jesse?
Cool, so this is, I think this is the fun part anyways, but before we really dive into it, just wanna go through the infographic so you guys know what's going on, right? My best weatherman approach. We've got the calendar years up top. We're gonna have a red bar that moves through months as we go along. Down below, this is time frame. This is drop off and pickup. Blue and purple dotted lines will be high school. Green and yellow will be middle school. Orange will be construction traffic pattern. And then up on the board, you'll see we've got the yellow for our construction fence, and orange will be our gate access. So just diving right into phase one, soft mobilization, April 26th. Traffic pattern, consistency is key, right? We've done enough schools to know it. That's what it is. Construction, a little bit of intermingling here, but it's really just some hard mobs that'll take place at the Southwest Sports Field. Up at the Northwest, we're gonna start right away with the site prep, get the retaining wall in, get that paved, get that ready to go, so then we can really separate construction access moving forward after we get out of phase two. And then here, like Bethany said, let's buy out that, let's keep this field active for this season, get that site prep going, and then the relocation of the walks throughout the community. We've seen it, it's a huge part, there's a bunch of neighborhoods, there's a lot of walkers that get there, so let's keep that active. Now, getting into the first summer slammer, that's like Alex said, we've got that expansion of our fence over there that we're gonna take over, getting ready for the new building. And then circulation for all your summer activities should remain the same. We're gonna probably start here with some of the access, but we'll move into that by the end of it. And then the major focus for this summer slammer is gonna be all the work at we're gonna call it the main building site for the sake of this presentation. So it's gonna be site prep, getting rid of the tennis courts, getting rid of that baseball field, getting our trailers set up, permanent location, getting the geothermal wells, starting that early, like Bethany said, huge advantage to that. And then getting replacement parking done based on the studies that we've done. You guys are gonna need this. We're gonna get that done right away. And then the big push, excavation, install a foundation so we can really start that 23-month clock. Now, this is when things will get interesting. This is the real intermingling. This is that primary building phase construction. Again, consistency is king. There's nothing wrong with your guys' circulation. Anybody who's come up here and said that there is, I've watched it, it's clockwork, I've seen enough, it works great. We're gonna be coming in off the Northwest. Big focus now is gonna be down here, main building construction. This is the fun part. It's superstructure, it's facade, it's envelope, it's getting building tight, it's continuing with the geothermal wells. Real good opportunity for some hands-on learning for the students, but then, like we said, getting that baseball field turned over to you every season, they will never not play a game on campus, right? So, Summer Slammer Part 2, circulation staying the same. What I want to draw your eyes to is this central circulation area. We looked at this from a schedule standpoint. It can't get done the next summer. It's not going to happen. Anybody who said otherwise, they're wrong. It needs to get done now. You got to get it done. We'll make provisions to make that happen. But then we're going to maintenance field, start the reorientation of the softball field, get that circulation area done with the triangle. Few caveats to also, big thing, consistency being king. Circulation's gonna remain the same. And then down at the southwest site, completing the geothermal field so we can finish with the paving, and then moving through, getting the tennis courts done and complete. So now by September 27, all your sports activities are back on campus, 0 interruptions, and it's yours again. Now we've gotten back to a smaller postage stamp. High school circulation remaining the same. Middle school circulation, again, remaining the same. A little bit of work up here at the sports field, at the softball field. And then main focus now is gonna be working through finishes, getting through balancing, testing, everything else, making sure that we hit that date, and then pushing through to the site finishes, making sure that we've got occupancy ready for your staff for June, and then opening up this fence into the trilogy of the Summer Slammers as we push through, and then getting the north parking lot done. That's why you can't get this done at the same time. Finally relocating the maintenance staff up here. Like I said, getting that parking lot done up there. And then the big focus for this will be getting the building completely demoed, right? But the site prep here, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So it's abatement, it's demolition of the existing building, and then working through the site prep so we can set up the final circulation. As I said, to us, it's consistency being king. We want to get you into a set circulation pattern as soon as we possibly can. We want to hold you in what you have because it works, and then make the change in one summer, squeeze us down to a postage stamp. There it is. That's the circulation path for the rest of the, hopefully the rest of the building, right? And then middle school, not much of a change there, so it works. Now at this point, we're the postage stamp, we're in and out, we're one gate, complete the demo. Throughout this 8-month period, we're gonna complete the demo, do the remainder of the parking area, which we've got some creative ideas there, as well as the completion of the sports field, all the site finishes. And here we are with a under budget, early and safe project.
So I have a question.
Whoa.
I want to give you a chance to breathe. Okay, right? You guys have some time.
Yeah.
So, like when you were talking about site circulation there, you said it works.
Yeah.
I'm assuming what you're talking about, right, is that what you're proposing, which pretty much mimics what we all had contemplated as part of, you know, how this would phase out, and, you know, the temporary arrangements that would be made.
Mm-hmm.
That your guys' opinion, that all seems to work.
So listen, as I said, I live about 10 minutes that way, right?
Yeah.
Evans, even closer to the existing school. I've gone out there 3 or 4 times. I've watched the way that the buses and the middle school and the high school all interacts. It's literally, it's clockwork. I don't see, there's some caveats that I think we're gonna have to do in order to make sure that that construction access works. But again, this goes back to the safety portion of it, making sure that we are somebody who's on your campus and not the major portion of it. I don't see a reason to change your circulation patterns until we actually complete that. And as far as our end goes, some caveats to what you guys did, but no major overhaul there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we did look at that new access road, if we could take advantage of that, and it's still an option, all these things, you know, we want to collaborate with you, we don't have the benefit of that conversation. We certainly looked at that. We thought it was good, you know, and also a huge emphasis on the blackout periods, right? Like, when your drop-off, pickup, and bus operations going on, we're not coming on and off the campus, right? So we're going to really strictly enforce those as well. Okay.
That's great. Yeah, so about 4 years of construction in 5 minutes.
Right, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, so, no, great. So, just moving on to the next portion of our presentation is partnership. Again, you know, our partnership, our involvement, you know, it doesn't just stop. I talked about supporting the vote. Jesse, Alex talked about inside the fence, inside the campus. But we have to extend that. We have to look out of that. You know, as a resident, somebody who lives, like Jesse said, I'm about half a mile away, if that. You know, what would I expect, right? I would expect, you know, frequent updates. I'd expect somebody there at the table with me to listen to me, to answer my questions, to be responsive, to be attentive. And that's what we're here, and that's what we will provide. Again, just touching on responsiveness, and then lastly, that trust earning, maintaining the trust from pre-construction all the way through construction until final turnover.
I specifically asked to do this slide because to me, K-12 construction, this is the exciting part, right? There's students there and we can interact on most of our projects. So on the screen here, you can see a handful of our different projects where we've gotten into the classroom and helped the students learn. So you're lifelong learners of the town, right? So specifically bottom right of this screen is Coakley Middle School. We did an 8th grade STEM presentation where we focused on all the different roles of construction and how we all got to where we were. What did we like in middle school and why did we end up where we are, right? We met with the science and STEM teachers in the beginning of the project, and we developed a 6th grade, a 7th grade, and an 8th grade science curriculum-based class that we were able to integrate with their curriculum, and it's really exciting. I love that part of it. So we'd love to meet with the high school STEM and science teachers and do this same thing and get the students engaged and make this construction project part of the learning experience. And I think
So sustainability, it's a word that's used very often. I'd argue it's kind of become a buzzword at this point. People just use it to reference what they might be going after. I want to assure you that WT Rich does not look at it that way. We take sustainability very seriously. We would actually argue that we are the most qualified CM in the Massachusetts public building sector as it relates to sustainability. In 15 years, we have completed 34 sustainable projects with 15 more in the pipeline to achieve LEED Silver or higher. Back in 2016, when LEED version 4 first hit the street, when manufacturers and subcontractors literally had no idea how to comply with the requirements, we were able to construct the first LEED Platinum school in Massachusetts, the second in the country. We've since gone on to construct 2 others since then. We constructed the first net zero emissions school in Massachusetts, have since gone on to construct 2 others, I think, with 5 more in the pipeline. I apologize, my numbers are starting to jumble. This is what we do. We build sustainable buildings. We know how to work with the design team to select materials and write the specifications to ensure we are not only LEED compliant, but Mass General Law compliant. We will work with them also on building details to ensure your envelope is super insulated and you're meeting all of those requirements. We will be your partner to ensure that your sustainability goals are met. Geothermal. I get giddy about geothermal. I talk really fast. I'll throw a bunch of stuff at you. I could talk for days about it. John has limited me to 1 minute, so I'm going to do the best that I can. Installing geothermal systems takes finesse and experience. This is something that we know how to do. WT Rich and I have both been installing geothermal systems for the last 15 years. We can bring this expertise to this team to ensure you achieve your goals. One of the first things we would do is recommend the installation of a test well. Now we know from the RFQ walkthrough that the budget wasn't there in the early stages for that test well, but we will find ways of getting that into the budget to ensure that you get the information specific to your site. We understand the overall thermal conductivity in Massachusetts, but your site could change the depth of the wells that we design, the spacing of the wells, the type of exchanger we go with, how we manage the water, the amount of casing we might need. There are so many nuances to it that are specific to your land that we want to understand and help you with. Our expertise is actually so vast in geothermal that we've actually had some competitors approach us for our expertise. On the Agawam High School project, Fontaine actually asked us to JV with them, in part for our geothermal experience. I love it. I could talk about it forever. We want to help you guys achieve your goals. Talk about mass timber.
Mass timber, another element of your sustainability here. So on the screen here, you see a handful of our more recent mass timber experience projects, 3 of which with Doran Whittier. We understand the installation of mass timber. CLT decking, I think, is the most efficient installation of that process, right? Glulam, it's complicated. You need a skilled labor force that has the experience in this installation, and it's a combination of carpenters and iron workers. We know that. We know the importance, and we will buy it out appropriately. Mass timber has moisture sensitivity. We know that. We will pre-plan. We will turn over a quality product at the end. Higher cost. Tim's estimated plenty of these jobs, so we'll make sure that can stay in your budget. And then just overall fire safety misconceptions, evolving code. Again, we will be a partner for you in this process to make sure that mass timber ends up in your project. And now this one, the next one I get this to is quality. So we didn't want to finish the presentation without touching on quality. So at WT Rich, we have an industry-leading Focus 5 quality control program. That Focus 5, step 1, kickoff meetings. Step 2, pre-installation meetings. Step 3, delivery inspections. Every piece of material that comes to our project, we review against the submittals and we inspect all of it. The fourth step is first installation inspections. We take a look at all that, and then we also do follow-up inspections. So we have this 5-step program that our entire project team is familiar with and everyone is involved in. We also recently added 100+ point inspection for every single room, above ceiling and below ceiling. And the point of that inspection process is to make that punch list process at the end of the job much easier. We try and catch everything before it gets to the end goal here, right? So we are checking everything and we're ensuring we're turning over a quality project at the end.
Staying on the quality theme, I wanted to touch on our program that focuses on the building turnover and post-occupancy. The MSBA did a survey, and one of the most popular results was headaches and issues that come up during transition of turnover and occupancy. So a couple of years ago, we came up with our Building Performance for Owners program, which focuses just on that process. It's 3 phases, as you can see. Prepare, that's pre-construction, that's making sure that the overall design aligns with the school and town's requirements and needs. Perform, that's the construction period. That's making sure the systems are installed properly, tested, commissioned, match the design. And then maintain. Maintain, we're with you for 3 years after the building is turned over. Year 1, that is controls, check-ins, that's enhanced training, that's the installing subcontractors, performing the preventative maintenance and all of your equipment. And then transitioning into years 2 and 3, that's quarterly check-ins. I'll be checking in with Ernie and his group to make sure the building is still performing as it's expected. Doing any tweaks if I can assist with any problems that may be lingering, and just keep the building operating as you guys expect it to be.
Okay, everyone, deep breath. I told you it was like a locomotive. Maybe we might have been too committed to the time, okay? But now we're here at the end. I'll just wrap it up, and then we'll have plenty of time for Q&A. So just to kind of pull it all together, why W.T. Rich? I really do believe that we pull together the most relevant experience. The schools, the public focus, the occupancy, and you add into that the sustainability with our geothermal and mass timber knowledge. We really believe we cover all the bases and make sure we're going to deliver on the specific requirements of this project. I've touted this team a lot. It really is an exceptionally talented team, put together specifically to do with their availability and their special skill sets that are related to this project, and also a couple of great local presence as well. Best overall value, that's important to us. We believe we would deliver the best overall value by having the most accurate estimates, not unnecessarily conservative, and by having the most competitive indirect costs, right? Keep the money above the line for your project, minimize the below the line stuff. Partnership is really in our DNA. That's what we're all about, collaboration. We're all about teamwork. If we're lucky enough to be selected as your construction manager, you'll really experience this very directly, I think. And then our vision, again, if we get selected, I'm very confident that you will observe us being tangibly driven by our vision. In fact, about 1.5 years ago, we instituted a client construction partner bi-monthly, we call it a pulse survey. It's 10 questions, check in, how are we doing? One of the questions is, to what extent do you feel that W.T. Rich is already achieving this vision? And our score on that is currently 9 out of 10. And we're trying to get to 9.5. I should say 10, but you know, some people don't give out 10s. It's really tough, right? But anyway, that's really important to us. It's, as I say, tangibly driven by that vision. So that's it, Q&A. I will mention we had all this stuff we would have loved to have talked about, and I don't want you to think, because it didn't get into our part, that it's not important. We have important things like DEI, we have important things like the traffic management, traffic routes to the site, more on our market analysis, more on pros and cons of mass timber. We can get into that if you want, if we didn't cover it well enough in our presentation. But yeah, we're done, officially done. So we're good. What's that?
How'd we do?
Minus your question or including your question? 40 minutes. So I think 38 maybe without the question. Maybe. I'm going to invite our team to maybe sit down while we do, so we're not like, being interrogated. And yeah, we would love to hear your questions.
Thanks so much for your presentation. First of all, you did a fantastic job, really walked us through a lot of information. I think one thing that we'd love to hear a little bit more about, and you touched on it briefly about that collaboration, how would you work with our team specifically? What would we expect day to day versus like more, weekly, monthly check-ins? What does that look like for your team working with our team?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with this. Bethany, you can jump in. But if you're talking about your team, the client team, a lot of that has to do when you're going to be present, what level do you want to be involved in, right? So we always have weekly meetings with the architect and the OPM. We call that the OAC meeting. The C is for the client. Sometimes you only send one person there, right? But if you guys, whatever presence you want to have there, you'll be a full part of the team there. We're a firm that likes to have direct access, so some OPMs say, don't communicate with the client directly, we want everything to go through us, but what we found is, let's have open communication, everyone's copied on it, so there's really open communication, very closely. It's almost like, whatever you need us to be involved in, we want to be involved in. Sorry, Bethany, I jumped in, which is...
No, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, exactly what John said. And just to dive into a little bit more detail, so on our occupied school sites specifically, I know we have the principal's phone number that we can text as needed, right? The summer slammers are really detailed, right? We need to make sure everyone's on board. And it's not necessarily just the school district, right? Like your whole recreation department, the use of those fields. There's a lot of different stakeholders in any kind of project. So having the OPM is extremely helpful. And the weekly check-ins, but in addition to that, just at Coakley as another example, they want to tour some teachers through overnight. Sure, come by. We'll give you a quick tour. Or hey, we have leftover Christmas meal celebration stuff. Let's bring it over to the principal's office. Like it's just that type of relationship that we have with them now. That once you live on the campus with them, you get to know each other, right? And you need to work together and be collaborative to have a successful project. So we are trying our hardest on every project to not just be a nuisance.
I'll throw in two. Once the MEP roughing start, we'll bring the facilities group through, once a month, once a week, however often you want to come through. That's something we try to implement on all of our projects.
You guys are doing open space now too, right?
Yes, yep.
That might be interesting for these guys to.
Yeah, we get a lot of benefit out of that, yep.
So open space, yeah, we had a slide called technology, and we have all these great technologies.
Seeing you up here.
Thank you. So open space is something we implemented about 2 years ago. It's, maybe the other CMs explained it too. Someone puts a little camera on their hard hat. They walk at a reasonable pace, not too quickly, through the entire job site. And it's capturing a 3D image as you go through. So then when that capture is available online, minutes later, you can go on, you can follow that path. And when you're in there, you can look around, you can look up, you can see everything that's in there. We do those twice a week on every project. So it's great. Sometimes you have an issue you want to talk to the architect about, and you say, oh, let's jump on open space, right? We use that building committee meetings. Oh, you want a tour, you want to see where we're at. We do them on the outside, we do them on the inside, every floor. But the other thing that's really valuable is at the end of the project, we have what we call a digital twin of the building, right? So you can go back in time, at any point in time, and say, wait a minute, was there blocking in this area? Oh, is there a pipe in this area? So you can use that to, effectively peel back the drywall, if there's insulation there, other things, and see what was in there, back to the steel structure, or whatever you need. So that's been really good. We would make that fully available to the owner, and you guys can jump on there anytime and look at that. We do also usually have a webcam over there that can either be private. We don't always like it just to be available to the public. But we can. We just got to kind of look at that. But yeah.
The open space also integrates with the BIM model, so you can do a split screen. You could be standing in a room looking at that wall of the actual room, and then next to it is the BIM model, so you can look above the ceiling, match if you have conflicts that you want to look at, or just how things are building out.
Good, thank you.
Oh, I would normally ask the question about getting the vote out. I haven't answered it. John, what team would be dedicated to this project? Who would be, would it be Jesse?
When you say dedicated,
What I mean is, yes.
Basically your slide when you opened, one that was shaded.
So just to clarify, there's a pre-construction phase, which usually doesn't require, lots of bodies that are 100% on your project. Then we get into construction, and that goes 100%, right? So just to start with the construction, because that's easier, Jesse will be 100%, Bethany will be 100%, Alex will be 100%. That's from the core team. There's people that aren't here, assistant supers and APMs, that'll also be 100% during construction. But those three, for sure, are 100%. Senior PM, sometimes we split them between two projects, given the size of this project. We wanted our senior PM to be 100%. During pre-construction, you're gonna see a whole lot of Evan, which is probably a little more than you'd normally see from a PX, but because he's working the bus stops, because he's working his neighbors, he's really invested in the town. He's gonna be very, very involved. I think during pre-construction, you're also gonna see a ton of Bethany and Alex as well. That support the vote is gonna be, we know how important that is, and it was maybe hard for us to convey all, like, how deeply we wanna be involved in that, and really, gotta find out where you are now in the process a little bit more. And then we gotta figure out, okay, maybe you guys are on a great track, maybe there's some small things we can do, maybe there's some more significant things we can do. But a lot of times, once you get to past the compelling value proposition, then people wanna know, is it gonna be safe? What happens if the budget goes over? Are you gonna meet the schedule? And that's our role, right? Because they're gonna look to, the construction manager most influences those things, right? And that's what we wanna help make sure we not only send that message of what we're gonna do, but you're comfortable that we're gonna help all of us together deliver on that message.
Thank you, John.
I'm all set. You guys did great.
So I have a question about, Kenny, this is probably coming a little your way, sorry. But training is something, right, we talked to some of the other teams about, and how that's always a challenge.
Yep.
Right? It's a challenge for the design team to be able to try and figure out, like, what's the right balance when you're putting the documents together, right? Because if you go and, putting stuff in for their, we want training, well, what does that really mean? It's hard to kind of compartmentalize it. How much is that? But ultimately, what we do know, right, is we need it, right? It is part of, MSBA's focus on, very complex systems. Right? We're giving people today Maseratis, and, they're coming out of, nothing against the Chevrolet, it's just a comparison.
I thought you were gonna say horse and buggy.
Yeah, that's probably better. And it's just the nature of the beast, right? Some people are coming out of 50, 60, 70-year-old buildings, and we're throwing this all out. And so there's that learning curve. And how do you guys think we can collectively improve that experience for these guys?
So, I appreciate the question. I do drive a Chevy, by the way. So one of the bigger, one of the bigger parts of the BPO process that I talked about, the early stages of that process called the prepare phase. We have sort of a tracking spreadsheet that we have. It's broken up into different, it's training, attic stock, maintenance, extended warranties. So what we do is we go through the spec, we call out all of the training hours that you guys have already put in there. Then I'll take it and I'll make some recommendations, like just say, for example, you carry 30 hours of training for BMS. I'll say, okay, that's good, but let's specifically say it's gotta be broken out over X, Y, Z, 3-hour increments, because a lot of times in public work, the BMS contractor will say, oh, well, then that's 8-hour days, and that's all I own. I'm not coming back and forth 15 times because the owner can't get all the training done in one shot. So we kind of break all that out. We populate the spreadsheet. I also make recommendations to do deferred training, so we add that into our supplemental scope sheets that come in, those go out as part of the bid package, to say, all right, well, post-occupancy, you're gonna own an additional 16 hours of training broken up into 4, sessions. But at the beginning of the project, when we hash all this out, we'll give it to Ernie and his group and everybody else involved in it, let them review it so they know they don't have to go through the spec and look at every spec section to see what they have for training. boom, it's all right there, they can say, well, maybe I don't need 40 hours of training on, the air handling units, because we have the same ones in 2 different other buildings. Let's knock that down to 8, give me more on security. So it's a collaborative effort to make sure that everything that they want is covered, and we carry some post-occupancy, because we all know, once they're done training, it's like pulling teeth to get them back here sometimes, but we can always hold their feet to the fire, because we say, hey, you won't coming back here twice in 6 months, every 3 months or whatever we decide on, so that we make sure that everything that he wants to get trained on is there.
There's also the preventive maintenance phase as well.
Yeah, we look at that as an extended training session too. Part of the maintain phase of BPO is the first year of occupancy. The installing contractors will perform all of the preventative maintenance on all your equipment.
But also encouraging your team to just oversee it, join, watch if you're available.
It's a well, it's written on the contractor that they need to coordinate with you and make sure you're there.
Yeah, so we've done it, we've done it with some good success. The owner has shown up, on filter changes, they see it once, they don't really need to see it again. But when they're, whatever, changing belts, cleaning coils, the maintenance crew's always been right there side by side with the contractors while they're doing it. We schedule it ahead of time, like when we're doing closeout, we'll say, all right, give us a schedule of when, and it's usually based on turnover date. So if your turnover date is X date, it's 6 months, 6 months after that. We try to ballpark it within a week or two period, make sure everybody knows it's coming. It's pretty good.
It's a commitment, right, on everybody's part too, because, right, these guys, us, right, we need you guys to, it's pitchers and catchers. But I think what we can do a better job at collectively, like if you guys get the job or whomever gets the job, what I want to do is sit down early in pre-con and work out like what that is, so that you have a common understanding what that deliverable is. Because we don't want, right, letting control guys, right, with some guys that's,
They show up once because they're from California.
He's been there, he's got his iPhone, he's taping, and he's like, yeah, we're done.
Well, they have the video recording, the training.
Yeah, we have
Right.
extensive video.
No, I like the video,
requirements.
but we've gotta come up with a tighter overall approach to it.
Yeah, we've learned on one of the major manufacturers of lighting controls, they don't have local programmers, so they always try to squeeze in their programming days and then say, okay, I'm gonna be done programming by Thursday afternoon, we have to schedule training on Friday because I'm flying out to California on Saturday. Well, that doesn't fly. If the owner can't make it, it's not gonna happen.
Kind of a broader context for this is, WT Rich, a few months ago, we launched an initiative. We think BPO, Building Performance Owners, is already kind of ahead of the curve, but we launched an initiative to say, we want to take it to the next level in terms of this exact issue, the training. There is a lot of frustration when the systems don't work perfectly when they get handed over, when people don't know how to manage their own systems. The frustration can be really high. And I'm frustrated because I tell my team, okay, we just delivered 24 months of outstanding, over-the-top work, and then we had this little, not huge, but little downturn at the end because of this handover and occupancy. So we have this initiative. We reached out to third party, we call this the third party advisory group. So we reached out to engineers, architects, OPMs, control contractors, system integrators, and we had just recently in December, we had a session, we all came together, we brainstormed, we looked at the different issues, not to put too much emphasis on the great relationships we have with Vertex and Dorn Whittier, but Jeff D'Amico from Vertex was there, and Mark couldn't make the first one, but he'll be at the next one, I'm sure, right? But he's part of the
We
team.
had him busy.
Yeah, you had him doing something. But this is really important to us, and things like the thing comes out, like the training the bottom line isn't not getting the job done the way it needs to get the job done. And so we need to figure out that. But it's also systems come out, subs are rushing down the back end. There was a little thing Bethany mentioned about making sure we built into the schedule that time coming down the home stretch so people aren't rushing around. And then you get a system that's only 60, 70% functioning and there's tons of issues. We don't want to do that. We want to build that in and make it a much cleaner process.
And getting it in those initial bid documents is what's key, right? They'll tell you at the end, oh, we want 6 extra hours of training, and then it's a huge changeover, right? So if we can get it in there early, I can say, Coakley, we had the process in place, and as a pre-con process, getting it in the documents, now the closeout process is going pretty smoothly because everyone knows, again, it's getting these lessons learned into the bid documents for a filed sub-bid. You need that in there now so we can get to the end and be successful, and then it's just a matter of implementing the plan. So that's where pre-con becomes key.
Thanks. I'm good.
Excellent.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.